Whew. All right. Mic check. Mic check. How am I sounding? Thumbs up, anybody? Welcome back, everybody. This is the Real Nathan Daly, and I am your law enforcement translator. You guys, I'm here to provide some insight, and I just give my personal perspective, my opinion, my expert opinion as it relates to these type of crazy topics and incidences, and just the overall, you know, listen, I'm just a regular guy. And people want to inquire a little bit more about me and kind of how I do certain things on this channel. You guys, I consider myself to be one of the most genuine people when it comes to this, especially coming on YouTube in a space where people have literally reinvented themselves, right? I'm not that guy. I'm absolutely not that guy. I'm an original person. I am who I present myself to be, and I take a lot of pride in that. Lately, I spend a lot of time having to address a lot of people who are the opposite of that, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with. And we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about this very interesting individual here online on internet, big social media presence. He goes by the name of Tariq Nasheed, right? Tariq Nasheed. And I don't have anything bad to say about him per se, but this is something that's probably been quite overdue, something that has needed to be said. Um, and I've been thinking about it for a while. How would I address it? Because he says a lot of things in reference to, for those who don't know him. Let me give a little backstory. Before I dive into that, I want to thank you guys for being here. We had to drop a premiere earlier for our lovely, amazing Chelsea Nelson. For those who know, Six, she might as well be considered my arch nemesis at this point, right? She's officially like my first YouTube beef since I've got on here since last year, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Why? Because I hold all the cards, right? So if you were there for that premiere release, I hope you enjoyed it. Tomorrow we're doing a live stream. We're going to be discussing her. I'm going to be talking about MTR and O'Shea Duke Jackson. I'm also going to be covering some of the content revolving around the manosphere, the red pill community. You guys, I've been out of town, been handling business, trying to mix a little vacation in there. And so while I was away, people made some videos about me. And I don't mind. I think it's a beautiful thing that people are having the conversation. Unfortunately, people are talking about things that are contrary to my content, right? So you would think if I am going to go get some type of notoriety while I'm on YouTube, it'll be in reference to the content I'm putting out. Unfortunately, this conversation that's going on is more so about something else. And so we're going to cover it. And I'm going to I'm going to do a reaction to the videos that have been put out. I'm going to bring some clarity to it because a lot of people are asking questions and some people are confused. Those who know what's actually going on actually know what's going on. But for the sake of clearing the air, I'm definitely going to clear the air. And so, again, I came to YouTube to bring knowledge, to bring insight into a profession that a lot of people have a lot of people don't have any clue about, and be genuine, bringing a genuine perspective into the profession and some of the solutions. And then on top of that, I look at a lot of current event issues and I give my personal opinion and thoughts towards those issues as well. A lot of the times these things are kind of, for me, they look more like common sense issues. And then I also talk on a lot of events and issues that occur within the Black community. And that's where my perspective starts to, I guess you would say, make other people uncomfortable on YouTube. My perspective on Black issues make some people feel uncomfortable. And then not only that, it challenges their talking points, it challenges their platforms. And that's when we start seeing a little conflict with people. Um, they don't like my perspective on policing. They don't like my perspective on the Black community. As you would see often when people have issues with me, it's in reference to my perspective and perception on the community and what needs to be done to say fix the community. I am big on accountability. There are some people who are not. There's a lot of people who are not. They don't want to hear accountability talk. They want to hear it's not my fault talk. And you guys, that's just not how you solve the problem. And so that's really where it all comes down. If you guys saw the premiere that was released a couple days ago with the gentleman who was saying he had smoke, right? He had a lot of smoke for me. And you guys saw the video, right? He was very emotional. He was very high octane. He had a lot to say. He said that he didn't like my tone when it came to addressing Black people. And it wasn't that I was wrong. He said I was right. He said he agreed with me. He didn't like my tone. And he felt that I didn't share those same type of tones with other ethnic groups. I have to explain to him, for those who watched it, that if we're talking about Black people, we're talking about Black people. I'm sharing with you my professional, my expert opinion, and working and serving in this community, and what my personal thoughts are on how to fix a lot of these set issues. You know, unfortunately, you guys, and as you guys are coming in, please hit the like button. It's going to be an interesting conversation tonight. But one of the issues that I've noticed is that our community is more so concerned about the tone when it comes to correcting issues. You know, we're more concerned about how it sounds. We're more concerned about our feelings getting hurt versus listening to what's actually being said. You know, to the point to where the other issue is the excuses that are made by the person delivering the message. You don't like how the person said it. You don't think the person's qualified to say it because they are not a descendant of an American slave. A descendant of a slave isn't good enough, but an American slave more specifically, you know. And it's not that they say what you're saying is wrong. What they're saying is they don't think you have a right to say it. I always tell people, if you have an issue with what I say, attack my argument. Don't attack me. Attack my argument. And what tends to happen in these conversations that are extremely sensitive, you guys, people want to attack me, right? They want to call me names. You know, they don't want to address what I said. They want to call me names, right? A tether, a sellout, a raccoon, a coon, a Uncle Tom, the gentleman before, he called me Uncle Ruckus, right? But he agreed with me, but I was an Uncle Ruckus, and so this is this psychosis that goes on within our community is the actual thing that's holding us back, right? The mentality. The mentality. We hate our own simply because we have a difference in opinion, perspective, outlook, you know. For those who grow up Black, you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean? If you speak proper English, you sound white. They call you white. If you decide to study and stay up and work hard in school, they call you a nerd. You're not popular. If you decide you want to ride on skates and skateboards back when I was growing up, you were considered a sellout. That was what white kids did. We create this thing in our community where we isolate some of our best and our brightest, and we exclude them from the rest of the group, the quote unquote, the cool kids. You guys, this is a problem where you have kids who feel ashamed to be smart. They're embarrassed to be intelligent. They're embarrassed to sound proper. Oh, you speak white. Speak white? What is that? Sir, we're in America. We all speak English. This is a problem within our community. Shout out to Six. She was insulting. She's big on that. As she likes to put it, roasting. She likes to roast. You'll also see Tariq Nasheed. He likes to roast people. He's good at it though. This guy, he's funny. His brother's funny. He likes to roast. Roasting is a deflection, you guys. It's an actual tactic that's used in debating to deflect from the real issue, the real conversation. You don't want to have the real conversation. So what you do, you tell a joke, you insult someone because you don't want to address the real issue that we're talking about. You guys, that's a coward's way out. The fear of being held accountable in a conversation. You don't know what to say, so you tell a joke, right? You don't want to be honest, so you tell a joke. You don't have the answer, so you make fun of the person across from you. You guys, that's child's play. That's child's play. This is where we get this class clown persona. The kid that's too falling, he's falling or she's falling behind in class. And so out of embarrassment, out of that insecurity, you then try to disturb the peace of the classroom and interfere with other kids from learning simply because you are falling behind. And instead of asking for help and instead of asking for clarity, you decide to tell a joke. And that's what we see on YouTube, a bunch of clowns, you guys. A bunch of clowns who are immature and afraid and insecure with their own shortcomings that they have to insult other people instead of having the conversation. I watched this chick call another man Carlton as an insult. Carlton from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. She thought it was an insult. Could you imagine? Only in our community would be calling someone Carlton an insult. You're not black enough. You don't dress black. You don't sound black. You don't act black. What does that mean? What does it mean to act black? What does it mean? We start having these real conversations, you guys. Race, division within our own community. And unfortunately, you guys, for those who don't realize and understand how this game goes, unfortunately, history repeats itself. There's what we call chaos agents, people who infiltrate communities and organizations in order to create division. They're paid activists to create chaos and division within communities and organizations. People aren't who you think they are. People aren't who you think they are. And when genuine people come up and speak out about it, guess what they do? They call them names. They call them names. Knowing that that is a tactic that Black people love to receive. We like to be entertained. That's why it's so easy to come within this community and derail it, right? You have a charlatan. They call them grifters. They call them the real sellouts. Listen, Malcolm X spoke about these things and these people all the time. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Paid chaos agents. And when you really pay attention to them, they sound good on the outside, but their actions say something different. Their outcomes are different. And a lot of times people miss it. Why? Because so many of us are so thirsty for a savior, so thirsty for someone to come and tell us what we want to hear. Someone that's going to come and massage our egos. You guys, these people are dangerous. Why? Because they're using psychological warfare tactics. They're soothsayers. They are, as I like to put it, they're wordsmiths, right? They're good at speaking. This gentleman that we're going to be talking about tonight, Tariq Nasheed, this brother right here is a word wizard. A word wizard. And I will say this though, and this is what makes people like him very crafty, because they are, how would I put it? They say a lot of great things. There are things that he says that I actually agree with, that I absolutely agree with. And there's some things that I absolutely disagree with. And it doesn't mean that because someone says good things means that they have good intentions. And I think that is the problem of people having a lack of discernment. How do I tell whether or not a person has good intentions? Their message. The message. One thing I dislike about Tariq Nasheed that I can say unequivocally is that his message is extremely divisive. Extremely divisive. And then when you start doing some research on him, for those who know, he's not who he says he is. That's a red flag. Tariq Nasheed is not even his real name. That's a red flag. So how did we get here, you guys? I didn't even know who this guy was. I didn't know who he was. Honestly, I learned about him through my interactions with Chelsea Nelson, aka Six, right? I don't know how he came about as far as his involvement with establishing the concept of the federal black. Sorry, I got Fed on my mind. Foundational Black Americans, right? Like, so this concept, FBA and ADOS, Descendants of Slaves, apparently, I think he coined, or he kind of took the name. I don't know the story. There's a story behind how this name came about. But anyways, Foundational Black Americans, FBA. He is I guess you would say, a leader within that self-driven organization, which the bloodline of descendants of slaves is a real thing. It's a real concept. I think that he may have coined, or he took that name from someone else and he expanded on it, the whole FBA concept. But the actual lineage obviously is a real thing. He just kind of put that name FBA on it, right? So that's who he is. And not only that, you guys, he's produced some films as well, which I heard were actually really good. Heard some of them were good. Um, he also he's done some other stuff. He has a long history of he makes music and things like that. He thinks he's like a Mac daddy or whatever. He wrote some books. So I don't know. I'd have to ask Michi. Michi knows the whole story, right? But for the sake of us having this conversation, he is a voice and a figurehead for people within this country who consider themselves FBA. At least some. He has a very, very big following on YouTube, on social media. He speaks out against a lot of issues regarding race relations. And then he also is an advocate for reparations, of course. And he also is responsible for inciting a division amongst the diaspora, right? So he has, in my personal opinion, incited and also kind of added more gasoline to this division between Black Americans and Black immigrants, or Blacks who are not descendants of slaves in America. So very divisive, I think his message is. But does he say good things? Yeah, I've listened to some of his stuff. He said some good things. Um, does he say some really bad things? Yes, he does. And then he's amassed what I believe to be almost like a cult following of people, and some of them are extremely ignorant. I've heard stuff coming from the mouths of people who follow him that are very the rhetoric is extremely dangerous. A lot of xenophobic, I guess you would say, talking points, and it's very dangerous, right? And so very disappointed in his messaging and inciting a lot of, or being okay with or co-signing a lot of violence and discriminatory conversations amongst people, and it just doesn't work, right? So really just kind of just pointing it out. It's just very, very toxic. So with that being said, he does have a channel. He talks about a lot of issues, and recently he's raised, maybe of course maybe last year, he's raised money. He calls it grassroots funding. He raises money for his projects, his videos and his films and things of that nature. And again, I've heard those videos are pretty decent. Heard they're pretty good. And he's talking about history that's not told in the U.S. Also, correcting a lot of information that's been misleading that people don't know about Black Americans. And so I think there's a lot of good things that he has done, or that he does do. He continues to do. At the same time, I think with that, being a leader, being in a leadership position, and having the ears of a lot of impressionable people, there is a big responsibility. There's a big responsibility. And so that's the issue I have with him, is some of his messaging, his talking points as it relates to race relations in this country, I think are very, very dangerous. And so what brings us here today? I've heard a lot about him, just kind of over the time. I did a little research, and I remember there was a lot of talk about him raising money, and then building a museum. Okay, building a museum. And this museum is supposed to represent Black history that's untold Black history. It's called the Hidden History Museum. He raised almost $2 million. Allegedly, he built the museum in Los Angeles. You guys, listen, I went to Los Angeles to check it out. And that's what brings us here today. I'm going to give you my honest, genuine perspective. Listen, not biased. You guys, I can actually look at something and give you my honest perspective on it. Why am I doing this? Because, here's the thing. When it was built, a lot of people had a lot to say. I love the idea of Black people coming together, raising money, and building things within the community, supporting one another. Listen, matter of fact, I have on one of the shirts from the museum I support. Right, I actually support. As you can see, I got the Hidden History Museum shirt. I made sure I purchased something in there, and I've watched some of the videos, and I wanted to support, because listen, I want to know, um, and be a part of the expansion of something positive. I'm always down to support, but I'm also not okay with people finessing the community. Not okay with people um, using Black pain as a way to make money. Michi said, "Burn the shirt." It's actually a pretty nice shirt. You got palm trees on here. So my thing is, I don't. I think from my perspective, I have served the Black community and served it well. Now, unfortunately, I had a profession that there's some Black people who don't like. They don't like the fact that I was a police officer. There are some Black people who don't see value in that profession. They believe that profession is rooted in slave catching, and that we present day are catching slaves. How they come to that conclusion, I do not know. Um, so because of that, people frown upon my content, which is fine, which is fine. But I'm the one, when they call 911, who shows up in the Black community to hear, to listen, to participate, to be a witness to the interactions between Black people. I'm the one who shows up when people are complaining about being harassed by other Black people, being robbed, being killed, being raped, right? Being taken advantage of, whether fraudulently. Um, I'm the one they call when there's a drug epidemic, when there are drug dealers, when there are people who are causing chaos within our community. It is I and others who show up, who look just like me. I'm the one. I'm the one they call when there's domestic issues. I'm the one they call when there's mental health issues. I'm the one they call when their kids don't want to go to school. It is I. So I know a little something about what goes on in our community, guys. I had to serve. I had to go in there in these homes and get my hands dirty. Baby daddies, baby mamas, right? I. So I know all about what goes on. So when we have someone who is taking advantage of people, you guys, I get concerned. I get concerned. I get concerned. So here we are. People started saying a year later that he raised over $2 million and he did not deliver on what he promised he was going to deliver on. That's what I heard. So I looked into it a little bit. This was like kind of end of last year. I was looking into it and I'm like, well, it looks like there's a museum. He had a grand opening. Like a lot of people showed up. I said, listen, you guys, he got the museum. This is good. Now, $2 million, could we have done something different with $2 million? That's his project. No disrespect to his project. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But I always told myself I'm going to show up. Why? Because, I hear some of his messages online. I hear a lot of his rhetoric. You guys, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with the gaslighting that he does. I'm not impressed with the manipulation that he does. A lot of deceptive messaging that he puts out. I can see it. I said, you know what? Now I know his real history. I know who he really is, you guys. And I know how easy it is to manipulate Black people by using the pain of the past, historical events. I know how easy it is. When we have someone who is going to be a champion for Black causes, I know how easy it is. I said, let me look into it. So guess what? I looked into it. I looked into it. I went to Los Angeles and looked into it. So let me play the intro video. I try to put it together like this is kind of like a thing, right? But let me play the intro video. I'm going to show you guys the inside of the Hidden History Museum. I want to get your thoughts on it. I'm going to tell you what I see, what I experience, but then I want to know what you think, right? I respect anybody doing anything within the Black community when their heart's in the right place. Absolutely. But if you're playing the people, we got to call it out. We got to call it out. Did Tariq Nasheed play the people with $2 million to build a museum? Did he or did he not? You guys are about to talk about it. I'm going to show you what I saw, and you tell me what you think. Let's go. Shout out to you, Chaotic. Chaotic in the building. Did he grift the people? Did he pull a Umar Johnson? No, I mean, he built something. He built something. Take it to the first half. Yeah, we'll bring it back. Live in Los Angeles, and we are on our way to the Hidden History Museum. For those who are not familiar, this is a museum that was founded and created by Tariq Nasheed, as you guys know who he is. So we're checking out the Hidden History Museum, see what it's all about. This museum was put together by grassroots funding. Tariq was able to raise over, I think, $2 million that he invested into this place. So we're here, we're gonna check it out. I'm gonna give you guys my honest perspective of this museum. We're gonna take some photos, some videos. He doesn't know who I am, hopefully. Hopefully he might be here, we never know. Might get a chance to see the Tariq Nasheed himself. Xenophobic, divisive ass. All right, so we're here, finally here at the Hidden History Museum. We're in Los Angeles off of Jefferson Boulevard. So we're about to check it out. Now it looks closed. They're open until 4 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. So we're about to take a look at this place, give you a front view of this location. All right, as we're walking in. Of course, he's right there on the front. This is nice. There's the movies here. This is pretty cool. Anybody here?
They should probably.
In the back. All right. So let's talk about it. All right. Let's talk about it. Now I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. Right? I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. So I first go into the museum. Nobody's there. Right? Nobody's there. No one's there to greet me or anything of that nature. No one's at the front desk. You just saw the front desk. And immediately as you go in, you see this space right here. This is a you see the glass case. In the glass case is all of his merchandise. Someone said hidden closet. What was my issue with this? As you can see for yourself, and listen, this isn't me. I'm going to give you my opinion on it. The stuff it's just thrown in the case. It's thrown in there. This is I'm talking about the presentation. The presentation. And let me just be honest. Let me just be honest. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't necessarily have to like Tariq Nasheed to give him a compliment. I don't have to like him to tell the truth. The truth is, was this a museum? I'm going to be completely honest with everybody before we go through the video, and I'm going to let you decide for yourself. This is the reality. The reality is that, yes, it's a museum, you guys, based on the basic definition of what's required to be a museum. It's a museum. The standard is very low. It doesn't require a lot to be a museum, to be technically considered a museum. If what I walked into was a museum, you guys, it met the lowest requirements to be that. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you were to walk in there tomorrow blindfolded and I never told you it was a museum, you would not have thought you were in a museum. That's the reality. $2 million. If you were to walk inside that building blindfolded, and I said, cuckoo, cuckoo, here you are, you would say, where am I? Where am I? You guys, what is the standard for having a museum? What's the standard? Does it meet the requirements? Based on Webster's dictionary, you guys, it meets the requirements. You got to have some stuff in a building that has some historical, maybe significant value. Cuckoo Cuckoo, you got a museum. You don't need a lot. You guys, but when you step into a museum, you know you're there. You know you're there. If I brought you in there and I told you it was an art gallery, maybe, you'd be like, eh. If I walked you in there and I told you it was an event space, you'd be like, huh, okay. If I walked you in there and I told you it was a nightclub, you'd be like, oh, okay. If I told you this was a museum, you would say, I don't, what was the issue? And I'm gonna show you the video. It didn't feel like a museum. It felt like a place that had pictures on the wall. The Hidden History Museum, you guys. Oh, it's hidden, all right. The history was hidden, all right. It was hidden very well. Now, I'm not saying that to be saying that. I'm saying that to be honest. I'm saying that to be honest. I walk in, and the first thing that I see is a bookshelf or a glass case with his movies and DVDs just thrown in there. I didn't know what I was looking at. The presentation, you guys, was embarrassing. It's like no effort. And this is on top. I don't know what this is. Egyptian musk. I don't know what this is. It's not, the issue is not, let me just say this. The problem is not the idea. It's a beautiful idea. Now I'm in here, I'm looking for the experience. I'm looking for the hidden history. I want to find it. You guys, I'm lost. I want to find the mystery of the Hidden History Museum, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it. You know what's hidden? The $2 million is hidden. I want to see the history on that. Where did it go? I didn't see it, you guys. I did not see it. On the top of this glass shelf here, he has American Maroon, right? It's one of his new movies he put out. So, again, when you walk in, I'm walking into the establishment. No one's there. I see a glass. The brother right here, he's on the wall, right? Tariq on the wall right here. At the very front, at the front of the building, he right there on the wall. Look at this. I thought that when I walked in and saw that was unacceptable for my standards. For my standards of a museum. Listen, you guys, this isn't, they didn't just put this up. They already had the grand opening. They already had the grand opening. So then I'm like, oh, well, damn, do I pay to get in? How much does it cost to get in? Nobody's there to greet me. Nobody's there to greet me. It's just thrown in there. No presentation. It's not propped up properly. No explanation about what the videos are. There's nobody at the front desk. I'm just walking into a building with a record label called Egyptian Musk just sitting on the top. I don't, you guys, you can't make this up. So for those who don't know, I mean, let me maybe I'm going to I jumped ahead. Forgive me. Let me run it back. 1 second, you guys. 1 second. Let me step back, because as you can see, I'm a little bit frustrated because we fall for this thing all the time. But let me run it back. Let me take it to the beginning. All right. Let me take it to the beginning. He starts off encouraging people to get involved. He wants Black grassroots to get involved, give him money to build a museum. He wants to talk about the hidden history, the things that the US refuses to teach African Americans in this country, which is a fact. There's a lot of truth to that. And there's a lot of things that are being kept out of history books on purpose. This is true. This is 100% true. Now, he is saying that I am going to create a museum in the heart of Los Angeles, and I'm going to show you the hidden history of our people. You guys, listen, this is this battle cry. And again, this word wizard, he's good at it. This brother Tariq, let me tell you something, could sell water to a whale. Okay? This is what we're talking about. A warlock with words. People fall for it. They fall for it. So let me run it back. How did this thing happen? He made a video saying, you guys need to donate. This is what we're doing. I remember when it came out. This is the video. I'm going to play the video. I want you to see what's going on. And then I'm going to take you back to my behind the scenes footage of this facility. This $2 million investment. It's your money. It's your money. It's your money. Let's talk about it. And then I'm going to tell you how this thing should have went down, how it should have went down in order to do it successfully. But let me show you his actual presentation. This is the video that inspired and moved people to invest. All right, here we go.
Greetings, family. This is Tariq Nasheed. I am your community servant. Right now, I
am your community servant. Hold on. This brother's good. This brother, when I first watched it, he damn near got my money. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, the fact he could do it with a straight face. I am Tariq Nasheed. I am your community servant. You know, damn, run me my dollars, sir. Let me get you started. Listen, this brother's good. He's good. And it's the same tactic. It's the same tactic, you guys. The same tactic. You play on Black pain. Black pain brings Black dollars. It's a simple thing. It works all the time. All the time. Let's look at his marketing video.
Greetings, family. This is Tariq Nasheed. I am your community servant. Right now, I am in South Los Angeles on the world-famous Crenshaw Boulevard. And with your help, we want to build the first ever hidden history museum right here in the Leimert Park area of Los Angeles, which is the cultural epicenter of Black Los Angeles. Right here on Crenshaw Boulevard, right here, there's an empty lot for sale, and it's in the perfect location for our hidden history museum. We want to acquire this lot so that we can build your community museum. There's museums that touch on Black history, but they don't get too deep into it. This will be the first grassroots owned and controlled Black history museum in the world. In our museum, we want to touch on a lot of things.
All right.
that are not touched on in other museums. There's such vast history of Black people here in Los Angeles that we're going to touch on alone. For example, Pio Pico, who was the once governor of California. There's a street, Pico Boulevard, named after him. He had Black ancestry. Francisco Reyes, who was the first mayor of Los Angeles, he had Black ancestry. The grandmother of Los Angeles, Benny Mason, who was a former slave who became the wealthiest woman in California. We're going to talk about a lot of this stuff in the museum. Also in the museum, we're going to have 5 basic sections. We're going to have a master teacher section where we talk about the teachings of John.
Now, I want you to look at what he's presenting and what he's marketing so that you can have an idea of what I'm showing you and then what you're not getting with the money you put in, right? So let's just look at everything and then we'll go.
Henry Clark, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Amos Wilson. We're going to have another section for Black inventors. We're going to talk about the Black people who invented things like the modern refrigeration system, the modern toilet system, the modern home security system, and so much more. We're also going to have a section talking about Black explorers. We're going to talk about people like Estevanico the Moor, who was very instrumental in discovering a lot of spaces here in the North American continent. Speaking of Moors, we're going to talk about the Black Moors who conquered Southern Europe. The Black Moors are never talked about in museums. This is going to be the first time it's talked about in our museum. We're also going to have a section talking about Black rebel leaders, like the Black Seminoles, like other Black Maroons. We're also going to have a section talking about the real history of Black music, particularly the foundational Black American history of hip hop. I produced a lot of best-selling documentary films, including the Hidden Color series. So a lot of things that's in our documentary films are going to be featured in the museum. And speaking of the films, we're going to have a screening room upstairs in the museum where we can screen our films on a regular basis. We're also going to have large meeting rooms where we can have conferences and community events for the people. Not only will this museum be a great cultural institution, this museum is going to be a great tourist attraction that will help revitalize a lot of the Black businesses that are already here. But family, we need your help. We need at least $7 million to get this project completed. And we're going to start doing everything in stages. We need at least $1 million in the first phase to get the museum project off the ground so that we can acquire the land. Everybody who contributes to the museum, we're going to have a wall in the museum with the names of all the donors. So your name is going to be built into the foundation of the museum. So we need you to get involved. There's going to be a lot of other perks as well. So everybody get involved. Let's make history. Let's take control of our own community and our own history. Get involved with the Hidden History Museum right now.
Beautiful production. I think well said, well spoken. As we know, he's very, very articulate. The issue, again, you guys, isn't so much, it's not the vision, it's not the idea, it's the output. It's the output. We gotta examine. We gotta examine what the output is. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, first of all, he's naming people with Black ancestry. That's not the same as being foundational Black American, you guys. A lot of people he talked about wanting to brag about in this video, they're not even Black. They're not even Black, you know? So we're going to talk about that. But let me pull this up, right? I want to show you what his, there's so much, but let's start with this. This was the website for the Hidden History Museum. And when he was preparing to raise the money, he put out this image, right? This is what we're trying to build, you guys. This is what it's going to look like. We're going to buy this empty lot. Cool. I'm all for it. So this is what he's talking about. He's putting this information out. People are excited. It's an amazing endeavor. I think it's a great idea. Here's the vision. Here on this site, it shows that he raised $1.1 million. Ultimately, he raised approximately about $2 million to do this project. And it says on here, on this particular site, he had 10 million people who backed or who invested. He goes right here down here and he talks about our story. So this is one thing I want to touch on real quick. He says our story, and on the right side, you see people who's invested, people who have invested memberships for 6 months, 6 month free membership. You pay $100. There's no membership at this place, you guys. It's free, right? So again, I'm looking at what he's offering for the donation. 1 year free membership. You guys, I walked in the building for free. It doesn't cost anything because I asked the lady eventually who showed up, and I was like, "Hey, how much do I need to pay anything to get in?" We walked in, we didn't pay anything. So no, it's free. So all this membership or whatever, you'll have your name featured on the community donors wall. I'm gonna show you the community donors wall, you guys, as well. But this is what he said our story is. Our story, we are building the country's first museum that focuses on Black history that is generally hidden and untold. Okay, I love it. The historic project is presented by the Melanoid Nation Foundation, which is a 501c nonprofit organization based in Los Angeles. All right, let's make sure you remember this: the Melanoid Nation Foundation. This project is spearheaded by filmmaker Tariq Nasheed, who produced the top-selling Hidden Colors documentary series. The museum will feature a plethora of artifacts and material featured in these films. All right. So that's where we are with this, you guys. This is what it's supposed to look like, based on the plans and the marketing. He's like, this is what we're building, which is a beautiful rendering of the Hidden History Museum. It's supposed to have 2 floors. All right, it's supposed to have 2 levels on it. The museum will be built in Linear Park of Los Angeles. There's a lot available in a prime location off Crenshaw Boulevard. You guys, I went there. This place was not built. It was never built, right? That lot that he showed was never built. He never purchased that lot and in Los Angeles. That's a problem, right? So let's go back up. He says the person or the organization that's assisting him in this endeavor is called the Melanoid Nation Foundation, which is a 501c nonprofit organization. All right. Well, I'm like, well, who is this nonprofit organization that partnered with Tariq Nasheed? Well, when you go to the website and you go over to, let me see, this page. This is what they look. The Melanoid Nation. Tariq Nasheed and Melanoid Nation has put together many historic and groundbreaking projects for over a decade. So when I see this, I'm like, okay, well, this nonprofit organization is a real organization. And then I dug deeper, you guys, and I found out, guess what? That the Melanoid Nation is actually Tariq Nasheed's nonprofit organization. So then I said, this doesn't seem right, right? This doesn't seem right. He's talking as if this is not his organization. But in fact, it absolutely is his organization. And now I'm starting to think that there's something wrong with this type of right? Partnership. So you want people to think that you have partnered with a nonprofit organization, you guys. This is very misleading. This is very misleading. Then you go and you find out that this 501c3 is actually registered to you. But unfortunately, people who are looking at this thinks that you are actually partnering with something, but it actually belongs to you. You guys, so how did I find out? I went to the California Secretary of State website just for clarity. And I looked up the nonprofit organization. And when you look up the nonprofit organization, it says right here. Melanoid Foundation Nation, initial filing date 2014, a nonprofit, California, the agent, Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed. So then I'm like, well, hold on, that doesn't make any sense. Why would he tell people that that he's not a part of this organization, but yet he actually owns this organization? Well, it gets deeper. It gets deeper, right? It gets deeper. How deep, you say? When you start understanding how much a nonprofit has to actually spend on its donation, you guys, it'll all make sense. It all makes sense. So I go to the Melanoid website, and there's another contradiction here that I had to point out because this was starting to get a little bit more curious. Started getting a little bit more curious. So I go to the website, Melanoid Nation. Now, for those who know Tariq Nasheed, again, mind you, this is his nonprofit organization that he's pretending to not be a part of. But when you go to the Melanoid Nation, you want to find out, what does this organization do? What are they about? So I went and looked. It says, we promote human rights and justice for melanoid people of what? Listen, the website is so bad that the editing is off. Of what? We promote human rights and justice for melanoid people of what? Could you imagine that you have a nonprofit organization and a website and it's not even done properly? Where's the rest of it? But they make sure they got donate. Oh, here it is. Hold on, I got to highlight it. It's, guess what? It's hidden. It's a hidden mystery. They're not going to tell you. You got to know how to find it. Here it is. Of African descent. All right. Sign up now, donate now. Hold on, but you don't know, though. It's hidden. We can't tell you. So what do they talk about? They got donate, they got act now, they got sign up now. Melanoid Nation Foundation. What do they talk about on here? They have some news articles on here. Turning Point USA, Black principal connected to the links. Boule issues dress code against Black parents. Hispanic suspected of white supremacy kills 10-year-old Black child. Okay, so you go here. We go back up to the top. Let's go to the About Us because we want to know what it's about. We go to the About Us page. And let's see what it's about, you guys. See what this organization is about. Our story. Zoom in. What are they about? The Melanoid Nation Foundation is a nonprofit organization founded to advocate for the justice of human rights for melanoid people of African descent who have been adversely affected by systemic racism. We use the classification melanoid, aka Melanese and Melano, to eliminate geographical boundaries when describing people of African descent who are in need of justice. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Because you know what's funny? His nonprofit absolutely 100% contradicts his everyday xenophobic message as it relates to Blacks, Americans, Black Americans, and immigrants, Black immigrants. You guys, this organization that he owns, that he's a part of, according to his website, is supposed to help all people with melanated skin. You guys, but when you hear his messaging, it's absolutely not accurate. It doesn't align. There's a problem here. So eliminate geographical boundaries. What is he talking about? When describing people of African descent who are in need of justice. You guys, this goes against his everyday message about Black people. You know what he calls Black immigrants, you guys? He calls them tethers. He calls them tethers. He calls them tethers. What is their mission? Let's read what their mission is. Maybe we'll get some clarity. Their mission: ensure an economic empowerment base for melanoid people who have been historically disempowered economically by systemic racism. That affects all Black people, right? Counter negative media propaganda and campaigns against melanoid people globally. Globally. You guys, this is a Pan-Africanism type of organization. But he has an anti-Pan-Africanism message, which is weird to me. Ensure quality education for melanoid people globally. Ensure overall human rights of melanoid people worldwide. You guys, something doesn't smell right. Something doesn't smell right. This man created a nonprofit organization, pretends that he doesn't own it, pretend that he's not even a part of it. Even the messaging and the mission statement on his website doesn't even align with his actual message that he presents online, YouTube, social media, Instagram. It's complete opposite, which is weird to me. Which is weird. I've heard him say the most appalling, disrespectful, disgusting things about Black immigrants, especially those from Africa. Especially. Now, he'll say he doesn't have any issue. But when you hear him talk, so Melanoid Nation, you guys, you can feel free to donate. You hit the donate tab. It comes up. It's a joke. So let's go back. So I wanted to show you guys that, but then let me show you this. He said he was going to build. He said he's going to build off of a lot. An empty lot, perfect prime real estate. You guys, here's the problem I have with people like Tariq Nasheed. They're good. They're good. You guys, welcome to my we're doing another one of these classes. I hate to see people taken advantage of. Absolutely hate it. We're talking about the Hidden History Museum. What was presented and what was given are not the same. What was given and what was presented are not the same. You guys, this matters. We're talking $2 million. This is not, you're talking about money from people who most people don't even really have it like that. We're talking about creating something to empower, to better, to grow, to evolve, to bring about some type of change. This is not going to do it. This is not going to do it, you guys. It's not going to do it. So I wanted to find out why. When you look at the actual distance of the empty lot, you guys, he did not build on the empty lot, like he said. What he did was he bought this property from a pre-existing business owner. This is the building over here on the right. All right. Let me show this. All right. 4 minutes away. What you have right here is the actual building that he bought off of West Jefferson Boulevard. This is where the current Hidden History Museum actually is. You travel south right here in what is that? Leimert Park. This is where the empty lot is. The empty lot that he advertised on his video about purchasing. Hey, we're going to purchase this empty lot and we're going to actually build what? What did he say they were going to build? They were going to build this right here over to the left. Over to the left. All right. So I didn't really understand why You know, he said he wanted to build a building, you guys. Anybody with enough business sense, regardless of where you come from, those who are in the business know that you do not build in the heart of like a Los Angeles. You buy something pre-existing. $2 million he raised. Where did the money go? Leimert Park. Yes, Leimert Park. Leimert Park. Leimert Park. I always have this like a tongue twister. Right? So I wanted to know, why wasn't the building, why would you try to build in an empty lot? Who builds a museum from scratch? It doesn't make sense. And those who know business understand what I'm talking about. You guys, $2 million he raised. We're talking about, how do you make the best of the money that you have? You don't go build something from scratch. There's no point. You look for something that's pre-existing in the area. Right? Let me show you exactly what I mean by that. Let me pull up the actual Yep. Those who know, it would take 2 million just to get through the zoning process. $2 million. Let me show you. He did want a total of $7 million, but here's the problem. Those who know business, you guys, I do business on the side. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm gonna tell you what an investor told me a long time ago. Tariq asked for $7 million to build this project. You don't need $7 million, but having not enough money is like having no money at all. When it comes to business, you guys, and you're starting a business and you're building something, having no money, having little money is no different than having not enough of the money. And that's essentially what we're looking at here. If you're saying it takes $7 million, this is not a $7 million project. He raised $2 million. I'm going to show you exactly what he built with $2 million. This was what we call a turnkey property. And let me pull it up. This is what you call a turnkey property, meaning that there's a good chance that this business was already in business belonging to somebody else, and he bought the business from him. We don't know what the cost is or how much he negotiated, but this is where the Hidden History Museum is currently, right here. It's not an empty lot. He didn't physically build it. So again, where did the $2 million go? Where did the $2 million go? You know, what would have been more appropriate? And this is what I'm saying when it comes to business, you guys, what would have been more appropriate? If you're going to buy a building that's going to look and have the feel of a museum, there are buildings that are for sale in Los Angeles in affluent areas where you can properly put a museum in. All right. A museum that is going to look professional, that is going to absolutely have the feel and also honor the history of African Americans in this country properly, right? Absolutely honor them properly. Here's what this building looks like that you can negotiate for $1 million to $2 million easy. And there's plenty of vacant buildings like this in Los Angeles. You guys, look at this building right here. This has been beautiful, multiple floors, right? When you look inside and look and see what the space looks like inside, you can see a lot of usage with this building. And you're talking about $1 million to $2 million, $3 million at top. Look at the inside of this right here. Look at this. Look at the views. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. Look at this. So again, we're talking about how do you properly maximize $2 million? How do you maximize that? Was this the best use of the money? You don't think he knows the best use of the money? If you really wanted to build a museum for Black history, real Black history, to honor, you guys, there's grants that he could have added on to this, right? He could have got the city back behind with the money. He went ahead and took $2 million and he gave you that on the right. That was intentional. You guys, $2 million is a lot of money. You could do a lot with that. You could do a lot with that. Could you imagine if he bought that building that you just saw? You own that, right? The people who invested, they own that. You guys, this right here is a turnkey property. I wouldn't be surprised if it was leased. And if it's leased, that's even more problems, right? It's even more problems. So let's go back to his video, and then we're gonna dive through, and then we're gonna get an inside look at what's actually inside the Hidden History Museum.
Tariq.
So let's break it down, you guys, because I want to give you the issues. I want to point out things that I have an issue with, and I'm gonna let you decide. People who are watching, you're gonna ultimately decide. So let's take a look at this, and I'm gonna pause it at the spot because there's some things that I had an issue with.
Nasheed, I am your community servant. Right now, I am in South Los Angeles on the world famous Crenshaw Boulevard. And with your help, we want to build the first ever Hidden History Museum right here in the Leimert Park area of Los Angeles, which is the cultural epicenter of Black Los Angeles. Right here on Crenshaw Boulevard, right here, there's an empty lot for sale, and it's in the perfect location for our Hidden History Museum. We want to acquire this lot so that we can build your community museum. There's museums that...
So this is the first problem with Tariq Nasheed's his plan. He wants to build in the heart of Los Angeles, like in Los Angeles, in an area that's very expensive. Materials are very expensive. You guys, this is a poor business decision, right? It's way too expensive. That piece of land is going to be way too expensive. You're going to spend the entire money just acquiring the lot itself. You talk about homes that are the size of a closet in California that are worth $1 million, right? That are worth $1 million. You mean to tell me you raise $2 million, you're going to buy that and build? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So this within itself just tells me that, one, he wasn't even serious about this whole endeavor. This was a joke, you guys. I don't even live in California, and I can tell you right now that this is not a good move. This is not a good move. But it looks good. It looks good on the outside. Why? Because he's talking to people who don't know anything about business, who don't know anything about property, who don't know anything about investing, and who don't know anything about real estate. Extremely bad decision. Well,
the museum. There's museums that touch on Black history, but they don't get too deep into it. This will be the first grassroots owned and controlled Black history museum in the world. In our museum, we want to touch on a lot of things that are not touched on in other museums.
Now, I get that he needs 7 million, you guys, but as you see, based on, again, when you put together these type of marketing plans, these renderings. You show these to investors because this is exactly what you are creating, right? You're showing them this is the model. This is a digital model of what you are going to create, meaning that you already have the blueprints, you guys. This is how business works. Let me show you how business works. There's a blueprint that's already done that you get approved, right? This is a digital rendering, right? Through AutoCAD, a system, a digital system that you use to create and design every corner, every ceiling, every glass, every sofa are real pieces that are going to be in the development, right? This isn't just something you put together for play. So again, he's showing you this rendering and he's supposed to give this to investors and say, hey, this is what it's going to look like. When you put in your X amount of millions of dollars, this is exactly what you're getting out. This is exactly what you're getting out. So when I see this and I walk into what I walked into, you guys, I'm looking a little surprised. I'm looking surprised. But
there's such vast history of Black people here in Los Angeles that we're going to touch on alone. For example, Pio Pico, who was the once governor of California. There's a street, Pico Boulevard.
Pico. He's talking about this, the hidden history of Black people, Pico, right? Let's talk about it. Who is Pico, you guys? Pico. You know, according to, let's just look at this. Pico, Don Pio de Jesus Pico, May 5th, 1801 through September 11th, 1894. Pico, a member of the prominent Pico family of California, was born at Mission San Gabriel Archangel to Jose Maria Pico and his wife, Maria Estaquia Gutierrez. Woo, I had to work on my Spanish, right? With the aid of a midwife. You guys, Pico is not Black. You guys, Pico's a tether. According to the people who follow Tariq Nasheed, you guys, he's not FBA. This is not FBA. It's not FBA. You guys, he has Black ancestry, meaning he got a little bit of something in him. He got a little something in him. He got a little African spice in him somewhere. But I would argue that he's not Black. He's not Black. He has African ancestry. One can argue that everybody does. We all come from the motherland, you guys. He doesn't even look like he has African ancestry. You guys, what is he? He's a tether. According to Tariq Nasheed and his cult followers. You guys, this guy is not Black. Listen, I'm about to have Jody kind of pronounce these things for me because she's Spanish. She got that Spanish in her. Look, I can't even pronounce them. His paternal grandmother, Maria Jacinta de la Batista, right, was listed in the 1790 census as mulatta, meaning mixed race with African ancestry. His paternal grandfather, Santiago de la Cruz Pico, was described as a mestizo Native American Spanish. This brother probably got 15% negro in him at best. Pico. Pico ain't no negro, right? But what does he say?
Named after him. He had Black governor of California. There's a street, Pico Boulevard, named after him. He had Black ancestry. Francisco Reyes, who was the first.
You guys, Pico is not negro. And this is the problem I have. Because people are listening to this and they're cheering Tariq on. His message does not match his behavior. His message doesn't reflect his nonprofit that he fails to mention that he owns. He's Pan-Africanist when he wants money. He's anti-immigrant when he wants Black American money. You guys, he's hitting you from both sides. He's hitting you from both sides. You can't make this up. He looked Black to me. Yeah, of course he would say that.
mayor of Los Angeles.
Here's another one. He looks black to me. The brother's Spanish, man. With with African ancestry, like 99% of everybody.
To him, he had black ancestry. Francisco Reyes, who was the first mayor of Los Angeles, he had black ancestry.
Francisco Reyes. Here's another one. Francisco Reyes. He had black ancestry. You know what's really sad about this? Is that there are a lot of amazing black people who are historically in this country who have done amazing things, and he didn't put not one of them on here. Not one of them on here. There are full-blooded foundational black Americans who've done amazing things, and he's talking about people who got a slither of blackness in them. Francisco Reyes, you guys. This is who he puts up. This is who he puts up. Now, mind you, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we're dealing with an imbecile, you guys, who is finessing you by showing you things that's not accurate. It's not accurate. Francisco Reyes, he said. What does he say about him? And I'm going to show you something that's very interesting. I want to know your thoughts. Don't shoot the messenger. What does he say about Francisco Reyes? And we're going to look into
black ancestry. Francisco Reyes, who was the first mayor of Los Angeles, he had black ancestry.
Francisco Reyes. Listen, this is not the first mayor of Los Angeles. Yes, I know that there are mestizos and mulattoes, right? Here's the problem. This is Pico Pico's wife. This is who Pico Pico is. That's Pico Pico. After the death of his father in 1819, Pico Pico settled in San Diego, California. A Catholic, he married Maria Ignacia Alvarado at La Iglesia de Nuestra. I'm doing my best. Señora la Reina de Los Angeles on February 24th, 1834. Here we go. This is Pico Pico, you guys. This is what he really looks like. Iglesia is a church. All right. Iglesia is a church. I just butchered that word. Oh, forgive me. Juan Francisco Reyes. This is who we just talked about. This is the picture that he provided of Juan Francisco Reyes. Right? Is this him? Is this him? Let me play it because I don't want you to miss this. Why? Because the history's hidden, you guys. It's hidden in the bullshit. It's hidden in the bullshit. This is what he presented to people to invest in this building, you guys. This is what he did. You tell me.
Grandmother of Los Angeles, Francisco Reyes, the once governor of California. There's a street, Pico Boulevard, named after him. He had black ancestry.
This is who he's saying.
Francisco Reyes, who was the first mayor of Los Angeles, he had black ancestry.
The mayor, you guys. Listen. I need you guys to listen when I say this. I'm going to be completely honest with you. He's saying this is Francisco Reyes. You guys, that is not Francisco Reyes. This right here is not Francisco Reyes. Why did he show you this and say this is Francisco Reyes? Francisco Reyes is a real person. You guys, this is not him. You know who this is? This is actually a drawing of a description of soldiers. This isn't anybody. This is not anybody, you guys. This is the description of soldados de guerra. Who is this? Who are they? The guerra, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this right. Anybody who knows Spanish, please help a brother out. The guerra dragons guarded and defended the border of the territories of the current U.S., right? The territories in the north of Mexico acted as borders, especially in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Colorado, Nevada. They had to prevent indigenous tribes from the area or others from more distant areas from crossing the border, entering the territory to attack or rob the ranches. The Cuerda soldiers of New Spain were the first to effectively confront Apaches, Comanches, I can't pronounce that Indian tribe, the Ute, etc., in northern Mexico. You guys, the soldados, he showed you a picture of who?
The grandmother of Los Angeles, Biddy Mason, mayor of Los Angeles.
Of a soldado. And said it was somebody else. Oh, the Sioux. Someone said pronounce Sioux. The Sioux Indians. You guys, this is not a real person. This is the image that you get in the encyclopedia showing you what these soldiers wore. This is just an example of how they dressed. He put this picture up and told you that this was Reyes, Francisco Reyes, and said he has black ancestry, you guys. This is what he showed you. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? And you're trusting him to build the hidden history museum? Oh, it's history, all right. It's hidden. You got to find the shit yourself. I had to come out here and find the damn history myself. I guess that's the game. That's the game Tariq is playing. Hide and go find the shit yourself. That's what this is about. You guys, you got to be kidding me. Look up soldados. What is a soldados, you guys? A soldado. This is a drawing, a simple drawing describing the type of soldier, what they look like, how they dressed, what they did. You guys, this is not Juan Francisco Reyes, the first Los Angeles mayor, and he was not the first Los Angeles mayor. What is he doing? What is he doing? Juan Francisco Reyes. You know what's so funny? Oh, soldados means soldier in Spanish. Thank you. Thank you so much. My Spanish is non-existent. Gracias. Gracias, mi amor. I know that. Gracias. What is this guy doing? He said that this was Francisco Reyes. What this image is an encyclopedia drawing used to describe leather jacket soldier. Shout out to you, Double R. It's used to describe so you know what these soldiers look like. You know who these soldiers were? According to real research and historical documentation, who were the soldados? How do you pronounce Cuerda? The Cuerda? You guys, they were called the dragons. They guarded the territory. You know what they were like? Essentially, modern day, you guys, this is border patrol. This was border patrol. They protected, well, I won't say protect, they defended the ranchers from the native Indians of the land, the people who lived here. Tariq Nasheed is telling you to honor this man. This picture, this figurine, he's saying honor him. Honor this person who was killing natives of this country. Protecting them from who? Ranchers. You guys, essentially these guys were border patrol agents. Tariq Nasheed threw some stuff together and sold you a fantasy. He sold you a hidden history fairy tale. said this is Francisco Reyes. You know who Francisco Reyes is? This is Francisco Reyes. This is the Francisco Reyes family, you guys. In 1769, Francisco Reyes left his home in Mexico to join the Spanish army. Reyes, a mulatto settler. In 1793, Reyes became the first elected mayor of the hamlet. You guys, hamlet means community. Hamlet means small parish. He became the first elected mayor, a position he held for 2 years. They are considering him the first Black and the first Hispanic mayor because he has Black ancestry. You guys, this is the real Juan Reyes, Juan Francisco Reyes. This is the real one. And guess what? When I was in the Hidden History Museum, I didn't see him. You know who I saw? I saw the soldado. I saw this guy. This guy is who I saw. A drawing. This is the guy with Black ancestry. I love this beautiful black pigtail right here coming on the side. I like this. I love this hair that she has. She's really repping that Native American vibe right there. You guys, you know who was FBA's hidden tether history? Listen, you guys, I'm gonna get to the super chats. I'm gonna get to the super chats when this main piece is over. But this is who Reyes is. He was a mulatto settler. You guys, he came from where? He came from Mexico. He came from Mexico. He was not the first mayor of Los Angeles. You guys, according to the Los Angeles Almanac, Francisco Reyes was a mayor in 1793. You know who the one before that was Marinino Verdugo? Who else is this? Jose Sonova in 1789 and Jose Venegas in 1786. You guys, this is Spanish colonial Los Angeles. Why is this important? Accuracy, when you're talking about history, absolutely matters. It matters. And here's my problem with people like Tariq and Six, the godless, right? They talk with so much confidence that you think that what they're saying is true. Just because I speak with confidence doesn't mean what I'm saying is actually true or real or accurate, you guys. This brother talks, it's hard, you know, and you look and you ask yourself, where does he get this information from? You listen to him and you're just supposed to believe him because he said it with confidence. Oh, this is Francisco Reyes, and he was the first Los Angeles mayor, and he had Black ancestry. You'd be like, oh shit, oh wow, I didn't even know that. Sir, where'd you get your degree at? Tariq, where'd you study your history, sir? Where? Oh, I studied at the Hidden History University, where we make shit up. Oh, I studied at Believe Me Bro University. That's where I studied from. You know, and this is the problem that I have. All these people who you're naming, they're not FBA. And that's okay, because there are a lot of FBA, foundational Black Americans, who did phenomenal things, who are extremely noteworthy. During slavery, fresh out of slavery, did phenomenal things, and you missed all of them. You're not even talking about them. You're not even highlighting them. So again, why are you highlighting people who have questionable ancestral descent? Yeah, they got some African in them. Okay. And you're overlooking so many other people who you know for a fact, without a doubt, you can look at them and you don't think twice. Why are you bringing hidden history? No. I mean, they're honorable mentions. They're honorable mentions. But even with this, right? He's the first mayor of Los Angeles. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. That's a fact. According to the Los Angeles Almanac, I'm sure they got it right. I'm sure they got it right. Los Angeles had over 4 different periods of governing in that area, in that city. The first 1781 through 1822, they called the Spanish colonial Los Angeles. Then you had the Mexican Los Angeles between 1822 and then 1840. Then 1841 to 1843, you had Los Angeles governed by Jueces de Paz, then you had another one. And then lastly, you have 1848 to present day, you have the American Los Angeles. And so in each different periods, you would say that there is the first in each period. And so the history is broken down about that period, the time period. And so again, why was he even mentioned in his video, right? That's my thing. Why was this guy even, what was there so many other black people you could have mentioned in this video? And you mentioned these two, you mentioned Pico, you mentioned France, and you didn't even get it right, right? You got it wrong on both cases. This is embarrassing, you guys. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. We get back to the stream.
He had black ancestry. The grandmother of Los Angeles, Biddy Mason, who was a former slave who became the wealthiest woman in California. We're going to talk about a lot.
Now, he got that right. Shout out to Biddy Mason. You guys, I've never knew about her. So one could argue, yeah, he's putting out some good information, right? So Bridget Biddy Mason from 1818 to 1891 is an American hero born enslaved. Her story is phenomenal and powerful story, very inspirational, very motivating. You guys, her story is amazing. What she persevered, what she overcame, how she invested her money, how she bought land, and how she became wealthy. She also founded the first African Methodist Episcopal Church in Los Angeles in 1872. That church was probably about 10 minutes from where I was, where the actual Hidden History Museum is. So yes, he got this one right. This is very accurate, very powerful story. This lady, and it's my first time hearing about her. And so again, these are things, right? So this is something I had to point out because it's
in the
crazy.
museum. Also in the museum, we're going to have 5 basic sections. We're going to have a master teacher section where we talk about the teachings of John Henry Clark.
Master teacher section. All right. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real. Let's look at the different sections. Master teacher section is the first one. What was I disappointed about? There were 4 sections inside the museum. Each section was essentially a bookshelf, a glass bookshelf. You guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm disappointed. I am extremely disappointed. Why? Because one, there was no real effort put in to designing this museum. There was no real drive to actually create something that was meaningful. There was an extreme lack of creativity, and this place did not even meet the bare standards of what modern day museums look like. There was no intent to create anything remotely to a museum in this facility, and it's disrespectful, it's disappointing, and it's shameful. It's shameful. It bothered me because this was an opportunity to actually really create something that was meaningful and purposeful and do it correctly, do it properly. You guys, there were let me just show this right here. And then we can get into Master teacher, right? All right. So this is what he's talking about, the master teacher wall. This is the master teacher wall. It is a case line, and this is what's in it. Right? This is what's in it. You know, so I looked at these photos and I said, okay, what's in this glass case line? You guys, essentially it's a professional bookshelf that's covered in glass, right? So then I'm looking at it and I'm saying, what am I missing? What am I missing? These are pictures of Black people that's printed on a canvas that's maybe 6x6 canvas. A 6x6 canvas, you just have printings of photos of people with a little paragraph. Dr. Rashidi, right? You got some writing right here about him. You got some figurines of some Moors right here. Does this do it any justice? Does this right here? I could read this shit online. I could read this shit online, Tariq. What is this? You got pictures of some Moors that you got off of Google Images, right? You went on Moors.com and you pulled photos, right? You pulled some images online and you printed it on. Man, come on. You guys, this is tacky. This is tacky. Ida B. Wells, this is what she deserves? To be printed on a piece of canvas. How much do you think this cost? How much did this cost? Then the brother, look what he did to your brother, Louis Farrakhan. Look at it. He got Farrakhan off in the corner. I was there. I missed it. I didn't even see him on here. You got Farrakhan hiding in the corner with a figurine. Right? Look at this. Who is Louis Farrakhan? Tell me. I don't know anything about this gentleman, and I show up to the Hidden History Museum. Listen, you have to figure it out for yourself when you come here. You better know something. Why? I went into this facility. There was nobody there to guide me. There was nobody there to tell me about my hidden history. Why is Farrakhan here in the corner? And you know he's mixed, right? You know Farrakhan got a little something else in him. So did Malcolm X, you guys. They had a little tether in them. They got a little tether in them. Look at this. Queen Afua. Who is this? Why is she right here? You guys, you know why it's the hidden history? This shit is hidden all over. You got to go in here and find it. It's so small. Who is this? Oh, shit. Dave Chappelle hiding in the Hidden History Museum. Why is he here? What is it about Dave Chappelle that you do not know? What is it about him that you do not know? Who? Martin over here in the side about I have a dream. What? Listen, you guys, I'm not making this up. Who else is hidden over here in the corner? What is this? American Expo. I don't even know what this is. This is Dr. Carol Anderson, Hidden History. These people are still alive. What's the history about them? Where is the hidden history? Where is it? This is what the Moors got. The Moors deserve a whole damn wall. They deserve a wall. You know what this nigga gave them? He gave them a corner at the top right of a bookshelf covered in glass. And this figurine he bought from the swap meet, he put over here in the corner. The Moors did a lot of amazing things. They conquered damn near half of South Europe. They did a lot of great things, and this is what you gave them? They brought innovation, medical, knowledge, technology. They brought a lot of everything to Europe. During the Dark Ages, you guys, they brought them out the dark. Listen, these people deserve a wall. You gave them a corner. This pisses me off. Oh, and listen, it gets, and who? Madame CJ Walker. Madame CJ Walker. Oh, she's here, all right. You got to find her. Can you guess who? It's a mystery. Can you guess who? Do you have a clue? Can you find these important Black people? They're painted on canvases by 5x5, and they're hidden in this, and you got to find them. It's like a damn Easter egg hunt when you go inside this museum. Can you find Louis Farrakhan? You got 5 minutes. He's hidden. Oh, there he is. I found him. What do I get? You get nothing. You get nothing. You get nothing. Brought them out the dark ages, and you got them in a dark corner. The Moors, you got them in the corner, brother? Nah. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Shout out to Millennial Mark TV. He came in early. He just hit the Millennial already know what time it is. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shout out to you. Always supporting. You know, I appreciate you. 100%. Shout out to that logo too. That logo is dope. Anthony Davis came in. With a $10 super chat. Also, remember the channel. He said, "Bro, you must have worked Vice. You shutting down male and female hookers." Yeah, you know, I work special ops. I got a little chance to do a little work, but you know, the truth is the truth, man. And one thing people cannot hide is when your heart is not in the right place and when you're not doing things with the right intentions, you guys, you can't hide it. You just can't hide it. You know, there's a difference between people who are genuine and those who are playing games. It's their work. It's so obvious. You judge people by their fruit. And you got Six the Godless who's presenting out a bunch of poisonous fruit, and it's self-evident. You have Tariq Nasheed, he's putting out fruit, and it's not healthy. It's not healthy, you know? And so people, we got to call this stuff out. We got to hold people accountable and say, hey, you got to do better, you know? And it's not that they don't say good things here and there, right? A broken clock is right twice a day, but it's still broken. It's still broken. And this is the problem when we try to constantly divide people. The reality is we should just honor great people in general who are Black descent, who are Black ancestry or African ancestry. It doesn't matter. So when they come in here and they start creating all this division, now it backfires and makes them look silly because now you're talking about people who we should normally be honoring anyways. Why? Because they're melanated people, right? And they did great things. Let's honor melanated people. But then we want to start dividing people up all different type of ways, 4 different ways, 5 different ways. And now we listen, now you got cake on your face, right? Now you look silly. So shout out to you for this. You're right, said FBA history is tether history. You know, at the end of the day, again, I don't like the division. You know, I like his message on his website. His website of his nonprofit aligns more so with me, right? Melanated people need to come together, stick together, work together, build together. You know, listen, you're gonna have some people who were ignorant, right? This goes without saying, you guys. We know this to be true 100%. And you don't work with them. You know, all Africans, all immigrants from Africa are not bad people. They don't all look down on Black Americans. All Black Caribbeans, people coming from the Caribbean do not look bad or look down or talk bad on Black Americans, right? All Black Americans don't talk bad on Caribbeans or Africans, you guys. So we need to be able to have that discernment and call those who are bad actors. But to make these blanket statements is divisive, right? 100% divisive. Shout out to Jamari81. Thank you. with the super sticker showing nothing but love. I appreciate it. Truly a blessing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I think at the end of the day, we find ourselves constantly in battle with ourselves, you know. And these people are paid to create this division. And that's how I know. That's how I know. And then outside of that, I know a little bit more probably about Tariq than a lot of other people know. But for the most part, listen, all you have to do is judge a person by their fruit. That's it. That's it. All that other stuff doesn't matter. Some people talk such a good game that you get lost in their wordplay. But then when you look at what and you take your time and hear what they're saying, you're like, hold on, that doesn't sound right. Absolutely doesn't sound right. Shout out to the big homie. Dre Blanco, he says he's counting on the ignorance of the black race to make a buck. Lie to black folks, make a buck. Tell black folks the truth, lose many bucks. That's so true. We got to get out of that too, right? We got to get out of the thing that where we only want to hear people when they're, tickling our ear, when they make us feel good. Sometimes the truth doesn't feel good. Sometimes the truth doesn't feel good. And it doesn't mean that you push it away. It doesn't mean that you insult or disrespect the person telling the truth, right? Or if you're unsure, take the time to do your own investigation. Take your time to research. Now I'm doing the research because I know he's funny. He's funny acting. So of course I'm looking at him with the side eye. And so I decided to look into it more when I started hearing people complain about the museum. And I said, well, let me look into it because I'm going to do the research properly, right? So what do I do, you guys? I physically go out there. Go out there and look for myself. I look for myself. We got to get out of this thing in our community where we, I say it all the time, and I think people don't realize it, that it's so much easier to fool a person than to tell them that they have been fooled, right? That is the big conundrum in our community. It's easy to fool us, but the moment we try to tell you you've been fooled, you don't want to believe it. I have to go out of my way. I got to travel near and far. I got to go and infiltrate a facility, take pictures, bring back evidence and show it, put it in your face. And there are still people who aren't going to believe it. They're not going to believe it. They're going to be like, oh, you're a hater. He spent this $2 million properly. We got what he said he was going to give us. He printed Google images of important Black people on canvases that are approximately $1.50. I know, you guys, I'm a painter. I know how much a canvas costs. $2, $3 canvases. He printed their images with a paragraph about them. Some of these Black leaders and Black nations, you can't put anything paragraph worth of information on a 5x5 canvas and do it justice. You just can't. You just can't. Shout out to my brother Millennial. He said, Millennial Marks, I wonder if Eddie Murphy is white. That Rick James put those dirty shoes on us in there. That's definitely Black history. I heard from ladies saying that folks are. I've heard from someone that they plan on donating some items to this museum that are kind of Black artifacts and things like that have historical, like some historical symbolism or whatever that they plan on donating. But we'll see. We'll see. And this is, again, this kind of just goes back to this right here. My perfect example is You got like Frederick Douglass right here. You got Malcolm X right here, next to Dave Chappelle. Next to Dave Chappelle. What does Dave Chappelle have to do? Why is he in between Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Frederick Douglass? Why are these brothers down here at the bottom? Like I just is it me? Is it me? Is it the tether in me? Right? Am I tethering right now? Someone tell me if I'm tethering. Am I tethering? If I'm tethering, let me know. Someone said, Nina said, looking for Firecon, like, well, where's Waldo? Yeah. Yeah. You know, maybe I'm tethering. Gail, am I tethering? Gail will let me know. Gail know I got that FBA hairline strong. I said no. Gail, I was told I have a non-FBA hairline. Oh my God. So a tether is basically the concept of a tether. No one explained it to me, but apparently tethering is something that you're connected to, right? So I'm assuming when Tariq created the term tether, it means that you are I don't even know why I mean, it makes it kind of it's like in his sick xenophobic logic, I could see what he's trying to say. Tethering is like you're trying to connect to something, but you're not of that thing, right? Like it's like a string connected from one place to another. So it's kind of like that same concept what they call like an anchor baby. That was a term that was used for people who would leave a country, sneak into another country and have a baby. That baby then grants you citizenship, right? So you're tethering yourself, connecting yourself to the country through that child. So he's calling immigrants tethers. Well, I was born here in America. I'm not a tether, right? But his version of what a tether is anybody whose distant relatives are not an American descendant of black slaves. So, that's his logic. It's ignorant at best, but that's what he goes off of. So he's talking about, I'm gonna go back to the video. He's talking about master teachers, you guys. That was the master teacher section that we just looked at. So you saw the master teacher section. Look at the master teacher section here that he is showing on his wall.
Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Amos Wilson. We're going to have another section for Black inventors. We're going to talk about the Black people who invented things like the modern refrigeration system, the modern toilet system, the modern home security system, and so much more.
Black inventors. Let me see. So we talked about the Black inventors. Here's the Black inventor section. Window. All right. Here's the Black inventor section, you guys. Again, what are we looking at? We're looking at another glass case. Another glass case with pictures in it. Now, again, I'm not here to discredit what he tried to do. I'm showing you what he did. This is the Black inventor section. This is what he put together. And we zoom in. What do you have? Again, you guys, what you have is Black inventors printed on a 4x4 canvas, $4, right? Their photo, pictures, TJ Marshall, Lita Newman, Alexander Pushkin, Louis Latimer, history of the law jockey, the Jim Crow, Jim Crow memorabilia. Why is that in here? So again, this is Black inventors. Okay. Okay. Shout out to Uncle Ben. Shout out to Cream of Wheat. Okay. Minstrel clowns. Okay. Um, what else do we have here? Restrooms, white color. Did Black people invent that? I don't know if that's what he's insinuating because it's inside this glass case. I don't know. I don't know. No one was there to tell me. Right? No one was there to tell me. I'm just showing you what I saw. Okay. I'm showing you what drinking fountain, white and colored. Did Black people invent the signs that segregated them? I don't know. I'm just showing you what I saw. Okay. Um, Colored entrance. Here's what bothered me the most, and I'm gonna be completely honest with you. This is the Black inventor section. When I say that it lacks absolutely, it has there's an absence of creativity. There's an absence of true intentionality. In this, you go down here. I mean, he got Uncle Nearest on here. This deserved a more proper display, in my opinion. I'm familiar with the Nearest Green story. For those who are not familiar with Uncle Nearest and the Jack Daniels story, it's a very powerful story, very beautiful story. But this was disrespectful. This was disrespectful. What was even more disrespectful is this right here. Again, another hidden history moment, you guys. Another hidden history moment. What do you have right here? The history of Black scientists, you guys. History of Black scientists. Listen, you can't make this up. Now, I might be tethering, but I'm going to tether some truth. I'm going to tether some truth to your ass. This is disrespectful. You guys, Black scientists, he put it on a sheet of paper and put it in the bottom corner of, look at this, look at this. This is where it's at. This is where it's at. No proper display of information that's really, really important. You guys, when he said this, the Hidden History Museum, he wasn't playing. He wasn't playing. What is this? How do I learn from this? You guys, this deserves a wall. This deserves proper display. Who are these people? Listen, even on here, you can see who the light-skinned Black folks are, right? They're the brightest ones on the image. You can tell all the real dark ones right here. You can see all the dark ones. You see how many light-skinned folks are? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody else is dark on here. You can't make this up. This within itself is disrespectful. You guys, he doesn't care. This isn't about a museum. This isn't about hidden history. How much do you think it costs to put this together? This right here. This right here. How much? I raised $2 million and I gave you this right here. I gave you 4 of these. This is what he's talking about when he says Black inventors. This is what he provided. Black inventors. Wow. Who are the Black inventors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Listen, I know more than this. What's hidden, you guys? I'm not learning anything. And the most information in this box is at the bottom right, at the bottom. At the bottom. He put Jim Crow minstrel paraphernalia in here as if we don't know about that. Black inventions? What is this? Did we invent this? What are these? What are those? Where's the information? Where is it at? Listen, if it's not on Canvas, you can't read nothing about it. You guys, what did I say earlier? It meets the bare standard requirements needed to become a museum. $2 million. I don't know who this brother on the left side is and why he's there, because this is the Black invention side. Well, who we have up here? Inventor George Washington Carver. Shout out to that brother. Okay. Tell me. Tell me something about him. I'll wait. Wait, let me guess. I got to find it myself. It's hidden somewhere, maybe in the painting. You guys, did I miss the glasses that allowed me to see the hidden writing? Okay, well, hold on. All right, all right. Oh, shit. Charles L. Baker. Okay. Inventor of the what? The friction heater. That's what's up. What year did he invent this? What year? Do you guys see it on here? Where was he? Where did he grow up? Where is he from? Who are his parents? What else did he invent? I'm sure he did more than this. Is this the only image that you have? What year was this, sir? This information's hidden. What are you teaching? Is it even real? What year did George Washington Carver invent what? What did he invent? I just see him pouring some shit. What are you telling me? What are you telling me? Who is he? Where is he from? What did he invent? What year was it? Why is he important? Please, somebody teach me something in this hidden history museum that we spent $2 million. We gave you $2 million to put this together. I'm confused. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying this brother's not accurate. You guys, these are Wikipedia pictures. Black. And who is this? Who is this brother? You just got figurines and G.I. Joe figures and dolls just posted up everywhere. Who is this guy? Does anybody know who this is? Can you tell by his beard? Do you know who this is? I don't know. It was hidden. It was hidden. Who is that? Who is that? I don't know. Listen, I'm just a tether trying to tether. I'm just trying to tether. Michi, I'm just trying to tether, right? Help me out. If I go to a museum, I want to be educated. I have to then go home and do work to figure out who the hell these people are. I have to go, I have to do the work. And when you listen to him describe what he's building, he's talking with such confidence, you guys. He's a word wizard. He's a warlock with words. And you guys opened up your pocket and gave him $2 million. And what did he do? He went to Staples, you guys. He went to Office Depot. He Googled some pictures. He printed them out from Wikipedia. He gave some people a paragraph. He gave others nothing. He told you absolutely nothing, you guys. He spent your $2 million. Where did it go? To a nonprofit organization that he said he doesn't own, but he does own. Where'd the money go? Where'd the money go? Cuckoo Cuckoo. This is disrespectful. This is disrespectful. Ooh, someone said they want to see the donor wall. You're not ready for the donor wall. Lot of mercy. You're not ready for the donor wall. You're not ready for the donor wall. Let me go back to his trailer. Let's go back to his trailer. This is how you hold people in our community accountable for their bullshit.
We're also going to have a section talking about Black explorers. We're going to talk about people like Estevanico the Moor, who is very instrumental.
All these damn Spanish people he hollering at. No offense to the Spanish folks. We understand mulatto and mestizos. You know, I'm all for the Indian European mix. And I'm all and Native American and European mix. I'm all for it. I have nothing against it. All I'm saying is that it's not lining up with what he's talking about. Someone said he spent $15K on the museum, sent the rest to Cayman Islands. Someone said, I was gonna say 100,000, but I'm gonna tell you why I say 100,000. Double R said that's my Uncle Ronnie. Oh my gosh.
In discovering a lot of spaces here in the North American continent. Speaking of Moors, we're going to talk about the Black Moors who conquered Southern Europe. The Black Moors are never talked about in museums. This is going to be the first time it's talked about in our museum.
Oh, hold up. What'd he say? He said, we're going to talk about the Black Moors. He said, we're going to talk about the Black Moors. This is the first time that we've ever talked about the Black Moors. We're going to talk about it in our museum. You guys, did he talk about the Black Moors? Did he talk about the Black Moors? You remember the Black Moors he talked about? He said, we're going to talk about the Black Moors. Did you hear the confidence in that?
Also going to have a section. Moors are never talked. Speaking of Moors, we're going to talk about the Black Moors who conquered Southern Europe. The Black Moors are never talked about in museums. This is going to be the first time it's talked about in our museum. We're also
He said, we're going to talk about the Black Moors. Are you, Tariq? He said they've been never talked about before. We're going to talk and expand on the Black Moors. We're going to talk about the achievements that they've accomplished. We're going to dive deep. We're going to touch history like no one has ever touched. We're going to touch history like pedophiles touch children. We're going to get deep into it. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, we're going to dive deep. We're going to go deeper than anybody has ever deep before on the Black Moors. Nobody talks about them, but I'm going to talk about them. You guys, he talked about them, all right? You know what he did? He put their ass in a corner. He put their ass on a corner on a 6x12 canvas that he printed images, cartoon images off of Wikipedia. Oh, he talked about them, all right? He talked about them so well that I don't even know who the hell the Moors are. This is what he said. The Moors were Black people who occupied and ruled parts of Southern Europe for 700 years. No shit, you can find that on google.com. The first wave of Moors were Islamicized Africans who entered into the, what did he say? Iberian Peninsula in the year 711 AD. Subsequently, there were Black Christians and other non-Muslims, Black people. Guess what I'm going to do? I know exactly where he got this from. I know exactly where he got this from. I will pull up the Google page showing the exact quote, word from word, off of a website. Is that your leader, you guys? Is this the infamous Tariq cult leader, Nasheed? I could pull up the website and show you quote for quote, you guys, the cut and paste. This is what the Moors deserve, a cut and paste? You heard what he said? We're going to go deeper. He said, we're going to go deeper than anyone has ever done, you guys. He went deep all the way in the corner of a bookshelf. This is what he said. I didn't say it. Am I saying he plagiarized? Yes. 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 You guys, what's the problem here? Is this a museum? Or is this a photo gallery? What did he say about the Moors? You can't make this up. I didn't say it, you guys. He said we're going to go deeper. I'm going to tell you about the history of the Moors. No, you didn't, sir. I know nothing. I know nothing. What did he say?
We're going to have a section talked about in museum. Moors are never talked about in Moors who, speaking of Moors, we're going to talk about the Black Moors who conquered Southern Europe. The Black Moors are never talked about in museums. This is going to be the first time it's talked about in our museum. We're also going to have a section talking about Black rebel leaders, like the Black Seminoles, like other Black Maroons. We're also going to have a section talking about the real history of Black music, particularly the foundational Black American history of hip-hop. I produced like other Black Maroons. We're also going to have a section talking about the real history of Black music.
The history of Black music. Why does it belong in a hidden history museum? Can someone tell me why? What is it about the hidden history museum? Why do we need Black music in there? I'm not against it. I'm just saying, why is there's so much more, is what I'm saying. Black hip hop music wouldn't even be a highlight in a reel, a trailer. It just wouldn't. There's so much more, you guys. And the reason why I say why Black music, because it's not hidden, right? It's there's not anything really hidden. Now, I'm not against it. And I think it's great that he did it. But what I'm saying is there was so much more. There was so much more. But this is why. That is why. That is why. So let's look at it. And this is West Coast hip hop history. So is this about all Black music? Could you imagine the origins of music coming out of Africa that you could have touched on? You could touch on how music was used to send messages for slaves so that they can trick the slave masters. They sang music on how to escape, right? You could even, I mean, there's so much more you can cover. And what you decide to cover is West Coast hip hop. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying it's not accurate. Right? It's irrelevant. Who does he put up here? NWA, Ice Cube, Eazy-E, right? Dr. Dre. Why are they? Why? Why? I'm curious for the why. Why? This is the third section, the hip hop museum, or this is the fourth one. This is what it is. This is what it is, you guys. Again, more images printed on a canvas. He got Eazy-E on here. Why does it? This is it. Means you say he wrong. Why? What is this? This means nothing. Well, it has a meaning. I'm saying there was something more that could have been done with this section. Something of more historical relevance, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Why is who Who gives a damn about Eazy-E? Respectfully, no disrespect. On the grand scheme of history and origins of music and in-depth meaning and what music did to the culture, Eazy-E? Am I wrong? Let me go back to the let me go to the take you through the walkthrough, because for the most part,
particularly the foundational Black American history of hip hop. I produced a lot of best-selling.
Let me go through the stream so you guys can see the actual physical look of everything, and then we'll get back to some more of the photos. So again, so I wanted to show you that. Let me continue to get back to the walkthrough, right? So let's get back to the walkthrough so you guys can see what the actual area looks like, okay? Like inside this 4x4 space. I'm going to show you the real, right now I showed you the main pieces of the museum. They're all encased in those bookshelf, those glass, the glass case, right? All of, or 90% of what's being shown is in there. Everything else is on the walls. All right. So this is just the walkthrough now. I'm going to show you so you can see. Anybody here?
They should probably.
In the back. Oh, right here at the Hidden History Museum. I like that. All right, because with some chinks on. Nice. All right, so I'm at the Hidden History Museum, of course. Your boy's up here in the front. Interesting. Let's see what it looks like on the inside. Got records in here. Egyptian musk or Egyptian smut. Which one? It's pretty interesting as a stage. Got the Hidden History Museum banner. Nobody's here. So this is an amazing place. Hey. You guys, I finally made it to the Hidden History Museum, and it is amazing. Check this out. This is the West Coast hip hop history, and definitely a lot of renowned artists here. You have breaking, as you know, that's a FBA, Foundational Black American thing. We created that. I like how they're paying homage to NWA, my favorite group. As we know, I grew up with this music. Some of these brothers on here are a little bit older than I am. I don't know nothing about them. Rodney O and Joe Cooley in the game. Uncle James Army, first time I heard about them, but check this out. Then on this side, FBA Pioneers of California. This is actually very interesting. I'm gonna take some pictures of those to share with you guys as well. And then over here, nice little bar for events. So, first museum I've ever been in where there's actually a bar. There's a bar. So, why do you have a bar in a museum? I thought that was weird. There's a bar, there's a microwave, there's a popcorn machine. Why is there a bar in a museum? It's different, but why is there a bar in a Black museum? Right? Honestly, that kind of made me feel kind of weird, right? Because I hate the idea. Sometimes it makes me feel like there's certain things you gotta give or put or provide around Black people in order for us to participate. I've been to museums and art galleries and shows where they've had vendors come in and they do things, and they provide drinks and so forth and so on. I've never seen a bar in a museum, so it's different. You guys, is this a great event space? Yes. Is this a great space for entertainment? Yes. Would I call it a museum? Someone said hidden Hennessy. Um, you know, would I call it a museum? No. Is it a great event space for Black events and so on and so on? Absolutely. I could see hosting stuff and events. I think it'll be great, you know. But uh, this is me. This is me at the bar. It's me at the bar. So 4 chairs, bar. He says six the godless will be performing there. I wouldn't be surprised. All she need is a damn stripper pole right at the stage. Put a pole on the stage and she gonna feel right at home, you know. Swinging sixes. That's what we should call it. Someone said, is this a nightclub? You know, some people are saying it's a juke joint, you know. It looks like an event space. I wouldn't call it a museum. And if it's an event space, that's fine. Right? That's fine. But then there's a stage, you guys. There's a stage with a microphone, there's a TV. I've been to, again, and what I said earlier is if you walk into the place, you don't get museum vibes. You don't. It looks like a comedy club. It looks like a nightclub. It looks like a place you come together and hang out with friends and you look at the accomplishments of Black people if you can find them. It's hidden. Gotta have that. I already know they got Michael Jackson in the back, Beyonce. That look like my brother Prince. Who is this guy right here? You know he does look like what's the name who played him too. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. They did a good job with that. Popcorn already right here. They got a bar right here. And then the back door. Guess what? This place is trash, you guys. It's fucking trash. I don't feel like I'm learning a goddamn thing, but that's actually a good idea. So we gotta make it look like we're having a good time. This section right here, the Black Inventors, which I think is really dope. You guys a forward look. So that's the right there, the Black Inventor side that I showed you earlier. Again, that is the sweep, pretty much the sweep of the location. Shout out to this. She said this would be a good escape room area. Absolutely. I think that's true. And again, this is no shot at the venue. This is a nice venue. It looks nice. I'm just saying it's not giving me museum. Not giving me museum. Someone's an undercover tether. 00 tether to you, miss. 00 tether. That's what I need to. That's what I'm start calling myself. 00 tether. Where's the donor wall? People want to see the donor wall. All right. We're gonna get to the donor wall. Let me bring up the donor wall. Let me bring up the donor wall. I had an insider reach out and say, hey, I donated a lot of money. And I said, what's your name? Gave me the name. Guess what, you guys? They're not on there. This is not a donor wall. You know what this is? With all due respect, it's a donor painting, posting picture. It's a donor picture. on a canvas, you guys. Just like everything else in here, everything is on a canvas, printed on a canvas. This is something that was acquired at Office Depot. You can do this at Staples, Office Max, you guys, Amazon. You can buy this stuff. This is the donor. This is not a wall. This is something he's gonna have to replace when he gets more names. This is not a donor. Donor wall is. Is this a wall? This is so frustrating to look at. You guys, I left out of here fresh. When I say I was upset, this is it. For those who have donated, who eventually will watch this, see if you can find your name. Your name is hidden in here somewhere. But here are the names, you guys. Shout out to those who donated. I'm not mad at those who donated, but is this what you donated for? Anybody in the chat donated? Let's see if we can find your name on here. Anybody in the chat donated? Is your name on here? That's it. Someone said hidden donors. The Hidden Name Museum. Y'all are wrong. Y'all are worse than me. What the hidden donors? Somebody's missing. Leroy Jackson Jr., Bro Muhammad Fard, Carissa LaShonda Banks, Kitaka Braddock, Garcia Clark, Matt 2568, Dwayne Hicks, Sun Woman 22. Listen, are these the donors? Come on, you guys. I'm not mad. Like, I think this is a beautiful thing. I don't want anybody to get it wrong, get it twisted. This is beautiful. I love the support. I think you absolutely should support a cause. I'm asking you, was the money used appropriately? Was it used appropriately? Only you can be the judge. I'm just showing you what I saw. I'm just telling you what I didn't like. These are the donors. This is the donor photo. It's not a wall. He said it's a wall. But what I noticed about Tariq, just because he said it doesn't mean it's real. Just because he said it doesn't mean it's true. He said you got a donor wall. He's lying, you guys. Well, I mean, it's not that he's wrong. He's not accurate. This is a donor posting on a wall. So it's the wall where the donor names can be located and found on a printed canvas. That's accurate. He has photos though, which I noticed of I'm guessing people who maybe donated the most. He put pictures of them up. And you guys, you know where this needs to be at? This needs to be at the front of the museum. You know where it's located? In the back corner of the museum. How disrespectful is that? The donor wall. You know where when we started the video and you saw Tariq's face, his picture up, that's probably where the donor should go. If we go back and we look at my video, hopefully it might be Boulevard. Where should the donor? This is where the donor wall should be at. The moment you walk in, this is where the donor wall should be at. Where you see all the names and photos of people who've invested their money. Right here. But whose face do you see? This guy. It's also Tariq. Tariq ain't coming down from right here. I'm surprised he didn't do a whole full body shoot frame on here. I'm surprised. He's not. That's where the donor wall should be. That's where it should be at. Let me Let me get to the super chats real quick, and then we're gonna close out with the last segment of the video. I'm gonna do a whole 360 of the place, pan it so you can see it. I want to get your thoughts, you guys, and then we'll be closing out, right? But shout out to you, my dear. Thank you. Said you put in work on this one. I had to donate. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen, I flew near and far. I had to go all the way to LA to check this out. You guys, next I'm about to run up on Dr. Umar's school. I'm about to kick in the door over there and go walk through and see what's really going on, right? So shout out to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support tonight. Shout out to my lovely, lovely Lois Lane. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, YouTube got your boy. I'm shadow banned like a jokester on here. They absolutely, people are always complaining that they are not getting the alerts. You know, it's so unfortunate. It sucks really bad, you know, but I thank you guys for constantly checking back and looking and seeing if there's anything going on the channel. But for the most part, everybody eventually checks and they catch up. A lot of people catch the replay. But Ms. Lane, thank you so much for your super chats that I almost missed you. I'm about sick of YouTube keeping you hidden. Yep, they got me more hidden in this hidden history museum. I'll tell you that right now. Shoot, they got your boy hidden. You know, and I think what's funny is YouTube, and I still don't understand the algorithm properly, to be quite honest. There's a method to the madness. There's certain techniques and things you got to do. I just get so busy. I got so much other stuff going on. It's hard for me to even play these YouTube games with the algorithm in order to try to get that. You have to literally fight, and I think even pay some money. I think too, and that's something someone was telling me about this. There's just other methods. I just need to dive into all of them to make sure the message is getting out properly. But a lot of the expansion and growth of my channel, thanks to all of you guys, is from word of mouth, and then people sharing the content as well goes a long way. So again, I appreciate all of you. And Miss Lane, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is a very interesting topic, you guys. Again, we're gonna go into the panoramic view of this entire place, so you can kind of see. Oh, snap. Interesting. Got some intel coming through. I think he's throwing events paid with the mortgage note. Damn, you know, it's that's going to be a part 2 stream. We'll have to do that. So what's interesting with this though is when you see the inside of everything, it's gonna really bring up some questions in reference to what is this venue really used for. And if you wanted to create like a nightclub or an event space, all you have to say is we're creating an event space, you know? So I don't know. Shout out to the big homie Dre. He said, well, they put your name up there for purchasing a t-shirt. Nah, this t-shirt was like, how much was the shirt? I think it's like 15, almost $20 for this shirt. I mean, it's clean. You know, I rocks with it. But you know, I want to make sure I still show up and support. Regardless, at the end of the day, it's still an event. It's for Black people. I'm gonna support. You know what I mean? I'll reach out to Tariq and see if I can throw a police conference there or something where we show up and talk about police issues. And that's another thing too, right? Like, just to be completely honest, what are the things we're missing? There's sections in there he could have talked about people in law and the legal field, attorneys. There's some historical Black attorneys that were FBA fresh out of slavery who got law degrees, right? The first lawyer. You know, there could be a section on the wall about people who have done great things in the legal field. You have people who've done amazing things, believe it or not, in the policing field that should have a space in that place. When you're talking about hidden, when you're talking about hidden history, there's a lot of history amongst black FBA, whether you want to call them slave catchers or not, who've done phenomenal things, defended their communities. They were proud to police their communities, protect the people from KKK and white terrorist groups or people who wanted to terrorize and kill and lynch Black people during that time. So yeah, there are still people who are honorable mentions who need to be honored. So there is sections there that are missing that need to be added, and I'm sure he's probably going to add more over time. I'm just saying that there is so much rich cultural history in America involving African Americans that should be acknowledged and touched on. That is truly hidden. I'm saying hidden as never taught, right? Based on him, based on his logic, the whole purpose was to show history that was purposely left out, that's not talked about. And I think he could have did a better job. I think there were things that he talked about that wasn't hidden. There were things he talked about that were very obvious, right? There was space taken up in areas where other people could have got more of a proper shine, if you will. And that's just my personal opinion. So let me go back to my. I think this is this the last page of this. This is the last page of that. So I'll exit out of that. Let's go back to the video then. Of course, he's right there on the front. Where were we? West Coast hip hop history. Check this renowned NW Joe. So we fast forward. To me just being all right. So this next piece, this is the actual spin of the room. And right here, if we go back just a little bit, right in front of us is the these are the I forgot that section. I think I didn't show the photo of that. I want to say those are kind of like those who kind of conquered or something. I forgot what he called it. Freedom fighters. Those are the freedom fighter section. I think I did not take a picture of that. But right here, behind this curtain, behind this white curtain right here on the left side, that is where the donor wall is. That's where the donor wall is, you guys. For those who I didn't. There's not a good way for me to show it, but that's where the donor wall is. Right over here, you have all this space in the middle. You have tables in here. You guys, this is an entertainment place. This is ultimately what you're looking at is an entertainment venue. This is a venue for entertainment. Right in front of here, where the tables are at, you have a TV. You have a microphone and you have an actual stand. You have a stage, right? You have a stage in the museum. Make it make sense. Then you come over here. This bookshelf that you see right here, this is the actual Inventors bookshelf. That's where the Black Inventors bookshelf is. Then you fast spin over. You got more tables. Right in front of us here, you have the bar. All right, you have the bar where the drinks are sold. And then you have, of course, those artists on top of the wall. You have, was it James Brown, I think, Michael Jackson, Beyonce. Why is that even hidden history? Then you got Prince. Again, you don't see any major jazz players, blues players who are up here, famous Black pianists, violinists that are missing. You have real Black artists that are just absent, right? We know who Michael Jackson is. Again, this is supposed to be the hidden history, right? The hidden history. And all this stuff is obvious history. There's nothing to learn here, really. I mean, just being completely frank with you, a lot of this stuff I think was just for eye-catching purposes. And you spin around right here at this particular case. This is the hip hop museum area. You got a little brown couch. Then you got Dr. Frances Cress Westling. Shout out to her. Phenomenal, educated woman there. Gave a lot of information. Got a lot of good information. Highly intelligent. This section right here is the master teacher section. And again, that's where our Moors segment was, and right there. And then you have the entrance, you guys. and then there's me. that is the spin of the room, you guys. That is the spin of the room. As you can see my face, I am highly disappointed um in this particular setup based on what it was said it was supposed to be. So, but what I will say though is um again, when you look at the wall, you know, there should be in a museum, all this space right here in the center should have been used for, you know, actual, you know, museum shit, right? Like real, you know, again, there's that you walk in here, it doesn't feel like a museum. That's honestly just kind of the moral of the story. You know, you could have put up large walls dedicated with information. Again, we talked about that the scientists, you know, black scientists, you had a timeline of over, it looked like 40 renowned, or I won't say renowned because they're not really known, right? You have about 40 black scientists who have contributed to a lot of great things. Hell, Henrietta Lacks, right? Like you don't even see her on here anywhere, but there are people who are black scientists who contributed some real things, and their story is hidden. Their story we don't know about. Bass Reeves, shout out to Bass Reeves, right? That U.S. Marshal, black, straight out of slavery, right? There are a lot of things that are missing. Shout out to you for that highlight. He could have, and again, he could do what he wants to do. All I'm saying is, when you walk into this place, you don't feel like you're in a museum. That's all I'm saying. You know, where there were areas he should have expanded on some things that should have been a lot larger. Um, you know, he didn't. You know, he didn't. And that's troublesome. You know, if he needs some ideas as to kind of like, you know, what he could probably put up in there, you know, tell Tariq to holler at me. You know, I help him put up some stuff. You know, I did a video during Black History Month, um, talking about, you know, the history of African American police officers. You know, whether we like police officers or not, or however you feel about them, their history is absolutely hidden. I'm going to add a link to that video for those who did not see it. If you haven't seen it, moderators, if you could kind of post that. This is a video that I did on some prominent, renowned um, black men and women who were police officers, some fresh out of again out of slavery, and some during, of course, during the most tumultuous times of racial tension in this country. And they did the best they could for the black community. Some of them in some cities weren't even allowed to carry guns, right? They were only allowed to patrol their city, their neighborhoods. They weren't allowed to arrest white people, right? They had to call for a white officer to come and arrest and deal. They still dealt with discrimination and racism. They were still disrespected and things like that. But they made the community feel proud to see that black people were in a uniform. You know, that's a part of African American history that's not, you cannot deny that. You know, that's undeniable. There were black people who died um, during that time, saving other black people. They were investigating crimes, of course, within their own communities. There was a time when there were black officers that walked the community. They were community oriented, and they were black, and they were trusted, and people respected them. You know, these are things that need to be discussed and shared. This is a perfect place for them to put that in this museum. Why? Because that history is hidden. You know, and I did a whole video on it talking about a lot of the sacrifice that black men and women did. And again, how they were able to get black people, even in the city of Atlanta, their first, I think, first 8 black officers, you know, the entire city of Atlanta, black people came together and put their money together in order to do it, you know, and so their money and their votes, and saying, we want black police officers. You guys, this history is important, regardless of how you feel. This isn't about your feelings. We can't talk about history based on what we feel. There have been some black officers or a black FBI agent who infiltrated Marcus Garvey's movement, right? And he was a part of the FBI, right? That, even though what he did was wrong, that's still a part of history that needs to be taught, right? Because now the FBI hires other people to infiltrate these organizations, right? They're no longer doing it like, how they did the Black Panthers. Well, technically, they are still doing it that way, right? They get someone to fit in. They get someone to co-op an organization like Black Lives Matter, like FBA, right? Right? Or the NFAC, right? So they have people who work like federal agents. Well, and they infiltrate organizations, and they report back. You guys, so it's a part of history, and so you don't know about this, and then what ends up happening? It repeats itself. It repeats itself. Oh, listen, shout out to listen, thank you so much. Shout out to Just Pearly Things. Just Pearly Things. I really appreciate. I really, really appreciate the donation. It's so funny. We're having a stream tomorrow. A lot of stuff, as you know, has been going on, has been circulating, your name. So we're actually going to be talking about that tomorrow, in reference to O'Shea Jackson and Six the Godless and MTR. People are saying that all this it's your fault. It's your fault. But I think it's interesting. I think these conversations are important. And I think it allows us to have these uncomfortable conversations. And it's important, so shout out to you. Thank you for stopping by and showing some love. I appreciate that. I appreciate that 100%. She said, I appreciate the work you do. Let me give you another one of those. Yes. Thank you, my dear. So, here's the thing. And we have time. I'll probably play a little clip from the that video so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I think it's important, if we're going to talk about history, talk about history. Let's not say, oh, don't talk about the police history because this, that, and the other. No, we talk about everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think when we talk about hidden history, there's things about Black history that's hidden, whether we feel uncomfortable about it or not. Regardless, it needs to be in there. So you never know. I don't know what his vision for it is. Tariq is the type of person, like, if you want to talk about it, create your own history. You do your own thing. You build your own building, put your own stuff in there. Like, that's more than likely going to be the immature response that he would give. But in all honesty, the truth of the matter is, if we're talking about hidden history, let's cover everything. Granted, I come from a very specific profession, and so when I did talking about the history of African American police officers, there's a lot of things. You're talking about the first Black police chief, right? You're talking about the first Black mayors of some of these cities. You're talking about the first police officer, right? The first Black police department. There's a lot of those things that they mean something, and they mean something to those family members who are descendants of those people. They're very proud of that. So why not? Why not put it in there? A brother earlier in here, he brought up Bass Reeves, and so I think that's important. There's another guy I think is very important. I am going to share, since we're talking about history. Tariq don't rock with non-FBAs, which is funny. That's the whole point of this stream too. He's so hypocritical because his nonprofit talks about Pan-Africanism. He's promoted a bunch of non-FBAs in his trailer, and so it's weird. It's kind of like, that's why their argument is so flawed, because it's just rooted in division, it's rooted in hate, it's rooted in ignorance, and it just backfires at the end of the day, ends up backfiring. Let me see. This is a good one. This would be dope to have on here, which is the guy who went undercover. He went undercover in the KKK. They actually made a movie about him called The Black Klansman, right? I think that would be a great part to put on here. And again, when we're looking at this from even a bigger perspective, again, with the spin, like I'm telling you, there's just so much, I think, so much space in here that could be used for so much more. But again, when you're looking at it, you're then telling yourself that, you know what? The intent of this place, was it really meant to be a museum? And the answer is probably not. Right? Probably not. Shout out to the Just Pearly Things again for that amazing super chat, my dear. Another little shout out. Shout out to you, Just Pearly Things. You are always welcome here. Don't ever feel shy. You know, we have everybody from all areas, all walks of life. You're all welcome here. You know, my channel is open. It is open to everybody. You know, you guys, that is my review. That is what I saw while I was there. Overall, what is my take? What is the grade, right? If I were to grade this A to F, how would I grade it? How would I grade it? I would give it a, would I give it a D? Would I give it a, or an F? I give it an E. I give it an E for effort. Give it an E for effort. You can't be mad the man did something. You know, you can't get mad. He did something. The question is this something? Is this something? Is it? Is it up to the standard that you feel like it should? I think this is really just a preference thing. Some people walk in there and they're not going to see anything wrong with it. Some people will hear this video, they'll look at what was said, they'll hear my thoughts on it, and they'll be like, I'm tripping. There's some people going to be like, I see exactly what you're saying. I see exactly what you're saying. There are some people who, no matter what truth you bring to them, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What I said earlier, it's easier to fool a person than to tell the person they've been fooled. You know, I know about that. I know how hard it is to tell Black folks something, you know, or people just in general. When they've been convinced, ooh, good luck. Good luck. You know, good luck. I'm gonna drop the link because I already see a comment here that I love. I love these type of comments. If anybody, and this is for those who disagree, anybody who has an issue, you're more than welcome to come up. If you feel like I misrepresented an influencer or misrepresented Black people in some way, or you have some issue with what I said tonight, or you disagree. If you disagree, you're more than welcome to come up. You're more than welcome. No, my platform is open to any and everybody. I don't discriminate and I don't censor. All right? I don't censor. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock. All right. 30 minutes. While the link is dropped, does anybody have any questions they want to ask me in the chat in reference to the museum, the event space? That link is for Nelly Child. If Nelly Child wants to come up, or anybody wants to come up who has an issue or disagreement, you are more than welcome to come up and speak your piece. I don't censor. I'll let anybody come up here and say what they need to say. This channel is for everybody, and I'm an equal opportunist. All right, equal opportunist. Equal opportunist. Any disagreements? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions about this? About this? This setup. Nelly says she got things to do. All right, we'll get back to it then. Nelly, bless your heart. You about to come up here and get your feelings hurt. I'll tell you that right now. You come up here and get your feelings hurt. If you don't like the content, you don't have to watch it. You know, I love when people, that xenophobic talk. Huh, why don't you go back to your country? Man, I was born here. what you want me to do? What you want me to do? I grew up in a black neighborhood around black folks, right? Doing black stuff. Went to a black school, all black. Grew up around black gangs, Crips, Bloods, right? Went to a school where we couldn't wear certain colors, weren't allowed to wear certain athletic apparel, right? Couldn't wear certain things because of gangs. Couldn't wear certain designs because of gangs. What you want to tell me? What you want to tell me? Let me guess, I'm not black enough? Come on now. Y'all got to do better. All that Tariq Nasheed talk got to go. All that Tariq Nasheed talk got to go. And when you find out who he really is, Jesus Christ. I'm waiting for the video, the movie, the documentary 10 years from now to come out. Yeah. Nelly, click the link. You still here, sis? Click the link. Tell me about your African heritage. Let me hear about it. No one disrespected anybody's culture. I'm talking about people who take advantage of other people and defraud them out their money. That's what we're talking about tonight. I'm talking about people who raised money and then gave some trinkets. That's what we're talking about tonight. If you don't like it, mind your business, right? If this ain't got nothing to do with you, then keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. Or wait for the documentary video to come out, exposing a lot of this foolishness that goes on out here. And if you got something to do, go do what you got to do. Chaotic, you gonna cam up? I'm gonna bring you up real quick. I'm gonna get your thoughts on this. Let me pull you up. What's good? What's good, Chaotic?
Nathan. In 1986, Michael Jordan dropped 63 points in a very, very famous playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, you do that every time you go live. You drop 63 every single time.
Thank you.
Let me correct. Give me a second. What you're doing tonight, sir, and I've been in and out, you're doing the work of the Lord.
Mm.
If you had been on the Titanic, sir, it would not have sunk. You would have
Woo.
been running around patching up every hole. Your work ethic is impeccable, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, the fact that you did field work says a lot about your content creator resume, your CV at this point. Many
Mm.
content creators don't do field work. I myself am ashamed that I have not done field work as of yet. To get on a plane, to travel to Cali, to go to that particular neighborhood, which is a high crime area, for you to do espionage, for you to gather data so that we can get a firsthand account is incredible. I did a story on Tariq Nasheed. I had no idea. All I saw was, again, video footage. All I saw was Google Maps. But the fact that you have inside information says a lot. Amazon photos, Best Buy photos. The store is a storefront with little to no parking availability. Abandoned buildings or abandoned storefronts across the street. Sir, many art museums are started or have been started with industrial money. For example, where I'm at, the Cleveland Art Museum, which is the top three, well, one of the top 3 art museums in the nation. It was started by wealthy industrialists. You have to have a board of directors.
Yep.
A board of directors, what they do is they manage the endowment.
Yep.
They manage the endowment. They make sure
that money spent
that a
right.
Tariq Nasheed is under lock and key. They oversight a Tariq Nasheed.
Yep.
They will hire a curator.
Yep.
There are stakeholders that will make sure that this Negro, and I don't mean just Tariq, but anybody, if I'm giving you money, there has to be stakeholders involved. Stakeholders will make sure that you're not dwindling down 90% of the money
on some BS.
On BS, steak dinners, exotic flights, which Tariq has done. The itemized list of things in that building, my good sir, probably is no more than $15,000.
At best.
At best. When I go into art museums, sir, it's almost like I'm walking into, and I'm a flip-flop a minute though, because I'm gonna, because I know you got people in the back. When I go into the Cleveland Art Museum, my good man, when I go into the Egyptian exhibit, when I go into the Roman exhibit, when I go into the Greek exhibit, when I go into the West African exhibit, it's like I'm walking into a certain time period.
Correct.
They have it to the point where if you were under the influence of a drug, you would literally think that you are in that time period.
Yep.
There are the Ishtar gates of Babylon in the Cleveland Art Museum. When I go in there, I can see Nebuchadnezzar, I can see bust, and these aren't busts that people just made 50 years ago. Some of this is antiquity that goes back 500 years, 1,000 years ago. There are Black artifacts in antiquity that go back a very long time. And if he is not going to procure those objects, if he's not going to get a curator to procure those objects and secure them, then he should not have opened this. He may as well have opened a coffee spot, and we would have had more respect for that.
Yep.
We would have had more respect if he said, hey, man, this is just a nightclub, man, for Black people. Hey, man, that's cool.
And that's cool.
That's cool.
And that's cool.
But what Tariq has done is what older Black people refer to, can I cuss over here, sir?
You know you can.
As nigga shit. That's nigga shit. Everything, the lying about the building, the lying about the scale. I could see, I could understand if he said, you know what, I have this 5,000, I don't know how many square foot this particular location is. I could see if he said, you know what, guys, we're going to start off small. We're going to start off very small. I have a storefront. We're going to start off with 2 exhibits.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to scale up eventually. We're going to scale up. I could understand a plan like that. But the fact that this dude opened up what cash flow says as a comedy club is absolutely insulting to Black people, etc. The fact that he has created this whole tether babble, but his nonprofit says otherwise. So you did some good research here.
Thank you.
This is indicative of a pimp, a player, etc. And I keep on saying this. We have too many elite Blacks. We have too many elite Blacks that have allowed nonsense to happen. Oprah. And I hate to name entertainers first, but I'm going to. But Oprah. Let's name some athletes. LeBron. Where is their money at right now? They should say, Tariq, this is bullshit. We get on Twitter, we get on Instagram, we bitch and complain about supposedly social injustice with Blacks. You know what? We're going to funnel money into an endowment for you. We're going to pick and choose a board of directors for you. You're going to be the CEO of this. You're going to be the face of this, but you're going to have oversight because you're a nigga. But you know what, though? We're going to keep you on a chain right now. Okay, so you're not going to blow the $50 million endowment. We're going to give you a salary and you're going to be the face of this. We're going to, the curator, the board of directors, they're going to set up this building to look like a museum. So when I walk in here, I want to walk into ancient Mali, ancient Zimbabwe. I want to get a feel of this. As if I'm walking back in time. I want antiquity in here. You mean to tell me all these wealthy Blacks in the country, they don't have art dealers, they don't have people who know people who have busts of ancient busts that were made back in the day, or that they can procure busts? Sir, I went into the Cleveland Museum the other day. They literally had pharaoh busts that were made thousands of years ago. You mean to tell me nobody can tell Tariq, hey, man, you need to figure out how you can procure some of these artifacts, sir, to make this experience authentic. Imagine walking into a Black History Museum that Tariq has created, and we know he's a race hustler, but imagine if you went in there and he had a bust in there that was from 1,000 years ago. You might say, damn, you know what? This is pretty legit here.
You can respect it,
and you can respect it. But if I go in there and I say, damn, man, this photo looks familiar. Hey, man, I saw this on Amazon 2 days ago. It's for 1999. And I saw this one photo at the gas station. Sir, this is horrible. I'm glad that you've exposed it. And an educated individual like you, an educated individual like me, who understands how business operate, what has happened here is you've let a dictator of sort enact his will on an institution. He has taken that money. He's bought clothes with it. He's bought food, exotic food. He's taken trips to Europe with it. Probably he's done everything other than create a product that leads me to believe that this is an African museum. This is a coffee shop in the hood. Okay. And Tariq, I will say this though, Nathan, he does have redeemable qualities.
Absolutely.
And his redeemable quality is this. He does have a brick and mortar, but what he needs is a board. Again, I'm sounding like a broken record. He needs wealthy Black people who have a vested interest in ancient Black art, even contemporary African-American art, going back 100 years. If he can get antiquity in there, if he can get a full-time staff, if he can get, again, a curator, a pretty hostess at the front door, a 24-hour security guard, I'm telling you, man, he can operate this
He
place
can do
like
something.
a. Go ahead. Yep, he can do something with
He
it.
can do something. He
Yeah.
and that's why. And what you said is spot on. You know, one of my questions, my problem is he's saying, you know, and I was telling earlier, I'm not sure if you caught this, but I was told by a financier, you know, he was like, listen, you know, you're asking for this amount of money to start this business. If I give you half of it, you still shouldn't start the business, right? Having some of the money is like having none of the money, and I'll never forget that lesson that he taught
Yeah.
me. And that's the reality in this situation is that you if you're being intentional and you really mean and genuine what you're doing, the reality is you should not start something if you don't have the money to actually complete it. Because then at the end of the day, what you really did was you really blew that money. And where's the rest of the money coming from? You should have
Yeah.
had donors. You should have
Yeah.
had corporate sponsors. You
Yep.
should have had real. If you are doing what you say you're doing, the money
Yeah.
is there with
Yeah.
grants. I looked up grants before I did this stream a couple days ago. I
Yeah.
saw grants for museums that he could have got money for to help
Yeah.
cover the rest. There's no excuse. If you're
Yeah.
really doing what you say you're doing, there's no excuse. There's money. You could have even leveraged the city. The
Yeah. The
city would
city.
have put
Yep.
money into
Yep.
this project to make sure you had what you needed. There are buildings, you know, chaotic. I showed buildings that were worth $1 million
Yep.
to
I
$2
saw
million
that.
that
Yep.
were actually you don't see his plan for phase 2, 3, or whatever. He wants to build on top of that building that he has right there. They're not going to zone you to build on
Nope.
top of that at all.
Nope.
You're not going to change the code on that building to put another infrastructure. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of money. It's expensive. When
Yep.
you could have took $1 million and bought an already established building that's
Yep.
appropriate for a museum style,
Yep.
and you could have still acquiesced at certain areas for your little
Yeah.
lounge spot and all that. So it's a person who doesn't know business, ignorant to what he's doing, and really had only intentions of in my personal, and I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to argue what his intent was. What I will say is that what he did not produce something that is presentable, that's
Yep.
accurate to what he claimed he was
Yep.
doing. I'm not going to argue his intentionality. The
Yeah.
reality at the end of the day, like you said, and I said the same thing. He has a physical. He created something, but is it an accurate rendition of what he said he was going to do? No.
He
And
doesn't.
it was very tacky. It's tacky,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah. There's no deliverable here, and you are absolutely right. You know, again, I don't. I listen, man. I don't want to sound like a broken record, man, but I look at Tariq like a post-colonial African dictator. He's just going above and beyond, doing what he want to do. He's not thinking about like you said, the people, the community there, etc. He's not thinking about none of that. He's thinking about putting money into his pockets. The fact that what was most appalling that I saw, it wasn't the Amazon photos, it wasn't the decorum, it wasn't the lack of I feel like I'm in a museum. How dare you sell your music albums in your museum? Could you imagine if you went into any museum in America and the curator is like the curator does a side hustle as a singer on the side, and they're selling their album in the, you know, like a lot of art museums have bookstores now, and they're selling their artwork their albums in the bookstore. That's absolutely offensive.
Did you see the album cover? Did you see the album cover?
Right, and the album cover, right? Cover. That should be a separate business altogether. Sell those online. You know, you selling CDs like it's like 1997. This dude is, he's all over he's all over the place, man. But in terms of like the yeah, that's terrible, man. That is absolutely, it's janky.
It's janky. Look at the presentation.
Listen, that display case, he probably got that out of a dumpster somewhere. And to be honest with you, man, he cut corners at all costs, man. He cut costs. Corners. And so I don't see anything in there that
Like
can add
what?
up. Yeah, I don't. What is this? A vinyl album? See, this nigga's crazy. And you know what, Nathan? I don't see anything in there that if you tallied everything up would even be over $15,000 or $20,000, man. And the fact that he was so strategic and rented this storefront lets me know everything I need to know. He rented this storefront in this downtrodden area instead of getting a building that he could scale up to for phase 2 and phase 3 because he
Correct.
wanted to cut costs. I bet you this building to rent out probably is in that neighborhood here, $800 a month.
Yeah, depending on how he acquired it.
Depending on how he acquired it. Yep.
Yep.
This is what does this have to do with African history?
Hidden FBA history.
Yeah. Yeah. What does this have to do with anything?
It's embarrassing. You know, and who is that? I mean, cheeks out. This is the problem, right? Like I don't know, man.
I will admit though, Meek Slide. I mean, his group is pretty good. I will admit.
No, I'm not saying the music not bad. I mean, he had NWA up there. He had a lot of people up there.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not.
You know, the problem is that Nathan. The problem is that we don't shame people enough in the Black community. We don't call people out. We don't cancel people. And I feel as though it's time that these big time entertainers and athletes, especially because they have the big voice in the community, they need to start shaming stuff like this. He has posters. My God, are those posters? Can you imagine going into any reputable art museum in the country and they have posters up? Posters. This is absurd. Did you see any bust in there, sir? Were there any bust? Were there any? Okay. In terms of the art, did you see any art that a big time somebody famous?
There's no art. All these what you see on the wall, those are actually paint canvases that are with digital photo print on them. Like that. That's Dr. Claude Anderson right there.
Yep, I know
behind me right there. Shout out to him. I got his books. He has some phenomenal books. These are posters, man. These are actual posters, no effort. They're just stuff just thrown on the damn wall. And an event banner. Why do you have that? That's still up from the grand opening. So me just says from Staples. But it is, what got me was the bar. I thought the bar was a little bit I think the bar was a little bit over the top, but that's the first time I've ever seen a bar. I mean, my thing is it's an event space, right? Like, let's call it an event space.
It's an
but
event
space.
To
call it a museum is not a good look in my personal opinion. But event space, rent it out, let people go perform, have nightclub, whatever. That's fine. Like, I don't think anybody's mad about that. He could have told people that's what he wanted to build, and he could have really got the same, probably a little bit less money, but it would have been something that people pulled their money together to have. But nonetheless, I just think it's a slap in the face. I think the way he presented the information to me wasn't even the stuff FBA Pioneers of California. This right here, you have this cartoon image of a person who's a fictional character. I didn't even want to bring it up because I felt like I was already going in enough already. But it's not, stuff is not, it's not real. It's to create this lore, this fantasy, and it's hijacking other cultures, hijacking other ethnicities, Spanish, Mexican heritage and things like that. Like, hey, he has 15% African ancestry, we're going to claim it. And it's just kind of that thing that we do as Black people, is that when we see someone who's talented and they have some skill or they did something phenomenal, and it's like, well, their grandparents are, the granddad's Black. I know everybody else is white, but the granddad's Black, so they're Black, so we're claiming it. It's like, Black Americans have done a lot of amazing things. We don't need to try to take responsibility or ownership of everything. It's okay, right? That we're not in every space. That's okay. There's still so much that's been done, and I think I just think it's unnecessary, man. It becomes um it just becomes a game of foolishness, to be honest. And it distracts from the real conversation, just talking about history and the things that
Yeah.
amazing people have done.
Yeah.
Now
This
we're
is
trying
horrible.
to own it based on skin color.
Yeah. This is horrible, bro. I mean, and I agree with you. That's the only bust that I see right there. And this woman is
That is I think that's Biddy Mason.
okay.
Biddy Mason.
So the thing about, art or bust is that the person who's created it. And that's what will bring a place like this prestige. I mean, my God, man, I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of it. I can't really blame Tariq, because I feel like Black wealthy people should contribute to an endowment, and until
Great.
we as a people do it, that's why other people are always going to win. Again, wealthy industrialists 100, 200 years ago gave all types of money or endowments or money to an endowment for art museums and all types of things like that, because they have a respect for culture,
Right.
and $1 million is a good start, but you're going to need somebody who's an investment. You're going to
Yeah.
need
Real
oversight.
money.
Yeah,
You
and,
need
and,
real
and like I
money.
said,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't want to sound like a broken record, man, but this is, like you said, an event space. Man, this is bad, bro. See, I didn't. Oh my! So that's it right here. This is all it.
That's it. That's the interior. I mean, that's the core of
Dear
the.
God in
Everything
heaven.
that you saw was on the wall.
You
But
know when
then
you yeah you know
no,
when you were a kid, Nathan, and you went to university, right? Or
mm,
okay, and I'm pretty sure you probably have done this before. The teacher gave you a syllabus, and they said, you know what, uh, there's going to be a big project that's due week 14, but it's like 17 weeks in this semester, and for every 3 weeks, I want you to come report to me on, you're going to tell me what the fate, like, what you have so far for this big ass report.
yeah.
But not you, but anybody, student waits until the last few days to do this project. And you finally do the report, and the teacher says, I'm going to give you a C- because I can tell you waited to the last minute to do this. This
Mm,
is what this museum looks like.
mm-hmm.
This looks like he's waited to the last minute to put something together.
Yes.
Putting pictures on a wall. I mean, shit, I could do that. That events, I mean, the storefront, all of it, man, it is absolutely horrifying, man. And the fact that he chose that neighborhood tells me a lot about his mentality. I'm gonna get the
Mm,
cheapest neighborhood possible. I'm not gonna get the building. I'm not gonna invest in the $1 million building that has 20,000 square feet and,
yep.
and use one section and then scale up eventually. So in 5 years, it will look like a full scale museum. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna rent a storefront and just put some pictures up on the wall. That's exactly, no
That's it.
planning went into this, man.
None.
The only planning
None.
that went into this was how to make a cocktail for the grand opening.
That he put some money in that bar. That bar looked nice.
Yeah.
What do you, let me ask you this real quick, and I'm gonna bring up that's one in the back I want to bring up, but I absolutely have to get your thoughts on this. And I don't know when you came in, Kayla, but this, if you haven't seen this part, you have to run it back. He made a video saying that this was Juan Francisco Reyes, and he pulled up this picture, and this picture is like an encyclopedia photo, but this is not Francisco Reyes, right? And this is actually, when you have an encyclopedia and you're in there and they do a picture kind of giving you an idea of what maybe the soldiers look like and what they wore, how they
Yeah.
dress. That this is what this picture is. It's basically it's a drawing of how the soldiers dressed, right? The Spanish soldiers, how they dressed. He took that photo and claimed it was Juan Francisco Reyes, saying that he had black ancestry and that he was the first mayor
Yeah.
of Los Angeles. And then so I did the research. That's not who it is, right? This is where the photo came from, right? It's again like you know how it is in the book. It's like image 41. This is soldados. Shout out to Jody. Jody said that means soldier. Soldados de cura, and these were guards. They were soldiers who patrolled the border of Mexico and U.S. and their job was to prevent the native Indians from attacking the ranchers, right? The ranches. So the Cura soldiers of New Spain were the first to effectively confront Apaches, Comanches. I think you pronounce this the Sioux, the Ute, etc., in northern Mexico. These guys essentially were border patrol.
Yeah,
they were border patrol. But if you hear him talk about it, he's speaking as if he's talking about this guy. Who this guy really was, Juan Francisco. This is him right here in his family, right? He's from Mexico. He was a part of the Spanish army.
Yeah.
You know, he was a mulatto settler. So what he's saying is, hey, this guy had a little black in him. So we're gonna bring him in the museum. He got a little hint of some Negro in him. He counts, you know. And this is the problem I have with it. And we're not listening. And I'm telling you, man, if you let me, I'm gonna play the trailer. I want to hear your thoughts on him. I want you to see. I need you to hear it firsthand, though, Chaotic, because I'll explain to you. Don't really bring injustice, and then I'm gonna bring up the next caller. But I gotta get you to just really feel it because it's so hard. It's so frustrating. But this is what he said.
Greetings, family. This is Tariq Nasheed. I am your community servant. Right now, I am in South Los Angeles on the world-famous Crenshaw Boulevard. And with your help, we want to build the first ever hidden history museum right here in...
Now, this is a far cry from what he created. This is the, and I'm explaining to people too, in reference to this Chaotic, is that when they have these digital renderings, and the investor sees this is what the investor is expecting. You know, this is what you're supposed to build them, not some offshoot design.
The Leimert Park area of Los Angeles, which is the cultural epicenter of Black Los Angeles. Right here on Crenshaw Boulevard, right here, there's an empty lot for sale, and it's in the perfect location for our Hidden History Museum. We want to acquire this lot so that we can build your community museum. There's museums that touch on Black history, but they don't get too deep into it. This will be the first grassroots owned and controlled Black history museum in the world. In our museum, we want to touch on a lot of things that are not touched on in other museums. There's such vast history of Black people here in Los Angeles that we're going to touch on alone. For example, Pio Pico, who was the once governor of California. There's a street, Pico Boulevard, named after him. He had Black ancestry. Francisco Reyes, who was the first mayor of Los Angeles, he had Black ancestry.
Yeah, so and this is what I'm saying. You ready for me to touch on it?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. For a business to run, you have to compartmentalize jobs. It could be possible that Tariq put that video together and he just went and found some pictures and he didn't really research and he put this together himself. He may be stretching himself too thin. He needs a historian. He needs to hire some kid who has a bachelor's or a master's degree in African studies from let's say, what school does Malefi Asante teach at? Jesus. Malefi Asante is one of the first, he started one of the first Pan-African Studies departments in the country. I forgot what school it was, but it's in Pittsburgh, I think. He needs to get some kid under that tutelage because he'll have some kid that'll review this video and say, yo, wait a minute, that's not right. Because now it's almost like risk management, right? Like when you work at a job and you get somebody to come around, they check the product to see if it's cool, right? If a kid, a history major, sees that, they say, Tariq, that's not right. So if you present this to an investor, they're gonna look at you like, yo, man, you ain't even got that together yet. So how is that gonna look if you say something that is completely in error like that? So he needs somebody like that. I mean, I don't think Tariq is Adolf. I don't think Tariq is Adolf, right? He's not a monster, but
No.
he's a person who's spreading himself too thin, and his pimping is, you can see it seeping through everything now. Whereas if he just had a compartmentalized business, it'll work so good for him, because listen, no homo. He's tall, he's good looking, he's charismatic, he can speak. He is the face. I can understand that. But if he is not checked, if there's no checks and balances, now he's looking like a goddamn clown. And that's what he's looking like here. Because
It's
here
like
goes
Umar. It's like Umar Johnson kind of.
it's like Umar Johnson.
Yeah.
So here goes the thing. Why didn't Tariq reach out to Kara Walker? Kara Walker is a visual artist. She's a renowned African American artist and sculptor. Why didn't he reach out to Carrie James Marshall? She's a painter from Birmingham, Alabama. I'm sorry. His paintings deal with African American subjects. They explore themes like history, identity, and culture. Why didn't he reach out to Faith Ringo? She's an old woman now. These are famous artists. These are consultants.
Right.
These are people that I can consult with. He's not doing. Listen, I have an African studies background, and I saw the same thing even when I was in school. Half-ass attempts at not museums, but exhibits, events, etc. Because we just half-ass. We think putting on the dashiki is and playing on some drums is gonna evoke the feelings of Africanism,
right?
But that's not what it is. Is that you have to literally do your due diligence with it, and I feel like we don't. We rush every damn thing, and like I said, his first members of the board of directors should have been those people I named, affluent, like politicians in the city, people who have a vested interest in making sure that this product is legit. This looks like McDonald's. So do you want McDonald's or do you want Wagyu steak? Okay.
Shout out to the Wagyu.
Yeah, do you want a Wagyu steak dinner or do you want McDonald's? And the fact is that yes, kids want McDonald's. Well, I don't know. Well, these kids now are different. They want Wagyu now, but what I see here is, and truth be told, this is, I don't know if you have a rallies where you're at, but this is like rallies or snaps or whatever they call it. This isn't good, man. And it is not good because he's spreading himself too thin. He needs a team of people, man, who are going to provide a check and balance, that check his bullshit. He needs somebody who's going to say, you can't do this, Tariq.
Well, and I think that all comes down to the assumption that his intentions were to actually do what it is that he said he wanted to do. And I think that is the kind of moral of the stream. What was his real, because he knows enough to how to get it done properly. The question is, did he want to? Was that his intentions? It doesn't seem like.
Of course he didn't want to, because if he did, he would have done it. But see, the thing is that we don't have enough whistleblowers in our community. We don't have enough people that say, hey, look, man, we know you're out here race hustling. But you know what, though? What you're attempting to do will affect people. It'll affect the community. And how about this? We'll set up the board of directors. We'll set up an endowment for you. We'll manage all of this. You just be the face of it, and we'll give you a salary. Because that shit right there, eventually there's going to be a shooting there. Eventually there's going to be niggas outside selling dope out there. And it's the truth. It's a bad neighborhood. I saw the neighborhood. It's not a good neighborhood. I saw it on Google Maps. All I did was go down the street. I said, oh, no, they got chicken spots, abandoned buildings across the street. I'm like, no. So eventually that's going to happen. Or do you want people on the board of directors that say, hey, man, I know the chief of police. We can have police over here doing, what do they call it when they come around? You know what I'm talking about, patrols. We can have more patrols over here.
Often as possible.
We can have a lot of patrols over here. We don't have to make it known to people, but we can have cops coming up and down here 3 or 4 times an hour, just down this one street, 3 or 4 times an hour.
It's Crenshaw Boulevard.
And that's what a board of directors is for. Board of directors get shit done, man. And that's why and I got to bring up white people now. That's why these white companies have succeeded for hundreds of years. They use board of directors. Hey, look, man, did you know about this a couple of months ago? The CEO, what company is that? Tyson's Food, right? Tyson Food. Tyson Food is owned by the Tyson family to this day. The son, who's like 34 years old, he's the chief financial officer. You know what he did? Got super wasted, woke up in some college girl's, like an off-campus college house in her bed. She called the police on him. Police came, they arrested him. I can pretty much guarantee you, Nathan, that Monday when he got to that office, the board of directors were there, his father were there. They said, hey, I bet you they corrected his behavior right then on the spot. They said, man, we have thousands of employees. We have land that we own all across the globe. We can't afford dumb shit like this. That one incident can destroy this company. What if that girl would have said you touched her while you were drunk? Because people black out, right? People black out, don't know what they're doing. You come home and you touch the girl. Now we have $1 billion lawsuit. We have thousands of employees. We have people that we have people who have been working here for 30 years who have families, man, who have kids in school because of us. So the same thing with Tariq, right? Nobody is calling him in on Monday and checking his ass. And that's why I say you're doing the work of the Lord, because at least you're talking about it. This is too many people here involved. I mean, this is an individual who has too much power with money that has no oversight. Pretty much everybody just gave him money. He doing what the fuck he want to do with it.
It's the same with Umar.
And that's detrimental. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're absolutely correct. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to bring up the next caller, but you're absolutely correct, because people are now complaining about, hey, where'd the money go? Where'd the money go? There's no way for them to actually oversee it. They have the same issue with Umar. They're like, hey, Umar's like, I need more money. I need more money. And not to say he doesn't say good things. I'm not saying that. But the reality is it's not set up properly. You can't manage it properly. It's not monitored properly. You don't know what they're really doing with the money. You can't see it. They hit you with that. Trust me, bro. And that's where we are with that, But
before you bring up somebody else, let me say this one. I just want to say something to somebody, and I hate to cut you off real quick.
No, you could go ahead.
Michi says this ain't got nothing to do with white people. It has everything to do with white people. You know why? Because white people are winning. They're winning.
You're going to get her started.
And the reason why I use that Tyson example is because that's what happened on that Monday when he got his ass sober and out of jail. I bet you the board of directors called his father, who's the CEO, and said, we have stakeholders, we have shareholders. What your son did can destroy this company. It can destroy the stock. We got to talk to him you bring his ass in on Monday. And what I'm saying is that there are checks and balances, risk management that Black people need to start doing. We don't check each other.
That part is true.
We don't, right? And that's what I'm saying. And what Tariq is doing is he is a dictator of a small third world country at the way he's handling things. That $1 million, it's not a lot of money for a museum, but it's a start, man. Tariq should have taken $30,000 of that money and did what he wanted to do with it. But that $970,000, hey, man, we're going to put this in an endowment, and we're going to try to get 10 times more than this to build a full-scale museum in 5 years. Tariq ain't 89 years old. He could have said, you know what, man, I'm 47, 48. Okay, I could wait 5 more years to have a ribbon cutting of a full-scale museum.
He should have waited. He should have waited and took his time and built it properly, because this right here is not a good look, and it's not going to age well. I'll tell you that. Because it's financially, it's not it's not doable. Like the formula he has set up now, there's no way for it to sustain itself.
Yeah.
But chaotic,
Thank you
look,
so
man,
much,
I
bro.
appreciate you, brother, coming up. Great points, calling it out.
Thanks.
And I appreciate you, man. Well said.
Thanks,
Absolutely
man.
well said, dude. Absolutely.
Yep. Good
All
talking
right,
to
brother.
you, bro.
Yes,
Peace.
sir. Yes, sir. All right, let me drop you down. Michi.
I swear y'all gonna start prepping these white folks up in here tonight. Why is chaotic and why you let that man just keep on talking?
Chaotic is the homie. That's the little homie.
No, see, I thought we was facts over feelings. He done made up scenarios. You know, I ain't saying he wrong, but he was not accurate about what the fuck we talking about. Okay, because Tariq does not need help. He does not need time. He do not need curators. He don't want no damn oversight. This was a damn grift. So what are you talking about? And then you like, oh, black people don't do stuff right. This has nothing. All scammers are the same. He's a Peter Popoff. He's just black.
Peter Popoff.
Okay, let's keep it.
Yes, we try to give them the brothers. We try to give it some grace.
See, and that's your problem. Stop giving people grace. I bet both of y'all Christians. Will y'all stop with this grace shit? Well, why does he deserve grace? This is why he keep getting off on people.
That's true.
I'm saying let's go back for just 1 second. Okay, can we go back into time? Tariq has grifted black people out of everything. And you know what everybody says? Well, he produces. Okay, so you had a kick me fun start, whatever the fuck that shit is, because as much as they call me a grifter, I ain't never asked for no money. I own 5 businesses. I've never asked the people to invest in my business ventures. That's ridiculous. So he raised money to do his documentaries. Let's be clear, the documentaries are good, but we're going to stop kissing his ass because it's a bunch of scholars he paid. No, let me take that back. He didn't pay them. They'll tell you that themselves. And they came and gave their knowledge and he just recorded it, okay? So he put together a nice documentary, but the people gave him the money. And then after the people gave him the money to make it, he then in turn sold that same movie back to the same people who gave him the money to make it.
It's genius.
Hold on. And then once he raised all that money, instead of saying, let me pay for my next movie I'm going to make, he just went on the Bahamas and started kissing all the white girls' asses, talk about how beautiful they was, bought his wife an ass, played all of these games. He always on vacation while you niggas is in the street with pepper spray. And he talking about some race issues, but he in the Bahamas with his wife. Okay, right? And so this is what he did with the money. And then he spent it all and said, well, I'm about to make another movie. Y'all want to pay for that one too? And niggas paid for that one too, right? So what is y'all talking about? And let's be real clear, because I sent Nathan some screenshots, but this information is public and plenty of us have put it out there. But Tariq collected $2 million. Yes, this is the words out of his own mouth, okay? So why did Tariq put $865,000 down on the building and take out $1.1 million loan? So this would be the thing. If he raised $2 million, where the hell is that other $1 million, Tariq, if you only put little under 900,000 down? So now he has a mortgage note when he could have outright owned the building. And now he's throwing these events and charging the same people who gave him that million so that they can now pay the mortgage note. So do y'all want to keep talking to me about how he need help, time, and curators? Because he did it so that he could put some money in his pocket. So had he put the whole $2 million towards the building, he could have then got a loan for more and got a bigger building then, right? But he didn't do that. He kept the $1 million of it. Now, this is public record. These things have been already put out there. I don't like to hark a bay, but he up there. I've had these receipts, but I care less to put them out there because all he's ever done is grifted. He said something about a historian. Let's be clear. Tariq calls himself a historian. I was told I'm a stupid ghetto chick because I said he a high school dropout. They said you don't need a college degree to be a historian. But Tariq claims to be a historian. So what are you talking about? Well, he came in there with them action figures. He's supposed to know better than that.
It is what's funny about what you're saying about the money and how he used it. Well, and that's why I was pointing out about the nonprofit. He took the money up under the nonprofit, right? And so assuming he spent that, he had to spend that money on the building to show that he spent at least you got to spend some, I forgot the numbers, but you're only required to spend like 25%, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But say he bought the building, like you said, 800,000, which I did see that you sent me that screenshot.
That was his
Well,
down.
that's the down payment. That's actually smart, right? Because now he's looking at how he can avoid getting in trouble with the taxes. So he's using, Victor Free said 30%. So he's spending the money to show that he spent it and he took the loan out. So it's like he can show proof that he used the money for what he said he was going to use it for, quote unquote.
The money that he collected from the people, he don't have to take no accountability for that with the bank. He got the $1 million to pay for the rest of the building. Okay.
Right. But he raised $2 million, right?
Right. But that money went to his so-called organization. He doesn't have to, who does he have to answer to for that?
No
and that's
one.
why he will go get grants, because he'll have to show he didn't go on vacation with that money.
That's true. He only is required to spend, like Victor's saying, about 30% of that money that he took in from donations, correct?
What do you mean he's only required to spend 30%? Who told you that shit? If we give you $2 million, it's the Black community. I'm so tired of people with these games. Why wouldn't you spend the $2 million on what we gave it to you for?
No. I agree 100%. I'm talking about from a legal standpoint. I agree 100%.
I don't want to talk. See, that's what y'all want to talk about, legal standpoints. When you're talking about collecting money from the community and you're talking about raising funds for something, you're talking about morality and being ethical when people are trusting you with their money to build something, and you have played on their emotions to get this money.
I agree. No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, how is he able to do it and get away with it?
My question is why he didn't tell the people that. How come his people don't know he took out $1 million loan and he got to pay this mortgage note? How come he didn't tell them that?
Because he finessed them. Now, right. I know that. Michi, you know that, right? I'm being nice about it, but no, we are all clear. You're absolutely correct. I'm saying, how does he get away with it legally? If he bought the building he used the excuse, the same thing what Black Lives Matter did. They wrote off some of their money towards things that were ridiculous expenses, but all they had to do was cover 25 to 30%, showing that they used the donations towards the organization, and everything else they can do what they want with.
Nobody's questioning him. You didn't get the donations. All of the dumbass people that gave him the money, they're not making the fuss. They don't care. So again, it's his stupid ass audience, because there's some of them in here. I don't know if homegirl left. What was her name? Nelly. I would show her, but you'll click the link.
She was gonna come up.
She was in the comment section talking junk the other day on the video about 6, whatever. I see she ran though. You know what I'm saying? Y'all them comment gangsters and shit. You won't even click the link. You scared of a voice. God damn it. We all in the box. It's okay, girl. But people still defending it, saying, oh, well, he produce something? And I just think that it's sad that this is what we at this day and age, where we are funding this kind of money into growing businesses for individual Black people that are not doing anything for the community but filling their pockets. If Tariq died tomorrow, who get in that museum? Let's be real, because there's no board members. He hasn't signed it over to people. It doesn't belong to a public organization that has chair. He is Melanoid Nation. And so you know who's going to get it? His wife and his white mother-in-law. Stop playing with me.
Yep.
That museum does not belong to the people. I don't care if it's a juke joint or whatever it is. It doesn't belong to the people.
Shout out to Nelly. She's still here. Bitch, I thought you had to go to
you have a job, right? But you still if you could run your mouth in the chat, you could type it, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got them little earbuds, put that shit in and let them think you talking to yourself, act like you going to take a piss. It only take a minute to talk that shit.
Come on up, Nelly. Scared. She's scared. People always try to come over. Listen, ain't nobody force you to come over and hang out on this channel. You can get the hell on, Nelly. You can get the hell on.
Well, as much as she don't like you, should be all in the comment section.
All in the comments.
All in the videos.
She think I'm handsome. Bless her heart. Why he won't get along with 6? I don't know why he's so handsome, but I want to hate him so bad. It's all right, Nelly. You can love from afar, sis. Yes. But you're right. You're absolutely correct. And again, when I realized that he owned the organization, that's when I was like, all right, this is. But I was so disappointed, Michi, when I walked in. I told you this before. I walked in and I was like, this is not a museum. Why would
I could have told you all of this before you got there, but I know
but I'm double O tether right now. I'm double O tether. I'm trying to go out here and infiltrate these spaces and
but you know what's funny? I want to know if everybody else on here knows this too, that when Tariq first bought that building, it was tenants in the building that was doing a church, and they were doing a realty company. Well, those tenants still had a lease well into the rest of this year. They were actually supposed to be there for a whole year, and Tariq was collecting that rent. It wasn't until Pan-Africanism Strikes Back started going up to the place and was like, he was claiming that somebody had vandalized the building. I don't know who vandalized shit with sheets. Okay, you a police officer, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a call that a building has been vandalized and the vandalizing has been a bed sheet laid neatly in front of the building with the spray paint on the bed sheet? I just need to know this, Nathan. Have you ever seen this in your 13 years?
No, that sounds like some foolishness. This is the building right here. Dre, how are you on time? You good on time? I'm gonna bring you up next. Okay, good. This is the building right here, and based on this on LoopNet, you guys, for those who want to learn more about commercial properties, LoopNet is where you go to kind of look at them. But this shows that this was like to your point, Michi, is a turnkey property. So, I don't know, we see what kind of deal he did, but yeah, the moment I saw the trailer, Meech, and he said he wanted to build from the ground up, I'm like, that's a stupid idea.
As soon as I seen that nigga in his suit talking about, hi, I'm your local scammer, I was like, oh, I hear this nigga go. I didn't even hear what he had to say, and I knew it was coming. We know Tariq around here. See, I remember when I jumped out the window and went in on Tariq when he co-opted ADOS. Everybody told me I was a stupid motherfucker because at one point I used to big up Tariq for his documentaries and certain things like that. When he did that co-op shit, I was like, oh, he fouled for that. And then everybody hated Michi, and now everybody's a fuck Tariq fan. But before, y'all was out here ready to take my head off. I told y'all he an agent. Everything he do just for a damn division. And understand this too. All of this is court records for everybody who's his people. Y'all want to keep giving him money, they could be dumb. I say this and I'm gonna leave so Drake can get up here because it's getting late. But the tenant that he had in there, he wasn't planning on letting them go. When Brandon went by the place and said, hey, have you heard of any vandalization things and what's going on with the building? He told the lady who Tariq was. She looked it up online and saw him talking about like tether stuff, and she thought he was rather racist, and it was a lot of things going on. Now this came out in the court records with him and Brandon, y'all, and so all of this has been shown on the channel. These was in the court records. And so anyway, the lady says she didn't want to be there anymore. She went to break the lease, and do you know that her breaking the lease early but then feeling harassed, this nigga gave her $25,000 to leave because she had to relocate because of the issues that had to do with him. And it was a Mexican lady. He gave $25,000. So not only did she break her lease, and he was looking forward to that, y'all wouldn't have no Jew joint. It wouldn't be no Six performing next week with the open bar. That wouldn't be going on for y'all if it wasn't for the fact that them tenants didn't have to leave. He had to hurry up and make some money now to pay that mortgage note. So this is why every month he has an event going on. He completely planned to let them people live in there rent out of there for the next year. If y'all didn't say nothing, he wasn't gonna say nothing. So this story go deeper than most people care to think, but that's what's wrong with the Black community. It pisses me off, Nathan, and this is why I'm borderline of like, I'm the fuck out of this shit. I'm finna go somewhere else, because I watch people raise this kind of money all day long for stupid shit because y'all just don't use your damn common sense. But then I watch people like Q Butter, that run a school. They got 200 something babies, but he can't get niggas to get him just $50,000 so he can open another location. He can't get nobody to get him $10,000 so he can buy them babies a bus so he can pick them up and bring them to school to the 2 locations he got. But we'll do this shit all day long. We won't put together $2 million and go build no clinics. We won't go build no little hospitals for Black people, but we talk about all these other races that create these things. We ain't building no grocery stores in our community. And I watch people do this, but they struggle because we're doing it on a small level by ourselves, the real grassroots. This nigga ain't grassroots. But the real grassroots, we do this stuff on a level where we don't have the money and the support from the community. And I see niggas trying to build grocery stores in their neighborhood, but they can't get no help. When if he could just get $100,000, he could finish his project. But we done gave this niggas $2 million for a goddamn boom boom room. I'm ashamed. I don't even want to do this shit no more. But with that said, that's why y'all ain't been hearing from me. I can't do this no more. I'm a go though on that note. So, but yeah, Tariq full of shit, and he gonna play y'all again. Wait for the next scam. Y'all, the next one coming. And in amazement, watch the stupid motherfuckers like zombies just be like, okay, they gonna drink all the Kool-Aid with Jim Jones. They don't give no damn. Y'all the niggas that's gonna drink the Kool-Aid and have you and your kids laid out in the yard with your dumb ass. And I ain't going with y'all. So with that said, I'm gonna leave. Thank you, Nathan, for having me up here. I want to say to Nelly, I know you at work, but I want to say, fuck you, girl. All right, y'all have a good night.
Hold on, Michi. Oh, love Michi. Y'all done got Michi about to damn retire. Gangsta Boo about to put down the boots. She says she tired. She says she tired. Shout out to shout out to the Indian Jesus. He said finally getting to catch her live. Salute to you, brother. Shout out to you. You are awesome friend, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. This has been a very interesting stream. I'm about to bring the big homie up. Finally getting to catch stream. Yeah, I don't get a chance to stream as much. I've been so busy, but we have another one tomorrow, and we are going to be digging into some people. We gotta dig into some people. Little Shorty's been talking real reckless, so I'm gonna have to check her, correct her, and bring her back down to reality. And so definitely gonna be doing a good live stream tomorrow. So salute to you, brother. Salute to you. And we definitely got to do another stream again together. I got to bring you over here, one or the other. So, but we'll link up. We'll link up. So shout out to you, the Indian Jesus. Y'all check them out. Always into some good political videos over there. Good discussions. All right. So Dre, let me bring you up. And let me tell y'all something too before I bring Dre up. I've asked people in Los Angeles off Crenshaw, do they know, have they been to the Hidden History Museum, you guys? And you know what they say to me? What is that? What is that? You guys, people in the community don't even know that museum exists. They don't know anything about it. What I notice is there's no campaign. There's nobody out there passing out flyers, talking about the museum, support the museum. I walked in, didn't get charged nothing. And that charge, I don't know what he's doing. He's throwing a Juneteenth party, though. I might fly back down for the Juneteenth party. That I might do. Yo, what up, homie?
Yo, what's going on?
What's good, killer? What's good?
Skills of lighting. I'm not in my office. I'm chilling in the living room. Just got home, so.
Nah, you good, brother. You good.
Bought my I Love New York t-shirt as I do.
Shout out to the NY.
Yo, and here's the thing. Let me give a little backstory. So, Nate was outside the museum before he went into the museum, yep. And I was on the phone with him, and he's like, he was so excited. He was like, this ain't what it looked like when I saw the video, but I'm excited because I really want to support the brother. He's doing big things. He went inside. He just walked through the door. He's like, ain't nobody here.
Yep.
He said, Dre, I'm gonna take it. Hold on, I'm gonna call you back. I gotta take a video of this plot. You not gonna believe what the fuck what I'm looking at.
Yep.
So he sent it to me, and all I can say is the fuck. Now, granted, just went up to New York, the end of April for my father's birthday. Told Nathan, I said, you know what? I really need to get back into some culture. I have a choice, either go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art or go to the American Museum of Natural History. Flipped the coin, went to the American Museum of Natural History. They have sections for each culture. Yeah. And I took photos of the African culture. They had artifacts, ancient artifacts. They did down to history. Everything they had a detailed description and history of the artifact, how it was acquired, where it was acquired at, who donated it to the museum, all that. When I looked at that shit looked like one of the flea markets. It didn't look like a museum.
No.
And we are so hard up to, to follow anybody that changes their name to a black name and think that they're righteous.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. That's why I sent the super chat. We lack acquired knowledge. I can sit down and tell you the sky is blue, and you would never look up to see if the sky is blue or not. But if I tell you my name is Raheem Shabazz, and the Quran told me that the sky is gray, and it's the white man that told you that the sky is blue and you're wrong, you're going to sit down and run around saying that the sky is gray. Yep. And the white man told you that shit.
Yep.
At no time are you going to look up to see what color the sky is. And it just so happens it could be overcast. But like, look, Raheem Shabazz is right. Look, the sky is gray. Nigga, there's clouds. You know what I'm saying? And it's frustrating.
Yeah.
It's extremely frustrating because, you know, I always tell you we're comfortable in that ignorance, but how the hell are you woke when you're still asleep?
Because they dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
They dreaming. And like you said, Dre, real quick, the power of changing your name to something that sounds black and Africanish automatically gives you credentials that you didn't earn, right? It gives you trust. It grants you access that you didn't earn in the black community. I could turn around, reinvent myself, put on a toupee and call myself Nathan X, you know, and all of a sudden I'm allowed into spaces. I'm allowed to speak about things. No one cares where I got it from. No one tries to fact check me. It's just because I sound black, I look black, and I talk black according to them. And I'm accepted.
I wear bow ties every Tuesday. I've been doing that for the past 10 years.
That's right. You do this bow tie Tuesday for work.
You know what I'm saying? And I could sit down there and every Tuesday preach. And just use that day and make that 5 days a week. You know what I'm saying? And catalog it. But we don't fact check anybody. But it goes into, when it comes to voting, this is just a microcosm to the inactivity and search of knowledge that black people are lacking. You know what I'm saying? We don't do any background check. We don't vet the folks that we want to give our votes to. We don't vet the folks who we give our money to. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's so much deeper than what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're a Christian, you know, you pay your tithes, but you want to know where that money's going to from the building fund. You've been going to the same church for 40 years and you still ain't got a new building yet, but you're still paying into the building fund.
Right.
At what point do you like, you know what? God didn't raise no fool. He ain't create no fool. Where's this money going?
Right.
But we are so slow to question those who we revere. When we put folks on a pedestal, we don't question their activities. That's why when Black Lives Matter came out and they was getting all that money, nobody ever questioned where the money was going. Because in theory, it was a great concept. But in reality, they wasn't doing what they had set out to do, what they sold black people, what their creation was for.
Correct.
Like, it's 2023. I haven't heard anything about Black Lives Matter.
Nope, they just disappeared.
Correct. But they're still collecting donations.
Oh,
we got folks that have auto withdrawal coming out, going to a
phantom
organization. I don't even know what to call it.
A phantom organization?
Right. I mean, look, Tariq Nasheed talks a good game. I mean, he talks you into buying a t-shirt. So, I mean,
he got me to buy a damn shirt. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I felt bad going in there not paying any entry fee. So I went in there. I'm just like, but I wanted also proof to show people that I was there and that I have problem supporting. I'm not gonna go and criticize. Right. At the end of the day, he put some shit together. It's some shit, and I give him an E for effort. Right. But
here's the thing. The fact that you felt the need to buy a t-shirt shows that you felt this swap meet needed help. It needed some milk.
Some milk. It was
Oh, hold on. Shout out to Michi for being cognizant of my bedtime. Y'all love you, sweetie. we still gotta do lunch. But it's, I mean, chaotic made some good points. Definitely made some good points where when you walk into a museum, you need to feel like you're walking into a time warp. You're going back in time, and you need to be able to feel each artifact.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're into art, when you're into paintings, it's all about your personal interpretation of what the artist is trying to express. So that's why you see folks sit down in front of paintings for hours, dissecting each stroke, because it's a passion, it's a love. When you walk into a hidden mystery museum, you want mystery. Like, oh shit, I didn't know that.
Right.
Like, who didn't know that Eazy-E was in NWA?
What's the point? Right.
That's not hidden. And then the fact of the matter is, like, you didn't have anything about the first black cowboys. You didn't, the first U.S. Marshal, Bass. You know,
Bass
he
Reeves.
talk about Bass.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, who was originally supposed to be hung because she shot two felons, and black law enforcement officers weren't allowed to shoot white men.
Mm-hmm.
But because he shot them in protection of another white man, he was saved.
Yes.
See, but at the end of the day, you know, we are so easily offended by the stupidness. But when somebody says, if you want to hide something, you hide it in a book, black people never find it. We're never offended by that.
Correct.
Or nor do we go ahead and pick up the book to just make sure that there's not information in there. Now, you've hung out with me. Gail's hung out with me. There are things that have been purposely kept away from us.
Yes.
Knowledge and experiences. And I'm going to tell you, black people easily get offended when you tell them to stay in your lane.
Yes.
And then when you take them outside that lane and show them that there's a world outside of their world, they're like, you know what? Let me go back to my little
going back.
Instead of saying, okay, I see this. Let me elevate my intelligence and myself so I can do this on a regular basis. They're like, hell no. Nope. It's scary up here. It's scary to level up. Let me go back with the rest of the folks that ain't about shit, that don't want to know shit, and we gonna live in our ignorance and blame everybody else for us not moving up.
Facts.
So at some point, we have to really grow,
mature, and to me, it's all maturity. Like it's you know, people are gonna see this video and you're gonna see it under the comments. They're gonna be going in on me on this. And these same people who have a lot to say aren't going to actually go down to this museum and actually support it. You know,
well, they can't. Well, first of all, you have to have the funds to be able to buy a plane ticket.
Facts.
I was in LA last year, and the thing is, it's like it's real easy to form an opinion based on lack of knowledge.
That's so true.
You know, and if you have the proof in front, like the man was there. How about you go there? But because you revere this person so much, you're gonna come with 1,001 excuses to why it didn't happen.
There you go.
You know, and Michi's right. We give folks too much grace. We get on Dr. Umar, who's trying to collect all this money, and we still waiting for the school. But here you are. You got Jalen Rose. Go ahead. He got his school.
Who's that boy? His name is the young kid who started that school with the boys, young boys. What was his name? Not Ben X. His name is damn, I know his name. Michi knows his name. The one who started that school and kind of put Umar to shame because he did his and like knocked his out in like less than a year.
And it's flourishing.
He got buses and everything.
Here's the thing. There is money out here. There's a lot of money too. I mean, truth be told, King Randall, thanks.
King Randall, yep.
Here's the thing. We will rather spend than build. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if anybody saw like the Wu-Tang documentary.
Yes, exactly.
When they was making that money, they were buying blocks. While other rappers are buying chains, they was buying property. They was getting medical plan and college funds to their kids, creating generational wealth. We want to buy houses and flip it and make minimum money when we could go ahead and buy the lot that the house is sitting on and lease that out and have residual money coming in.
Right.
We think so short-sighted, and we go the path least traveled. We don't want to put in the work. We want to show up at the finish line. Where's my medal? Where's my medal? I mean, I'm at the finish line. I crossed, but you weren't at the starting line. Does it matter?
So doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I'm here. I deserve it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's because of that to me, I feel like that's rooted in selfishness. It's rooted in greed because when you're selfish, you're making plans for self. But when you're thinking of long term, which is why we don't have why we're lacking in the field of generational wealth, is because it requires you to make the sacrifice right now for the next person. So you're not going to be able to go on the yacht. You might not be the one to get on that G4 jet. You're looking at 3 generations or 2 generations ahead of you. You're trying to create what's needed for them. And a lot of us don't want to. Yeah, a lot of us don't want to. Hey, you got to put together that life insurance policy. You got to put together, open up a business. You got to invest. You got to do this. But see, you're not benefiting from it. A lot of times, you're starting it. You're not benefiting it. I'm the first one in my family to start investing in stocks and crypto. The true benefit is going to be my kids, who are going to take the knowledge that I started on, developed on, and take it to the next level. I started investing small amounts of money. So you think about passing on knowledge, but it has to start from somewhere. I might not be able to be the one to ride a G4 jet, right? But maybe my kids will. But I've created the foundation for them to start that process. And so that generational mindset, you have to be selfless. You got to be selfless. And a lot of us, we want, and I think you said it before, like we want the success right now. We want the accolades right now. One of the biggest things I notice is that we struggle with delayed gratification. And when you're talking about building wealth and long-term investment, you can't take that in the moment. The profit that you make has to go back into the business. It can't go into a watch, shoes, or clothes.
See, but you know what? The first thing we need to invest in is our children.
Mm-hmm.
We can't learn to invest outside the home if we don't invest inside the home. Just came back from Virginia. My oldest daughter graduated from college. My best investment.
Yep.
Graduated for honors. Drove back 9 hours. Was at an award ceremony today for my youngest daughter on the honor roll.
That's
investment. You reinvest into your family, because when it comes down to investing outside your home, you have to understand, like, being an entrepreneur is the hardest thing you will ever do. Why? Because whatever money you make goes back into the business.
Yep.
And you flip it and you bring it back and you watch it grow. You don't stay, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get me an LLC. I'm going to get a website and I'm going to get some business cards. What you get a website for? You haven't even made a dime yet. So now you got money coming out and you ain't bringing anything in.
Yep.
Man, like when you are like entrepreneurs, when you start an LLC, it's going to fail. You will succeed. You may make $10,000 one month. You may make $1 the next. You don't know. It's so much uncertainty. But the fact of the matter is, everybody wants to be one. And I'm about to get on Michi right now because, every time I hear her talk that shit, it makes me angry. She has the ability, the wherewithal, the connections to really pull a section of us from the dirt. But the fact of the matter is, there's so many leeches out there. And I mean, I don't blame her for her being tired of the laziness.
Right.
No, I don't blame her. But at some point, she has to be stronger than the bullshit around her, because you're always going to have those that want to watch you fail opposed to watch you succeed. And the best revenge is success. We always scream it, but then when the pressure's on our backs and we get done dirty, we like to bow out. Fuck that. You got the support, you got the backing. Keep moving. Because I'll tell you, if I wasn't out of town, I was in New York when she had the thing,
the event, yes.
She wouldn't have to deal with half of that shit if I was there.
But my thing in her defense, though, and I've seen it and I get it, and you see the stuff I go through, Dre, and I do this for free. You know what I mean? Like I love the blessings that I get from, the super chats and things like that. And a lot of my videos don't get monetized because the type of content. But it's so hard to help our own, because it's like we complain about things, but then we don't want to do the work. We complain about certain things, but then when someone is coming with the solutions or the answers, we don't want to accept it. We don't want to embrace it. We don't want to acknowledge it. And then you turn around and, just like Michi said earlier, they'll listen to someone like a Tariq who is playing and finessing them, But the people who are out here really doing the real work can barely get folks to donate to them because they don't have that loud and I guess you would say, what type of personality would you call it? This charismatic glow, right? They don't have that finesse energy, that salesman type persona, but you see the fruit. The fruit is good, and so it kind of reminds me, like even in the Bible, that
But it's
Moses
a fruit coming
and
off a
Aaron.
rotten tree, though. It's fruit
No,
on
no,
it.
for sure. But yeah, it's a fruit and it's rotten. But the problem is, people are still trying to nourish the roots of that rotten fruit, knowing and not even realizing the fruit is bad. This is our community. So why is it so hard for those who are actually doing the real work to get the actual, to garner the support needed to really have the impact that they need to have? You know what I mean? And it can get discouraging.
I do consulting,
Mm,
and I've got probably like 3 dudes and 6 females, right?
mm,
And I just started my shit up in January. I understand because the dudes understand money. Chicks want to be boss bitches. They want to be the title. And I'm like, no, you ain't boss bitch. You a broke bitch. Like, you
right.
broke. Your business is not garnering anything yet.
Mm,
How about you just start out, be a business owner, build a foundation, put back in, and watch your shit grow? No, this one chick, she made $1,000. What do you think she did with that money? Went shopping and then
yeah.
booked a trip. Came back, was calling me up. I was like, well, this ain't, you got one free consultation. You can't get another one.
Mm,
You gotta pay. Well, I don't have the I'm like, that sounds like a personal problem. I said,
right.
this phone call's over because the longer we speak, the more you gotta pay. Have a good night. Hung up. Called back. You ain't gotta be rude. I said, sweetie, this is not personal.
It's
It's
business.
business.
Yep.
You should have read the fine print when you signed that waiver. And you know what I'm saying? And you understood what it was. You are responsible for keeping your money intact. You are responsible for building it. You need to know what you're getting into before you get into it. The problem is we always see the success stories, but never
Yeah.
listen to their failures and how many times they failed to get
Right.
to where they are. They fast forward that. They want to hear when the money started coming in.
That's right. That's right.
And that's why you hear when these entrepreneurs talk about the probability, the possibility, not probability. I'm getting into this, and if I do this, I can make $300,000 a year. I'm leveling up. Well, are you making that right now? No. What's the probability that you're going to make it at your current state and your current mind state? You're not going to make it. But they don't want to hear that. And it's no different from you telling a black person, like, we're not going to make it if you keep having that scarcity mindset and the wrong abundance mindset. Because when they have that abundance mindset that we can have it all, I can do it all with minimum work, I can just
Right.
manifest it.
It just manifests. Yeah, on some I dream a genie shit. Yeah. It's true, man. I don't know, but that's why I feel for people who are putting in the real work, because dude, and I know we're actually served Black people, and we've seen it firsthand. It's hard to break through the mind, man. This is a mental, a psychological issue that we're talking about. We're talking about a mindset. That's all this is. This battle is about a mindset. The reason why people keep getting played is because their mindset. So, Michi is fighting. She's trying to help people and fighting the same people she's trying to help. It's a mindset, and yet the person who's harming them, they're actually supporting that person. So it's I don't know, man. It's sad. It's like a tragic Shakespearean play, you know.
See, but here's the problem, and I think my apologies, Michi, because I'm actually seeing something here. The problem is you will get black folks to a certain level, and they will, and when they start going left, they don't maintain that level. They go right back to where they came from.
Yeah, they snap right on back.
They never maintain that level, and then okay, I messed up, and then start back. No, they go all the way. Huh?
What is that? What do you think that is? Why is that?
I don't understand. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah.
The same reason why you get called Coon, same reason why you get called Uncle Tom, who's actually the man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The same reason why you get insulted, because you are stepping out of the norm. I've said it 1,000 times. Black people don't want to be a monolith till you step out on your own. Then all of a sudden you need to be a monolith. When you don't think like everybody else and you don't have the hive mentality, you're not a sheep looking for a shepherd, because all the shepherders leading this flock wayward.
Right.
Leading you straight into the wolves then. You know what I'm saying? How many sheep do you have to be eaten by wolves before you realize, like, hey, we don't need to be here?
We ain't going the right direction.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, we'll revert back because that's what we know. We have been indoctrinated. We've been trained to believe that this is what it is. That's the same reason why black people attribute blackness with poverty. Hood.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You ain't black enough because you ain't ghetto enough.
Correct.
You refined. You bougie.
Yep.
I'm sorry. My palate is very delicate and it's don't accept bullshit.
Can't take all that fried food.
For real. My cholesterol. Shit. I've been eating good. I've been eating at some good spots. I need to
Bruh, that Wagyu that someone brought it up made me think about you too.
Oh yeah. Look, humble brag. When the butcher shop, hey, you rich? You Dre? Yeah, you pay for the Wagyu? Yep. Cut it. Who pulled it out? Cut it. Weighed it. I was like, I saw the price. I was like, yo, let me get one more.
Yeah.
And the whole ride home, I'm like, damn. I need to go get 3. Because I don't know if I'll ever get another piece again. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, folks don't understand. Like, A5 Japanese Wagyu is like $150 a steak.
Yep.
I bought 2 of them motherfuckers, and I was like, without batting an eye, like, this dude walked in and was like, sheesh, you ain't playing.
That steak looked good too, bro. I saw the cut. I said, damn.
So that marbling?
Yes, sir. That marbling was good.
And that's the thing. You have folks that are like, ooh, what's that? Like that's the best steak you have. Oh, I would never spend that much on it. Yes, you would.
Yeah, you would when you taste, yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, it's the same way. Like, my biggest battle is convincing black folks that they need to stop eating well done steaks. It's killing us. Like, you know what I'm saying? And they've been indoctrinated to believe that's the only way to eat it because somebody else told them that. They can't tell you why they don't want a little pink in there. They can't tell you. They can't. They cannot explain it. But again, they don't do the research to find out why.
Why? Yeah.
That's just white people stuff. White people do that. Nah, well, white people don't be dying of colon cancer like black people do.
Right.
Think about it.
Dead food putting in your body.
Oh, I don't eat red meat because it stays in your body. No, that's when you cook that well done shit because your body can't metabolize it.
Can't process it. Can't break it down.
You don't cook all the minerals out of it.
Yep.
Like,
talk to them.
Medium. If medium, that's as far as you need to go. Medium. You don't have to do rare, medium rare. Just medium, and you be all right.
Listen, they say people perish because of lack of knowledge.
Michi, you more than welcome to come over my house and I'll make you one. And I guarantee you're gonna walk out there with a whole new mindset.
You talking about Chef Dre right here, Michi. He don't play. The boy can grill, cook, stove, oven, shit, outside on top of some wood planks. This brother right here.
She sees when I post my
it. Yeah, she see it. Dre, let me ask you this. And I want to get your closing thoughts on this one. his, I mean, I had an issue with, I thought overall that the display was disrespectful. I thought it was a disrespect to the history. And Dre, you're an FBA guy, by definition.
Am I? I don't know about that.
You know,
Nah, my mother was born in Barbados.
What about your dad?
Yeah, he's Brooklyn cat.
He Brooklyn. So you count, because if they don't count you, brother, they can't count Malcolm X. They can't count Farrakhan. They can't count a lot of brothers out here who got a little mix in them. Hell, all the people that he damn near named in the trailer were got a little tether in them. You know what I mean? So Dre got a little tether in them. All right. So, but you still would get reparations. If reparations come down, you still get 50% of what you probably
Yeah, but what does that look like?
That's a whole nother.
I don't want a check. I don't need a check. You know what I want? I tell you exactly what I want. Reparations. I want my own. I want our own schools, where we're learning everything about us. All the stuff that they try to suppress, all the stuff that try to keep away from us. Educate us. Us, our contribution to this country. Put updated books and updated curriculums in the school system. Do away with SATs, and because we don't know anybody in the hood named Sally, and why do we care where she's running to? See Sally run. Come on now.
Yeah.
So I think reparations should be, if you want to really do it, you know what? Give us about 680,000 acres of land space
with some animals on it.
And let us, and you could put us on there and leave us the fuck alone and let us do our thing.
Facts.
And that's, to me, that's reparations, because that's what they did to Japan. They fixed up, they rebuilt the entire country
that they destroyed. Yeah.
So, but the fact of the matter is, when you come to reparations, the reason why they're so slow to do it because we were property. They didn't feel like we were owed it. Because remember, we were 1/10 of a man. We weren't even considered human.
Right.
We were like livestock. And you're not going to give a cow, reparations for you butchering and eating his ancestors. There was no respect for us. So we're not going to get any reparations if we don't come out with a feasible plan that is doable, that is be consistent across the board, and everybody can get down with. The problem is you got folks that want to check.
Yeah.
Reparations actually wasn't about a check. It was 40 acres and a mule. So I can till my own land, grow my own crops, and start my own family. And this be my generational wealth here, is this property, this ancestral land that gets passed down to my family. And that will appreciate with value each decade, each millennium. You know what I'm saying?
But I think though, only thing I would say about the money, I don't disagree with the money. I think the amount, I think what's important is like infrastructure, education is a big must. Another thing, I don't have an issue so much with the money, more so about the amount. But what I will say is, I think where the money part comes in is when you start looking at what took place after slavery in reference to the economic oppression of Black people. You know what I mean? And so
this is
it's almost like what
we're not economically literate, financially literate. That money, that check will be spent within a week.
No, and that I agree. But I think though, there could be trust funds created. I think there's ways around that. There's things that could be done to make sure the money is processed properly, or that the money is used to along the lines of more like group economics, right? The concept of this money needs to circulate within Black communities, Black businesses. I'm saying you put stipulations on it, right? How Jay looking like? I'm just saying, I don't have an issue with the money, but I do agree with what you're saying. That's been my argument you know, from the course of time. Some people like just cut the check. But that's not gonna fix the problem. So my
All
thing
this
is when we're talking
sounds
about
good.
reparations.
See, here's the problem, and this is us, and it's an issue that's plaguing us in business today. We're always worried about what their check looks like.
Yeah.
Hey Nate, what you get? Hey Michi, how much you get? Hey Common, how much they gave you? Damn, they only gave me this. That's fucked up.
Right.
You know, hey Gail, how much they gave you? They always giving black women more money than black men. They can't even get us right. They still oppressing us with it ain't never going to be right. Those folks that's not going to want the schools. They're not going to want to be educated. They're not going to want this. I want that. Which is why I have such a problem with Tariq Nasheed is why are you separating us? We ain't even unified. We ain't even unified enough to even be separated. But you're separating. You know why? Divide and conquer.
He's an agent though, and that's you know he was sent to do that. That's part of his agreement. You know he got it. They schooled him, educated him, told him what he need to do, what he need to say. It's part of the agreement. In order for him to keep his freedom. Michi, what's your thoughts? Michi when Michi came back for the scratch.
I want to know why we don't need no check. See,
I'm gonna tell you why we don't need a check. Because only some of us will actually do what the check is meant for.
But why
like this?
This what we do with our money? That's offensive. Why do you assume that? I know that if I get money, and I know plenty of people around me that's gonna do the right thing with their money. They doing the right thing right now.
That's the exception, not the rule. But you know what? I see what black people do with their tax refund check every day.
But at the end of the day, there's also a science to that. See, you have to understand the wealth gap in this country. And the reason that you see all of these other families and people that are living today off the wealth that came off the back. So if our ancestors had been left what they were supposed to be left without it being destroyed, it would have been much more money and things would have been built. So they owe us that check as well. And I think that it is very unfair to police somebody's damn reparations. Either you owe us or you don't. And to say that black people won't build, that's crazy. Because I'm from Detroit, and Detroit is the hood. But let me tell you something about all my black family. They own them hood blocks. They own their houses. My family worked at Chrysler. They're going to invest in their communities. So to say that people ain't going to do nothing with their money, I don't think we had a right to tell them what to do with their money.
But here's the thing, Michi. You are correct in reference to that in that aspect. But I will put a stipulation like you can't get this check till you go through this financial class.
I think that's fair.
Because at the end of the day, Michi, you're right.
That's fine. I mean, like that is fine because they'll do it, and that's fine. But other than that, I don't think
everybody won't do it, and that's the point. I'm not talking about
everybody will do it. Oh, broke ass people will do it. They'll all do it for a check.
No. He's saying
no. That's not what I'm
He's
saying.
saying that yes, there are a lot of black people who will handle their money properly, but there's too many that won't, and it'll only create. Again, I think we're looking at it from a standpoint of how do we fix the problem?
Right. So you address the problem, but you don't completely say people don't get no checks. Like reparations to repair things, it's a combination of a whole lot of things. And if you want to be honest, there's not anything that they could actually do with no amount of money that will actually repair the damage that they have done, unless you're just going to tear this motherfucker down and let us rebuild it the right way. If they're not going to do that, so it's a lot that's owed. But to outright say we don't, people don't deserve a check. There are a lot of people that check will change their lives. You know how many black people I work with every day that want to start businesses, have great ideas. They don't have money to fund these ventures. And I know a lot of black people that would benefit and build something. I know black people that put their dollars together now to build grocery stores in their community, everything else. So I think things would thrive. So, and that would be the purpose of it as well. So that's how, I think it's a lot of things, but to say, I just get tired of hearing black people saying we don't deserve no check. Niggas don't.
I never said we don't deserve it.
Nah, nobody said we don't deserve
it. Okay, you may say that, but you like we don't need one because it'll be gone in a week.
Yeah,
bro, we say we just don't need to
people. Gonna be gone in a week, Dre. What you spending on that damn steak? Yeah, where your check gonna be in a week?
Well, first of all, it ain't tricking if you got it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The Dre gonna mess around and buy a whole bunch of cows with that money. That's what
He
he
gonna
gonna
be
do.
like, Oprah, you get a Wagyu steak, you get one. Everybody gets one. I'll be like, look at you, wasting your money just like the niggas you was talking about.
No,
Facts.
but you know what? No. See, but I will tell you this: it is an experience that I do believe all Black people need to have. There's a lot of things, and a lot of things that have been kept away from us. We're like, I still think we eat trash, and I just think we need to elevate our education in reference to nutrition and whatnot. But when it comes to a check, call me slighted, call me, I need to see, because the motivation for the check is it the motivation to uplift us and build us back to a form of grace. It's me, 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 I, not we, I. And I have a problem with that that selfishness. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
my grandparents were born in the 30s. And well, no, 19, like, well, my grandfather died at 100 a couple years ago. All my direct ancestors that was in this country back in the day are gone. My father was born in the 40s, and my mom was born in the 40s. So my direct ancestors, I wasn't born in the 60s, so I don't know what it was like back then. I was born in the 70s. So I can only speak on my upbringing. But to say that I was hurt and that check will cure the pain that my ancestors went through that I never felt, I can't say that. I can't say somebody else can't say that. But what I want that money for is to rebuild us, to put us on the state on a even plane with everybody else, because we're lagging way behind. And we're lagging behind because of our mindset. We don't have a unified mindset. You know what I'm saying? I have Latinas in my family, and I'm telling you.
Let me ask you, do you think that every other group has that same unified mindset, or do you think that it is a group of Jews who have money and they come together and they build things for the community and the rest of the Jews come along in it? Like, do you really think every Jew is doing that?
No, I'm gonna talk about what I was about to say. Talk about the Latino community.
Or the
Um,
Latino community?
I have a lot of Latinos in my family, and when it comes to money, they come together. All right, and well, I can't even call myself an Afro Latino, but shit, I speak Spanish. But goddamn, we all come together for a united cause, and I watch how they work. And there's time where the nigga side of my family get kind of upset because they will latch on to the other Latinas and start doing stuff in the community on that, like on Washington Heights side of New York. You know what I'm saying? Or the Connecticut part. So they're coming together. Jews at the end of the day, I'll give you a little quick history in New York real quick. Back in the 60s, the Jewish people didn't never put their money in the banks. They either used to put their money in the floor or mattresses. What the black folks used to do when they moved out would go in there and go into the floorboards and get the money and the jewels that were left behind. And instead of investing that money back into the company, they was out here hustling. They was doing their thing. So we have shown a history and a track record of not understanding the value of money. You know what I'm saying? And if we did, we wouldn't be protesting as much as we would. We'd be boycotting way more, because we'll understand the powers of our dollars and we'll be leveraging it a whole hell of a lot more than we're doing. The bus boycott was a boycott. The bus company damn near went bankrupt because black folks were no longer taking the bus. They were walking. And they made provisions to they sat at the table to get us back on the bus. And what showed me that we weren't unified is when Kaepernick. Now, granted, I didn't support Kaepernick, but I
If you
understand.
waiting for black folks to be unified like that, for them to get something
But
that they have the right to,
boycott the NFL.
happen.
Yeah, black folks are like, fuck that. I ain't boycotting the NFL. Yeah, players that was like, fuck it, I need that check. I'm playing.
Right.
But we weren't unified. And if you think about it, and I sent this to Nathan, because he didn't see the episode, just like the Boondocks when Martin Luther King didn't die, he was in a coma,
These niggas.
Yeah. But at the end of it, all the black players, went on strike. And the revolution was, because growing up, all I hear is the revolution will not be televised. The
Correct.
revolution is revolution is near. We're going to, you know what I'm saying? I came a 5% because of all that. I was ready for it. You know what I'm saying?
But you're not gonna get a bunch of black people unified to boycott something like that. It don't work like that no more.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but they'll boycott Houston's if they got bad service.
Do they really boycott stuff to the where they shut it down, or they just get mad for a moment and then be right the hell back there again? I mean, a real boycott shuts stuff down.
No, they on that sugar high. You know what
like
it is?
when they did their boycotts back in the day, they was walking for months. They wasn't catching the bus for over a year. Like they weren't playing. This wasn't a week, right? Well, I don't think that society today, our people have the capability of that. I think there's a such thing as social engineering, and that's not going to happen.
Well, Michi, I'm gonna tell you exactly what happens. You boycott a restaurant, right? What they will do is they'll go ahead and get your email addresses and they'll send y'all vouchers and say y'all can eat free for a month. And black folks are right back in that bitch eating free. Nathan, am I lying?
Well, but that's the problem. I think that's what Michi's talking about. There's a lack of conviction, or there's a lack of there's a word. There's a lack of like.
I think that's fucked up though, because that's the conditioning. That's
no, it is. But it makes you wonder: is the reality is deep down inside what some people are complaining about? They realize that it really is not that bad because they don't have anything real to compare it to, right? You think about what was motivating people in the 60s to do what they did, these boycotts, and they're out there getting bit and, killed.
Well, I'll tell you what I think it did. I think that it was a matter of their pride and who they were. They hadn't yet been too conditioned in the sense of, I think integration was the worst thing that ever happened to Black people. And so it took us back into another state. We don't have that. We don't have the family. We got a bunch of uneducated people. See, Black folks fought to be educated back then because they could. They didn't mind to be in their own space. We built our own stuff because we had no choice. And so then everybody wanted to fight to drink at the white man water fountain. I never understood that. Or have a white man make your burger. I don't want to sit at your counter. You don't think they spit on your shit? Like, I've never understood that rationale. Why do you want to give your Black babies back to these people and say, here, teach my kids? Like, but the effects of that have now taken place. And you have a society of Black people who are uneducated, who are filled with all kinds of food and chemicals and things that they give to them that they say is good for you. I ain't gonna say that because we on your show, Nathan, but y'all know what I'm talking about, right? We go through all of these things in our community. We literally have people that are illiterate. You have the music and stuff that's pumped into them. They don't get any education. They don't have any discipline because dad is gone for whatever reason. There's a bunch of reasons why there's no fathers in the homes, right? And then mom is being man, so she is working all of the time, and they're being raised by over-sexual videos. And to be a real man, you got to be a thug. Like, so we're just in a different time. And so back then we were different people. We're not those people today.
But you know what, Michi? I'm gonna tell you, when I first moved to Atlanta, I was part of the problem. I used to go to Buffalo Wild Wings because I knew they had bad service. And I knew all I had to do was send them a bad remark and I know I'll get me free food. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like,
what if I told you I got a white auntie and she lied about everything so she could get?
Oh no, I didn't lie.
She did what she do, and she white. So now that ain't a nigga thing, Dre. Stop.
Right. But I wasn't lying. That shit was legit. Because
my auntie will lie in a minute and tell him half the tire was full. She'll say that the sodas was flat when she opened the whole 12-pack. She'll have 50 cases of Coke in the backyard, and they be done put up with a truckload of tire for everybody in the hood. She a white lady, so you know.
But you know what? I've never.
People do that shit, Dre. You wasn't eating Magoo back then. That's what was going on.
But the thing is,
I can read when I can't write, brother.
But you know what? That's the thing. I was like, I'm never going to spend $1 in this place again. But I was still eating there because it was food. Then I was like, you know what? I'm not even a man of my word. I haven't eaten Buffalo Wild Wings in about 15 years.
Well, you got to be convicted. That's a personal thing. Why Jesus say help you do that thing?
Right. Because the thing is, I always felt like I was a man of principle, and I was standing on my principles. But at the end of the day, you got folks out here that sit up there and put on a cloak of invisibility that think you can't see the bullshit.
Who taught you that, though, Dre?
I had to learn that shit for myself. I look in the mirror. I'm not afraid to look in the mirror.
But somewhere along the way, there was no example. There wasn't anything that helped you decide to be that person, to see.
Yeah, I had my father in the house.
Okay, then.
My father
No,
taught.
that's what I'm saying. It's a whole lot missing. So when you see things from your perspective, understand a lot of black men, young black men and brothers don't sit from your perspective or in your shoes when you talk to me about why we can't boycott or do those things. But I still think they deserve a chance. I know a lot of brothers in the hood that's young and they real talented. And if they just had an opportunity and they didn't have to be a rapper because they thought that shit would make it out and they didn't have to slang drugs and they did get a reparations check. I know a lot of young brothers that actually got ideas and things they want to start and do. And that might be the one thing that helped them. And some people you can't help, but at the end of the day, everybody don't get to look at it from your perspective. And so, you know, they missing a whole lot. And you want them to work with a full toolbox, but you know that motherfucker empty for real.
Hold on, let me address Ace Butterfly real quick. You are highly mistaken. Let's see, I used to be a police officer. I work in the DA's office now.
He's bougie now. He's
but
moving on up.
I will tell you, police officers may be a lot of things. Cheap ain't one of them.
Cheap ain't one of them. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They have toys. They go ahead and they'll work 9 part-time jobs, make more money on an extra job than they do in their main salary, and will live in a $400,000 home with toys, boats, and all that. So they ain't cheap. I'm just bougie that way. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Blame it on my parents.
Yeah, Dre bougie. He a different breed.
Just blame it on my parents.
I'm gonna close out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give my little final thoughts though. You guys, I appreciate you. You know what's funny though? There's a way, and I'm a firm believer there's a way to fix the problem. I just think you have to change the environment, and that's that's kind of like the ideal situation. If you could fix the environment, everything else will, kind of spawn out of that. But Michi's right. There's the dysfunction in the homes is probably the biggest threat, ongoing threat. And you can't teach the next generation without a solid core foundation. And that's kind of where we're at, unfortunately. We just got to get that piece. And you see it on YouTube, the men and women going back and forth. It's a damn shame how divisive everything is, the messaging and things like that on YouTube. So it's sad. It's ridiculous. But if we want to fix it, man, we got to fix our homes first. There's no way around that piece. You can't even try, because you have a black men who volunteer in neighborhoods and communities. They do things. You got black men who go to boys and girls clubs, who do stuff like that. But there's these black men too. Some of them already have families. They got other responsibilities. You can't stretch them thin. We need the men who are making these babies to step up and do their part. We need the women who are allowing themselves to be to get pregnant by these men. Some aren't worth a damn. We need them to step up too. Everybody, both sides, men and women, got to step up and do this thing properly. We can't lean too much on men to volunteer to fix this problem. They can only do so much. So we definitely got to get our homes in order before we try to conquer white supremacy. So because we got people in our community who are out for themselves, like a Tariq Nasheed and things like that, they don't care what they cause as long as they get paid, and people like that are just as bad as a problem as well. So I don't know. So we'll see. But Michi, Dre, I love y'all. Y'all are my ride or dies for sure.
Oh, dang. We definitely got to do lunch.
Facts.
If you're taking us to lunch, Dre, we in Wagyu.
We want that Wagyu. We want that Wagyu.
Yes. So when that's happening.
Huh?
Yeah.
I got amnesia now.
We eating the Wagyu, right? And the finest bottle of wine in the house.
Well, truth be told, I don't know anybody that can sit down and eat a whole Wagyu steak. That shit too rich. But we'll work it out.
I only need a little slither cut. I haven't had it yet, man, but I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I first had it when I was in Japan.
That's where you get it from.
Bougie you. I had a steak and cheese when I was in Philly. Don't nobody care about where you been.
I had a chopped cheese when I was
trying to show out. Whatever. I had a funnel cake at the fair. You be trying to show out. Don't nobody care, man.
Dre fly to France to get his funnel cake. What you mean? That brother, he fly, he get on the plane. He wants some real dessert. He go to France to get his. You know who he's talking to right there.
Man, you can't beat them crepes though. Them crepes been on point.
I ain't mad at you. So you ain't gonna be mad if you get a check. I already know. Because I'm be like, you don't need that check, Dre. Just slide it on over here. You don't need it. Remember?
Look, Michi.
Remember the time
Fuck around. You have
need that check.
Hey, listen. Am I gonna get? I need at least 1% from both of y'all.
Oh yeah, because you don't get nothing, honey.
I don't get nothing. Can I get
nothing all the way? You get nothing.
Hold on. If it wasn't for Pearly, I would have been the sponsor of this chat of this live show.
Did you say just Pearly? Why you bring that white girl up? See, we gotta go.
What you mean?
What you mean? Hey, she supported the cause.
She supported the cause.
All you want, but
oh my God, here y'all go with this bullshit. Okay, let me tell you something. That white girl wasn't doing nothing but trying to get your chocolate ass to co-sign her because the rest of the community mad at her. That pale face chick went over here giving you $49.99 super chats before you made that video trying to defend her. She needs somebody to co-sign her.
Still
no, she can go get co-signed by Dre. We ain't letting you co-sign her, Nathan. No more. You already got that fucking hidden color shirt on. You done co-signed this bitch. The white girl showing up in the chat and shit. No, we can't do this.
So you wanted him to say, "Hey, I appreciate the love, but you need to go ahead and take your money back." Oh
no, I didn't want him. I didn't want him to say anything. I told her to get her ass the fuck up out of here.
Oh my God,
you did.
Did you do that? Why y'all be?
I didn't tell her to leave, but I said, here come this white girl. She was like, oh, I'm the villain in the street. You ain't shit to us. And don't be coming over here trying to get co-signed. And she left. Now, let me tell you something. Y'all talk about being on code. Y'all say y'all tired of watching black people fight. I'm always fighting with black people. So I was happy to fight with the white girl. I'm sad she left. Y'all say we don't never go at the white folks. I was ready. Okay.
Nietzsche was being diverse. You can't knock her for being diverse.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, but let me ask you this: did she do anything wrong today?
Yes, when she woke up and she was just Pearly things. That's what she did wrong today.
I can't with you, Michi. I can't with you.
Look, I don't always agree with Nietzsche, but in this aspect, she was in here to drum up some support.
She was.
Yeah,
she was.
Yeah,
because she's believe it or not, she's actually lost some subscribers. Shit ain't working out. Yeah, she's been.
Let me say this from this perspective, because you was arguing, Nathan, that she wasn't a white supremacist, all of that. Let me just say, remove that from this perspective.
No. Hold on. You're right, but you're not accurate. He didn't.
You ain't let me finish though.
He said based on what he saw of that video, he did not see it. He never said she wasn't.
Okay, whatever. You know what? This is not the court of law. We're not gonna play that words with you, motherfucking. I work in the DA office, eat Wagyu steak. I've been in China for the federal government. This bald head nigga was like, I've been the police. Y'all gonna stop with me, okay? Okay, we're not doing this. The bottom line is he made it seem like she wasn't. This is the thing. I don't care whether she white supremacist or not. That wasn't the point. This is the thing. When we talk about being on code, this woman says some things. She has a large audience that is black people that watch her. She did say some offensive things, right? So the bottom line is, whether we wanted to say, she's not a racist. I think that regardless of how our community wanted to hold her accountable, we were holding her accountable. Has she cared about the people that she had offended, because that's her audience and it's called customer fucking service? She owed those people that watch her, because I don't, the ability to correct her wrongs and be sincere. But as soon as she wasn't received the right way and her fake ass apology, then she started running to the black people who defended her. Now, again, I gave you this example, Nathan, just like when it comes to them other people with them little curly cues and the top hats, right? Because this is your channel. Well, at the end of the day, they don't care whether they're right or wrong. They don't let you disrespect them in any regard. They will shut you down. There are plenty of them that said they didn't disagree with Kanye, but what they weren't going to do is open their mouth and speak against the rest, because they like the control of being able to say, you will respect us to some extent. And I think our people have the right to demand that from her. If she wants their money, their views, and their audience and their support, she should have to correct herself. So whether you thought some black people were being extreme or not, I think that when black people came to the rescue of this woman, that was her way out. Then she showed her true colors, right? Then she said, fuck y'all.
Well, wait. There weren't there weren't people coming necessarily to her rescue. I
Oh,
think
yes, it was.
I think the problem.
Anton Daniels, um,
I didn't hear what he had to say specifically.
the lead attorney.
But
What's that
I
other
heard
one?
what he said. He wasn't. But see, there's a difference. I think the problem is people's interpretation of what they think was said and what was actually said. That is the problem. The problem is no, but that matters though. And I think we have to be honest. Like that matters. People have interpreted things incorrectly.
And
I
every
think
time you say that, you always say to me, like, we didn't hear what she said. We heard exactly
I
what she
wasn't about to say that. Y'all heard what.
But you imply every time we had this conversation, you imply like we misunderstood. I'm not stupid. I understood everything that girl said.
No, it's not that you're not. It's not about being stupid. It's about things that triggered people. We all agree. People are mad. People are mad at me about that because I watched the video and I gave my honest assessment of it. And I was doing it based on that video because I was trying to understand why people were calling her a white supremacist, a colonizer, a racist white woman. I
would have told you.
I know you would have told me, Nietzsche. We know. But based on what I understood what was being said in the conversation. You know,
okay, in the bigger picture of things, though, what I'm saying is that for tonight, this is how all this got to where we are, because what happened is you, along with several other Black men, it made her feel comfortable. And then her true colors came out. It made her feel comfortable that she felt all Black people are not mad at me. And some of them are on my side actually telling other Black people, let me finish, about themselves. Then she came back out and did videos and started being an arrogant Karen that she is. And then she went and doxed, wait a minute, in her balls, she went and doxed another brother's channel and tried to get it taken down falsely, right? Then after she did that, she went over to the MTR dude's channel and was arguing with him because he wanted to remove himself. She laughed about him having cancer in one testicle. Isn't that no different than Six laughing about your death? So I'm just saying, now she running around talking crazy to Black people when before she was humble. Y'all put a battery in that white girl back. And she in your chat giving you super chats because she's trying to get co-signed by the few Black people that will say, praise the Lord, you're welcome here, Pearly, just things. So that's why the fuck she here.
No, wait.
I'm cutting her ass out.
Lord have mercy.
Damn, God
damn, Michi, listen, that is, you know, your recounts of the events are always
very accurate.
That is not true. But this is what I will say. What the problem is, again, is that people have misinterpreted things that I've said. They've misinterpreted things that TLA has said. I've watched it. Again, I don't listen to react. I listen to respond. A lot of people were listening and reacting to what she said. And granted, I said it very clearly on this channel that she wasn't qualified to have that conversation. What she said was inappropriate. Did I understand what she was trying to say? Yes, I watched the full thing. It was taken out of context. That is a fact. We could one day we could sit down and do another stream and play it play by play, and I'll point everything out. People don't like what she said and how she said it. I agree.
Did you see her other videos talking about Black people in slavery? That's what I'm saying. So you don't know what you're talking about Pearly and who she is altogether.
Well, she was talking about Alvin Haley when he did Roots, and her feeling on that was very disrespectful.
He also had other videos with another Black girl talking about slavery and Black folks and laughing and shit then too. There's more than one video. So anyway,
but that's not
argue semantics. Whether you want to accept it or not, facts over feelings, that's the reason. It doesn't matter how we got here. That's the reason she was in your chat tonight, giving you a because she needs to feel co-signed, and she watched everybody talk about her, and you were one of the few that wasn't talking bad about her, and that's a fact, Nathan. That's all I'm saying.
Michi, calm down 1 second. Michi, slow down.
Like 3.
The thing is this, right? I didn't know about her content until this video, right? I didn't know about her channel or any of that stuff until that video came out. She obviously didn't know about me until then. Yes, I made a video expressing how I felt about it. And I gave my honest assessment. Nobody was defending or sticking up for her. I was just trying to understand where all this thing came from. If she comes by and she wants to support and she appreciates what I'm doing, I think there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have an issue. I have plenty of white people who watch my channel, who support the channel, white, black, Asian, and Hispanic over here. My channel and my platform is open to everybody. I said that from the very beginning. She's no different, Michi. Simply because I had an honest and a fair assessment of what took place, and she wants to come over and support. I have no problems with that. I think her content is.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, Michi. What's your question?
Oh, she put the voice on.
She about to hit me with the.
You mad at Six for making fun of your near-death experience, but she joked and laughed at the same thing about MTR a while back. So why is she so welcome?
You're saying she made a joke about no. So I watched the video about that situation. I'm actually gonna talk about it tomorrow.
Right, but I'm just asking, are you going to give her a pass?
That's not what happened. That's not what happened, though. So again, you got to actually tell the story correctly, right? So
she laughed and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that."
She did.
Yeah. But did she make a video clowning his cancer? Did she make a video attacking his situation and circumstances? She was live streaming, and one of her co-hosts
and Six was live streaming too, and brought you up.
No. That's not the same, Michi. Don't conflate the two.
Okay.
No, they're not. You got to be honest. No, we can have the conversation. Let's be absolutely honest. There's a difference. It's not a pass. This is what happened. She's doing a live stream. Someone reads out a super chat, and she's there, and she laughed. Yeah, okay, the laugh is inappropriate. Did she do a stream and disrespect him and pull up a video and start clowning him about his incident? No, she did not do that. Those are two separate things.
Actually, the video was to talk junk about all the people, and on top of her laughing about that, what she did she then threatened with this performative femininity because she claims she's about men, right? Hold on. With her white performative femininity, hold on. She plays these games, but then she said she was going to dox MTR with videos that they were both in, which is false copyrights to try and stop this man's flow.
That's a whole other thing. Wait
a minute. But she actually did that to another brother on here, and they did suspend his channel, and he had to fight for it. So what I'm saying is, wait a minute. So you see how she's coming after these men? You have but you still okay with that, huh?
Listen, first of all, you're trying to conflate multiple different things. You're talking about her going at it and battling. She's battling multiple YouTubers for slanging and throwing her name in the mud. She has a right to defend her.
MTR didn't do anything to this girl but say he didn't want to associate with her no more.
No, first of all, that's different, and that's not accurate to describe. They were actually close. They were actually friends. They were more than associates.
Ooh, you got every excuse.
He flew out to London to go. See, no. We're not gonna do that. He flew out to London. He was hanging out with her and her family. Let her tell the story. First of all, this is my thing, right? This is how I look at it. If me and you have a difference in opinion, Michi, me and you, we different opinions on a couple things. That's not gonna, even with this Pearly situation, you didn't go and drag me under the bus and say you got to disassociate yourself with me. Am I correct?
No, but that's
okay. So did you go on your platform and tell people that they don't deal with Nathan? I'm gonna have to separate myself with him because he feels this way about Pearly. Did you do that?
No.
Why didn't you do that?
Because I don't get no damn what nobody think. They can think what they want to think.
Well,
I don't have a problem with you ever like so, but to some extent, I do have a problem.
Wait. Michi, pause, right? Because this is the point I'm trying to make. Me and you have established a rapport, a relationship.
You're a black man, and I'm giving you some grace because I know if I go off on you, what that ripple effect is like, Nathan. They coming for you, so I be trying to show you some love. That's the real honest truth.
Okay, well then let me get that. All I'm saying is that I don't know their relationship. I don't know the relationship that they had together. All I saw is stuff on video. I know that they worked business together. According to her, they were really cool. She introduced her to the family. They had their own relationship.
Okay,
all I'm saying is that is a unique relationship that they had. So again, they separated. He separated. Looked like it was for business purposes, business reasons why he did what he did. I don't have an issue with that. I'm not mad at that. So whatever her reasoning is for that fallout or how she feels about it, I can't speak to that. There are people who were calling her and saying certain things to her that I think was not accurate. Now, again, she has a right to defend herself. That is her platform. It is her channel. And she feels strongly about it. That's on her. I can't control that. You were telling me, look how she's doing so and so and so and so. I've watched videos of them tearing this woman apart, and it was not deserving, period. If you're going to attack her because you don't like what she said.
Oh, we all on YouTube. We all get attacked. You laying down over the puddle from Miss Pearly. No, because they attack us all. Do you feel sad the way they talk about your girl, Michi? I just want to know, because they go eat on me. Yeah, whatever.
You don't want to. You want to hear what I have to say?
Here we
go. I defend you just as much. I defend you too.
That's part of being a YouTuber, and you just felt the need she had to be protected. Did you see all the white boys going in on her? Was you mad at the white people that was going in on Pearly?
This is not about protection. I said this is the problem that we have now. People misinterpreting what you see firsthand. Why? Because I don't agree with someone calling her a colonizer. I don't agree with somebody making racial slurs and statements towards her.
Does everything we think have to be said?
But you think it's okay to call her a racist, a colonizer, a white supremacist? She's the face of white supremacy.
What I think is okay is that she be held accountable for the audience that watches her if they feel offended.
I never said she should.
You may be right to some extent, Nathan, but you gave her a way out. And I want Dre to explain, is that not why she's over here giving super chats, because she's trying to get co-signed by the few black people.
No. Don't bring Dre in this. This is my problem. This is my problem.
No, because Dre know what that white lady trying to do too, and you act like
what a lot of people were doing to her was out of line. It was disrespectful. It was racist.
Oh, now we're the racist towards the white lady. We're racist towards her for checking her for racist.
It's not about checking. It's how you do it.
No, did you say we was being racist to her? I just need to be clear. Is that what you just said? So black people are being racist to her for the racist shit that came out of her mouth by holding her accountable?
No, listen. You want to call, first of all, what I'm saying is people were throwing racial slurs.
Wow, you just defended the fuck out this pale ass white bitch. And now you done play the Uno reverse, and we're the racist, and the white lady need to be saved. I gotta go, y'all. Bye bye.
Nobody said that. Where do you know what happens when we have a conversation and you hear what you want to hear?
No, that's what you just said. Let's ask the chat what you heard.
No, Michi, you're not listening. I said there were racial slurs.
You just called us racist towards her when it was some racist ass shit she said too.
First of all, listen.
That's like talking shit to the person who being bullied that finally stand up to the bully. Do you know how the racist shit this country is founded on? On her platform, she brought that. So how do you think a certain group of people would have felt had she brought an old Nazi war soldier up there? And that was her main audience. Come on, no, let's be real. I had this conversation. Do you think they would have had the right to feel some way? And then you would tell them because they lashing out at her, they're being racist towards her.
You're not listening.
Ridiculous. You just call black people racist towards a damn white woman that said some racist shit.
And black people absolutely can be racist. That's
why she in your chat giving you $50 because you the nigga that's gonna co-sign her ass.
Comes back and supports
again. You just got bought. That white lady just paid for your co-sign, and she'll be back.
That's fine. She need to be back. I love white people. Bring them all. I love white, Asian, black, and Hispanic. I love all people. So
I make my exit, y'all, because I don't want to feel nobody I care about.
I don't know why you're losing it over the conversation. You are mad that she came over here and supported the channel.
I'm not mad that she can't. No, you're missing my point. That's not what I said. I said she thinks she's slick. She over here trying to buy your cosign. Did this woman know who the fuck you was? Was she in your chat before you said anything about her video? Did she even know who you were?
Nobody knows who I am until they're in my video, Michi.
Okay, so why do you think she's giving you the super chats and coming over here and making her play?
The same reason everybody else gives me super chats who just come across.
When I first said that at the beginning, Dre agreed with me, so I'm gonna let him say what his opinion is. So I think you're a bit in denial right now.
Well, here's the thing. Matter of fact, what are your thoughts on this one? This super chat.
Hold on, Nate. I got a different take. Hold on.
She's white too, so
I got something to say about Miss Lane as well.
Hold up, Michi is accurate. Yes, she came over to drum up your support. But here's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
So she wants to spend her white dollars on this white. She don't know what she's getting. You automatically assume that just because he made one video that he's going to acquiesce to whatever she got going on just because she sent money. That's not accurate.
I didn't say
we can't.
that.
What I'm saying is
that her intent though? Is that the intent?
No.
But
the thing is, but you know what? I will tell you that I personally think that she's looked at your content, right? But the problem is, and this is what Michi's talking about. It's so ambiguous. You really can't tell. Is she generally supporting yourself because she appreciates what you've done for the community, or did she send the money because she's saying that because she want to garner respect because because you don't follow her, but what she's been doing is like folks who she normally had beef with, she's trying to like switch up, trying to garner support. So
are you saying? So let me get this straight. Are you saying that she's trying to buy my support so that if somebody tries to go at her again, that I'll come to her defense? Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah,
I 100% disagree. Because
she just want to stay in the mix, like in the Black YouTube community. We're done talking about this white girl. We wish she would go away. She's trying to keep herself in the mix. Let her go away.
No, I don't think she don't.
It's been enough bullshit behind Pearly name. We sick of talking about her. She's trying to interject herself. Let her go back over to her side.
I don't understand.
You're not the only person chat. She come in and want to give super chats and talk to them now. Anybody who will talk to her.
With that? I don't understand what.
Never said it was a problem.
People, let me ask you this, Michi: are white people not allowed to come in this chat and give donations if they enjoy the content?
I didn't say that white people couldn't. I'm talking about just Pearly things and her intentions.
So
people come here and give you money all the time.
You can read her mind and her heart now. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh my God. If you have watched her content and what she's done and said about other people and what her moves and other chats she be in, wait a minute, let me answer that question. In the other chats she be in, if you do your investigating and be in these streets, you would clearly see what motherfucking moves Pearly is on.
Okay.
So yes, I am basing that on what we see from her. So again, we keep talking about the community and showing unity. Pearl ain't bringing nothing but confusion to Black people. Can we let her shut up and go away? She keeps trying to interject herself. Wait a minute. Everybody said that majority of her audience was white. Let her prove that and go talk to her people. Why she keep coming over here?
Well, I will tell you this. Nathan, do not deny if she comes over here and she spends money. I think what Michi's saying.
I'm gonna thank her. I'm gonna say thank you, you funky ass white girl. I'm gonna thank her for giving you the money.
Say thank you. What Michi's saying, say thank you, then you go about your business. You don't have to do all that.
Get the fuck out of here. Next, we're gonna be talking about.
Michi don't want you going on that side. Talking about. I appreciate what you do. Thank you. It means a lot that you support the channel. She don't want that. I know it does. I'm telling you, Michi don't want that. She just wants you to say thank you for the donation, and read her super chat. Yep, everything I do for the Black community. Blah blah blah, and keep it moving. That's what Michi wants. She wants you to.
But this is why we have issues in our community now, right? Because just to be completely honest, this whole discussion now is about her coming over here and donating, and you think she has a nefarious reasons for. I disagree.
Did you give everybody this benefit of the doubt when you was pulling them over for shit? I just want to know because she getting every benefit of the doubt in this place.
Oh, bullshit! I would have rolled her a ticket. Fuck that. Nobody get the benefit of the doubt.
Nobody gets the benefit of the doubt. If you break the law, you break the law.
I'm saying you giving her every benefit of the doubt, like you don't hear nothing that's being said.
Yeah, but
But the thing is, this is the issue.
He never did anything directly to Nathan, so
he never did anything wrong with me.
Reason to sit down and think anything other than is genuine. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't have any dog in this fight. This is his channel. If she's going to support, he's going to garner whatever support he's going to get, right, wrong, and different, because you still got folks that troll that still support. So what he going to say? Don't troll my channel no more. We'll everybody's welcome.
I didn't ask Nathan to say nothing. I didn't say he had to say anything to the chick. I hope she come back next time and give you $500. But I'ma still ask my bitch why she here. So I'ma say what I want to say, and you can thank her just like you thank everybody else. And when you brought up Lois Lane, so do you want me to go there too or no?
No, it's not about that. It's not about
that. No, because you said should that lady not be able to donate to you?
You're making it about her being white, and I'm trying to figure out why does her being white have anything to do with anything?
It doesn't.
My channel has all races watch my channel. This is not a pro-Black,
she's not just a white woman in your chat. She's just Pearly things with all of this conflict and all of this shit.
I'm trying to figure out let me explain to you what happened, Michi. Let me explain to you what happened.
No, nobody get
I did the video expressing how I felt. I was very clear how I felt. I didn't pick anybody's side. I just based my interpretation off of what I heard and what I listened. I said, hey, she was wrong for what she shouldn't have said it that way. I don't know how people are calling her racist based on this statement that she said. You guys got it wrong. You made a knee-jerk reaction and you blew it out of proportion. I said it was blown out of proportion because a lot of people on YouTube, on the Black YouTube space, started attacking her because they wanted attention and they wanted to build their channel off of tearing her down. To be honest, Michi, that's exactly why they did it. So don't come over. Don't act like these Negroes actually cared about what she actually said. They were trying to
capitalize. Did care about what she said because I had an opinion too. Hold on. I had an opinion too. I wasn't doing it for no clout or no views. So no, we're not going to play that game because some of us did genuinely give a fuck about what she said.
Y'all went to the 10th degree and it was uncalled for. It was out of line and it was inappropriate. Nobody attacked the conversation and the point she was making. And again, you guys attacked her. That's how I know y'all were bullshitting. Because all I heard was a bunch of racial slurs calling her pasty white this, white supremacy that. I rarely heard anybody.
Hold the fuck on, though.
I rarely heard anybody.
Wait a minute. Is that not how Black people deal with each other on YouTube?
Show me a video. The majority of people.
Is that not how Black people deal with each other on YouTube? So why we gotta no. Let me make this point. Wait a minute. When you watch Black people argue with each other, what do we do to each other? Hold on. Let me make my point.
Insult, call names. Insult, call names.
Okay. So this is my thing. So wait a minute. Let me make my damn point. So if she step into this damn arena and she decides to get into a beef, why is it that you expect Black people to treat her any goddamn different? Wait a minute.
Was getting in a beef.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. But you feel the need to come to her rescue when all of us deal with this shit from each other on YouTube. I've never seen you feel the need to come to anybody else's goddamn rescue that's being run through the damn ringer by the Black community.
What are you talking about? Michi, this is why I know. This is what I keep saying. This stuff goes right through your ears and out the other side. You're missing the point. No, the argument you're making is nonsensical, right? Because here's the point. She wasn't in any beef, Michi. There was no beef.
Oh my God.
No, there wasn't. She had an interview. Right?
Nathan, now
let him finish.
No, because this has been a lot of back and forth. Some of these people calling this woman names. You didn't watch all the videos she made with the back and forth. So some of these videos were after the fact she was being called these names because she was over there on bullshit too. So it's like you just giving her a pass completely, and it's just interesting for the white girl, but you got all the smoke for the Black woman. I'm just gonna exit on that.
What Black woman I got smoke for?
Wow. Michi like a goddamn microwave, boy. She go from 0 to 100 in like 5 seconds.
Michi can't help it. She just highly passionate. She can't help it.
That's why I love that woman, boy. I tell you.
You gotta love her. Michi is Michi. She's passionate. She's full of raw, unadulterated passion. She can't help it. But again, what is the issue?
I don't have an issue.
She said the beef, right? Let's be honest.
There was no beef.
We're going to talk about it real quick. Listen, might as well talk about it because, she brought it up. Was there any beef? There was no beef.
There was no beef. So here's the thing. It was a business. I'll break it down for you. She made in her eyes, a business decision by having Nick Fuentes on.
Correct.
MTR had absolutely no idea that the interview took place when he got to London. So he's chilling up there and he didn't approve of how it went down and the things she had to say. He made a business decision to withdraw himself from everything that he took part of because he himself has his own channel and his own, and because he found out on his live what happened.
Correct.
And he, I won't even say to save face, but to mitigate the backlash he got from even taking part of it, he had to make a business decision on the benefit of his own channel. All right. There was no beef because he called her and explained to her exactly what happened. And she actually co-signed and said he called and explained, but she didn't agree. he thought she understood and it was cool, but then it came back. And then all of a sudden she came out with the producer Blessing is the one who called him one nut, which is
Correct.
disrespectful as fuck. Now,
Well,
granted,
he did. Was it that he read wasn't it a super chat that he read out loud and said, isn't this the guy? Is this the guy that's talking about
yeah,
the guy with one nut?
yeah.
Right. And then she laughed about that.
But there was another
Read it out
video
loud.
when he kept calling. There was another one when when she decided that there was another video when he continued to call him that, because remember that's also the same video when she said that all the stuff that that he didn't want posted that she was gonna put up. That's where the tension came in, when she pretty much out the window, when you 1 minute take accountability, you're making a mistake, and then you're not respecting a person that you did business with and honoring the fact that, hey, I don't want to be part of this. You're like, fuck it, you're gonna be part of it anyway. I'm posting everything. That's where the issue is. I have no dog in this fight. I have no true opinion in anything going on, because it doesn't directly affect me. It don't affect my bottom line. You know what I'm saying? Where folks are misunderstanding you is, all you did was do a reaction video, and to find out what went on. You didn't co-sign. You didn't cape for her. You pretty much said, based on what I saw, I didn't see anything that rose to the level of white supremacy. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But then everybody want to incorporate other shit on top of that, and not understanding, like, no. This is all I'm watching. This is all I'm critiquing. I'm not looking at anything else. This is what I'm dealing with right here, because this is the subject at hand. And that's what folks not understanding. Because even when you was talking to the other dude, the passionate dude, that couldn't get past the fact that he was interviewed, not understanding that you have a lot of black content creators that want to interview Nick Fuentes, and you need to interview Nick Fuentes to understand where this is coming from, and dispel a lot of his myths, and be able to challenge him on his thoughts. And that's the thing. You can't run away from folks that have opposites opinion, because he might have been indoctrinated, but there's never been a black person sit up there and stand up to him and challenge him on his views. Why do you think he always on white views? Because he's like-minded, and he figured that, hey, you think like me, deep down you want to be like me, and that's what he plays on. And unfortunately, Pearly is young. She's very naive, and seems to be, you know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. Her coming in here and donating, hey, I can only take, I can only go off of what she put in the super chat. But I mean, she's not in the, yeah.
She put in the super chat, appreciate the work you do.
Right.
I mean, yeah. But my thing is.
But the thing is, what you have to understand, Nate, is that you're gonna have folks in the chat that looks at that, and the work that you do is, in their eyes, because they don't like her and they're hypersensitive to anything she posts, is gonna be, I like the work that you do and making me look good. Opposed to, I like the work that you do to make the community great.
But I can't control.
But that's not for you to control.
That's not for me to control. So I don't care what they think is going on. That's a personal internal issue that whoever feels that way has to get through. You ask me directly, I'm gonna tell you, I have no issue with just Pearly things. I understand what took place. I have my personal views on it. You heard it in my video. If you want to know how I felt about her interview, you can watch that video again. I don't have no issues with her. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it unequivocally, and it ain't got nothing to do with the donations. I've said it on TLA's channel before any donations ever happened. I said it here, and I'll say it again. And I could care less who feels indifferent. I'm gonna be completely honest. The reality is, people try to tear her down to build their channel. That's what happened. They did not give two shits about black this, black that. It had nothing to do with that. I know that for a fact it didn't. Because when they realized they could not grow their channel off of her name, they stopped talking about her. Yeah, I've seen these people who are making this content about her. What's so sad is that if we put that same amount of visceral energy that they put into her, and we actually put that into solving some real issues in our community, we'd actually get somewhere. We'd actually make some real impact.
Well, you
All
can't
that
do that when you're an
was all
opportunist.
flagging.
You can't do that when you're an opportunist because they went
It is
from that.
opportunity.
Yeah, they went from that. They went to Ebony K. Williams. That's been, they still talking about that. So you should that should be a one conversation done, but the same people doing like 6 videos of the same content. You know what I'm saying? So right, but the thing is, understanding folks, because it's like this.
Someone said, "Don't hit the player, hit the game."
I know, right? It's like this.
It's
Me,
business.
me and Michi get into an argument, and then Michi tell you don't talk to Drake because me and Drake got in an argument, and that's pretty much what it is. I
Correct.
don't like her for what I saw. They said she did.
Yep.
You shouldn't like her either because we don't like it. And then it goes into that monolith thinking again.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And like, at what point can we have our own opinion? Because I remember when you told me about Michi, like, man, and they were killing me on her channel, and I sat there and watched that shit. And I sat down there, all I wanted to do was talk to Michi because I knew where her heart is, and I thought, and I was like, when I talk to her, she'll understand where I come from, so she'll have a better understanding of why I think the way I
Correct. Correct.
because I didn't come out bougie. You know what I'm saying? I came from the mud, but there were some things I was exposed to. And at the end of the day, a lot of the things that happen with us is someone taking us under their wing to show us different things. You know, as hood as my father is, that brother liked to eat good. And he liked to eat good. And he used to take us to some restaurants and explain to us, like, look, this is how the other this, or do you want to eat like that? When you
Right.
get your money up, this is how you need to eat. And any opportunity you have to get somebody from here to over here, you do that. Because we as a people need to have, and it needs to be a joint experience. Because we are talented. We are very talented folks. But the fact is, we are our own worst enemy. We can't stay out of our own way. And we are quick to let somebody kill our dreams.
Man, listen, I might even I might even invite Pearly over here to do a full damn video just to piss people off. Y'all can kiss my whole ass cheek. As
Well,
chocolatey brown rounded as it is. I don't want people to get confused. I'm not a racist.
Well, Nathan, I'm gonna tell you like this, and I've said this to you before, and I'm gonna say it again. You can't ask blind people to see your vision.
That's very true.
You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, no one is ever going to see the understand or nor understand the methods to why you do what you do. Shit, you could have Nick Fuentes up there. They still won't understand why you did. They didn't even understand why you had Tatum on there.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
They
So
were upset about that.
right. So you have to understand that when you don't know how to communicate, you expect all interactions to be volatile. You always want somebody to be cussed out, and like, how do you get anything accomplished? It's a conversation, and I need to understand your point, because at the end of the day, half the folks we hate are making valid points that we agree with. You know what I'm saying? It's either their tone, their skin color, their delivery, but the message still just says it. But we're gonna find a problem with whoever, whatever it is. Behind the scenes, what separates you from everybody else is your consistency, your thoroughness, and your understanding. The fact of the matter is, now granted, you have a lot of folks in this chat who, from the beginning to where they are now, have acclimated and understand where you're coming from, and actually have joined your path. But you still got some who are stuck in their idiotic ways, unwavering, unyielding. But the fact of the matter is, you're putting out good information, and they can't run away from it.
That's very true.
And they can't bring themselves to say, "Damn it, he's well spoken, he's well articulate, he does his homework. He's just so obnoxious." But that's him. You got to accept. I mean, I love Michi's passion, but I tell you, Look,
Michi,
if I ever get in an argument with women, if I ever get an argument with a woman, I'm damn sure calling fucking Michi. Hey, Michi, I need to handle this for
I
me.
need you to handle this, Michi, because I might have to.
I can't look. If I can't get in the word in with you, she ain't gonna be able to get a word with you. Need to go ahead, get a girl. You know what I'm saying?
Lord,
but this is what makes your channel great. And my final note, because I gotta get up in 3 hours.
my bad, bro.
No, you good. I did this myself, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
I got grand jury tomorrow, so
light work then.
yeah. I will say this in totality. We need to individually take a good look at
Dre
our
breaking.
future. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm breaking up?
Yeah, you broke up a little bit. Start over. What were you saying?
Oh, I said we need to look in the mirror and see in our life to be. It's like
All of a sudden now you over here cracking up.
battery.
Oh, it's your battery.
Yeah.
Oh, you on your phone.
Living room. Hold on, let me go in the office. There we go.
Someone said, "Don't you cost someone to spend money?"
What happened?
None.
All right. There we go.
There we go.
So all I can say is we need to look in the mirror, find out what we as an individual want our life to look like. We can't want it to look like everybody else's because we're not like everybody else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We individually need to think collectively. A community is a bunch of individuals coming together for a like cause. You know what I'm saying? Like the way I raise my kids is not going to be the way you raise your kids. But at the end of the day, we're still teaching them to be productive citizens in this world, however it looks.
Brother got the struggle fire tonight. All of a
God
sudden,
damn, I don't know what the hell's going on. My Wi-Fi is
your pictures froze too. At the moment you about to drop the main gym, all of a sudden it's acting up. That's me. Meet in the background. Meet you in the background tampering with your Wi-Fi. I bet you.
I know she is. Good. At the end of the day, we need to figure out where we came from so we know where we're going. And I don't mean always reverting back to slavery. Let's build on this foundation that has already been laid in front of us instead of keep, putting the same brick in the same spot. Let's build. Let's legitimately build and embrace those that are really trying to tell us the truth instead of the ones that are lying to us. We'll give all the money to the liars and shun the truth sayers. It's asinine. Support my boy Nathan, man. Look, we go way back. We love you too, Michi.
We love you too, Michi. Crazy.
But let me take my ass to bed before I be sleep in my office. All right.
All right, homie.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Peace out, bro.
All right.
Michi, y'all, that's my little gangster boo. We got that domestic violence type of relationship where we beat each other up, then we come back together. All right, so it should be all right. Sometimes, let me say this. I understand why people are upset with just Pearly things. I understand why they're upset with her. What I'm saying is the visceral reaction that came from that situation, nah, that was extremely excessive. And that's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. But I want to be clear. I think everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I think in this whole thing, this whole debacle about that situation with her, I think a lot of people ended up embarrassing themselves. Um, and at the end of the day, I can ask, what came of it? I think a lot of people are looking at it, well, if it was any other community, they wouldn't let you do it. If it was Jewish people, they wouldn't let you do it, blah, 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 blah. And I don't like doing those comparisons because even like what Dre said, we're all trying to, we're trying to expect certain responses from people that move a way that we don't move as a community. Do you check a person who misrepresents your history and things like that? Absolutely, you check them. You hold people accountable. Absolutely, you hold them accountable. There's a way to do it, and then there's a bad way to do it. I think a lot of people took the bad way to do it. That's just my personal opinion. And I say that because at the end of the day, you want things to be one, constructive. You want things to be one, professional. You want it to be informative, and you want it to be classy, in my personal opinion. If you're not careful, you will put yourself in a position where you start looking and sounding like the people that you're actually complaining about. Now, I know that there's some people who don't believe in class. I know there's some people who don't believe in decorum. I know some people who don't care about professionalism. Okay. And again, to each their own. But what happened behind this situation was embarrassing because you had people who were hating each other, falling out. They're no longer friends, and because they had a difference of opinion, they're like, I see what you're saying. I don't agree, but this part right here, I agree with, but I don't agree with that part. Well, there are people saying, if you don't agree 100%, if you don't come with the same level of whatever I'm coming with, then I have to excommunicate you. And it's just like, what? Are we 12? Are we kids? Is this high school? Or are we adults having a conversation? You don't like what she said, hold her accountable, bring her on the channel, correct her, speak to the issue, address that. What I saw was a bunch of barbaric talking points. It was all about discussing how she looked, talking about her family, making a lot of racial slurs and statements towards her. No, that's inappropriate. Period. It's inappropriate. Why? Because you wouldn't want someone doing that to you. You don't like her thoughts and her views and her opinions on political issues, on race issues. Okay, address that. You want to name call someone? Okay, you sound like you're 12 years old. Again, you guys, I'm just a little bit more mature than a lot of people that I talk about on this platform. And it's a maturity thing. I think that's really all it is at the end of the day. It's a difference in maturity. You have some people who have a conversation. They can have a mature conversation like adults about, hey, what you said here doesn't align with this, and this. I think you misrepresented whatever, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. You guys, I handle things differently. The next YouTuber or whatever is not going to handle things the same way. That's completely fine. But to say that she caused the problem in Black YouTube is 100% false. This is just a reflection of how weak our unity is amongst our own people. That's all it is. At the end of the day, that's all it is. I hear a lot of people trying to blame her. Oh, Pearly things caused. She didn't cause a damn thing. She didn't cause a damn thing, you guys. If anything, she just cut the grass. She cut the grass. So she comes over here. She says she appreciates what I'm doing. Thank you. Thank you. I work hard. I believe I make good content, right? She put on the video that I did. She said, thank you I appreciate your honest review of this video and not jumping to conclusions. Thank you for saying what you said. I appreciate it. That was it. That was it. So, again, everything that's going on in Black YouTube surrounding this thing with her is a reflection of Black people. It has nothing to do with her. And to blame it on her is, again, failing to accept and take accountability for our own weaknesses, our own weak links amongst each other, right? Come on. A white woman, she did what? Her content is this? You mean that one conversation you had calls up, man? Come on. Come on. But again, people who really see what's going on, you know? And if you really want to hurt her content, you wouldn't talk about her, right? You wouldn't make 1,000 videos about her. You know, let's just call it what it is. People try to build their channel off the back by tearing her down. And that's fine. Hold her accountable. Say what you got to say. Move on. I made what? I made one video about it. I moved to say what I had to say. Yeah, people making 15 damn videos. People calling her a colonizer, a white supremacist. Like, damn. I mean, you guys, you know, listen. At best, you could say she said some things that were racist. You could probably say that. Whew, y'all stretched it. Y'all stretched it. Y'all don't galvanize together on the things that you need to be coming together for. But I'm glad a white woman motivated you to pick it up. But here we are months later. You know, here we are months later. What did you guys gain from all that? What did you gain from all that? I have more issues with pro-Black YouTubers. I see more racist statements and comments and more racism coming from pro-Black YouTubers than I see from white people on YouTube. Just my personal opinion. Some of the most racist shit that comes out of people's mouth, Black folks. I'm telling you. I for the life of me, couldn't understand where all the insults and racial slurs are coming from because it had nothing to do with what she said. I didn't see anybody doing research online, pulling up documentation about slavery, pushing back on what she said, checking the sources, calling her out on the source material that she was speaking towards. I didn't see any of that shit. None of that. I didn't see nobody looking up her source material that she was claiming she was getting her information from and fact checking that. I didn't see anybody say, hey, come to my channel. Let's debate this topic about how you felt and about what you did on. I didn't see any of that, you guys. I didn't see. What I saw was a bunch of Negroes calling her all kind of names. And so, again, even Michi said it. Well, you know how we do things in the Black community. Yeah, and that's wrong. That's the wrong way to do it. That's the whole point. The whole point is that is not the proper way to deal with these type of situations. And to me, again, that's common sense. You don't like what she said, so you're going to talk shit about her? No, I don't like what you say. I'm going to correct you, and I'm going to show you how it's done. Since we like to compare Jewish people, what do? They call you to the carpet. They send a rabbi down to your house. They send a rabbi to your job, right? And they put a camera on, and they have a conversation like civilized people, respectfully, and they talk about the facts. This is what adults do, you guys. What I saw on YouTube was a bunch of children. A bunch of children. All I'm saying is, can you guys have some damn class, some decorum, some professionalism? You guys look like some imbeciles on YouTube, yelling and screaming at a white woman who said something you did not like. Oh, she's a pasty face, dog hair. She's built like a Pop-Tart. What the hell does that have to do with the conversation? So I have to sit here and listen to you throw slurs, racial slurs, and insults? No, let's talk about the facts. Let's talk about what she said wrong. Correct her on that. Put the insults aside. Put the disrespect aside. Put the racist statements aside and check her on what she said. Like a professional. Like someone who's educated. Like someone who knows what they're talking about. No, what do Black folks do? What did 99% of y'all do? Oh, this white pasty face, trifling little B. I can't believe she ain't got no body. You got women talking about her body, and half of them built their bodies in a laboratory. Oh, she better not come over to this hood. We're going to show her something. Some of y'all threatened to kill her because she said she doesn't believe in reparations. I know black folks who don't believe in reparations, who are FBA. People say because I'm actually talking facts that I'm defending her. No, you guys, I'm talking about the truth. You know, again, you don't have to like her. No one said you got to like her. All I'm saying is, if you're going to check a person on what they said, check them on what they said. You spent a whole hour calling her names, talking about her family, making racial slurs. If a white person did that to you, you wouldn't like it. Right? It's you know, oh, this monkey face. What did this girl? You got a chick calling me Officer Curry Goat. Look at this Jamaican. I mean, like, damn. But again, this is what we do, right? Black people insult. We insult. We like to call names, like to make fun of people instead of what? Actually address the real problem. We want to turn everything into a damn joke. We want to turn everything into a comedy session, a roast session. We want to roast all the time. And at the end of the day, the ones who end up getting cooked in real life are black people. All the roasting we think we're doing, we're the ones getting cooked because we don't know how to actually have a proper exchange of ideas and communicate, a proper exchange, a civil discourse between two people. As soon as we feel like we lose or we don't have anything to offer, we start calling names and talking about people. You know why? Because that's what kids do, who aren't mature enough to have a real conversation. So now here I am willing to have a real conversation with someone, and then you say I'm taking sides. That's what kids do. That's how kids talk, you guys. Grow the fuck up. Grow up. Grow up. And I said it and I'll say it again. Anybody who feels indifferent, wants to challenge me on my thoughts on how I feel about this Pearly thing situation, you are more than welcome to always come up, schedule an appointment, and we can hash it out. I don't have a problem. I said what I said. I mean what I say when I said it. All this, I got to try to prove to you I don't care. I don't care. Right? Everybody has all this. I don't care. Let's talk about what was said. Some of y'all hate anybody that's not black. Some of y'all are just as racist as the racist white people you complain about. Period. Some of y'all need to check your heart. Some of y'all need to check your spirit. It's off. It's off. And because someone doesn't agree with you, someone doesn't see race the same way you see racism, then it's a problem. I said what I said. Yeah, she's welcome here. Anybody's welcome here. As long as you're respectful, you're welcome to this channel. White, black, Asian, Hispanic. I'm not a racist, you guys. I'm not. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. And if you don't like that, you can leave. You can leave. It's not that serious. My content is for American people. If you're in this umbrella in America, this content's for you. We talk about sensitive topics. We talk about things that make people uncomfortable. I get it. I understand. Bless your heart. If you can't handle it, I understand. If it makes you uncomfortable, I understand. Wait for the next video. Wait for the next video. There'll be something that I'll talk about that you'll like. Wait for the next video. I think when I'm serving people, I served all colors, you guys, all religions. I even had to serve people who were devil worshipers. I had to come out here. They called the police. Guess what? Treat them the same way I treat anybody else. if I don't like what you said, or I don't like the things that you've done, I'm gonna call you out on those things. I'm not gonna hate you because of the color of your skin. That's racist. Right? We're not gonna get into this whole thing where all of a sudden we can read minds and read hearts. Thank you so much, Deborah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Michi's back. She said, but I thought, this is me, but I thought you wanted to repair the relationship with Black community and the police. Yeah. I said, I want to repair the relationship that the Black community has with law enforcement. I also want to, what? Fix the issues with policing in America. What is that? Police reform. Police reform is not Black police reform. Police reform is police reform. Why? I say it all the time on this channel. We have an American police problem in this country. Black people have a specific, unique problem with law enforcement. Those are two separate things, you guys. The police are the police. The police serve everybody in this country. There's a problem with the policing structure in this country. That's a fact. It's not a Black problem. It's an American problem. Just like all the other systems in this country are affecting Americans in this country, you guys. But I also know there's a unique relationship that police have with the Black community that needs special attention, needs surgical attention. Surgical. We have to get out of this mindset, right? Too many of us as Black people think that when we get a president, the president's Black, that president's for Black people. It doesn't work like that. And that's the problem. That's the problem, you guys. At the end of the day, that is the problem when you walk through life and you see everything through race. Everything. This girl came over and said, I appreciate what you're doing. And you got some people in the chat got mad. Oh, she's over here trying to buy your support. No, she's not. I didn't support her when I made the video. That's what's so funny about the whole thing. I didn't even support what she said. That's the whole irony. I didn't agree with what she said, you guys. I just said that I don't think she's racist based off of the statement. But the statement she said wasn't appropriate. This is what I said on the video. Everybody keeps saying this. It's so weird. That's what I'm saying, that we want to hear what we want to hear. Because I didn't come with a level of hatred and evil and wickedness from my heart when it comes to examining what she said, people are not happy with it. There are people who are not happy with it. What's funny, we're going to bring this up tomorrow because this is what re-incited this beef with Six the Godless. Because she looked at the video that I made on TLA's channel about Pearly and said, oh, here he go, this sellout cop. Remember that cop? Oh, he agreed. He's on Pearly's side. What did O'Shea do? Jackson said, he's on Pearly's side. You guys, I never picked a side. That's what's so funny about this. But again, it goes to show the problem in our community about how we have selective hearing. We hear what we want to hear to support what we believe to be is true instead of listening to what the person is saying. I love Michi. How many times I have to tell her, I didn't say that. Oh, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. You misquote. When the mind is fixated to believe what it wants to believe, you can't change the mind. Right? Can't change the mind. Thank you so much, Shaby. Shaby knows the struggle. She just like, look, I don't even want to say nothing. I don't want to say, let me just send this super chat. I don't want to say nothing. Shay, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You know, I just, I'm gonna bring this back up, but I like this, a peaceful, let me give a special shout out to this brother right here. 22 years police service. He's speaking facts. It's a police problem. Thank you. Thank you. I felt being Black, being in the profession, and doing the job that I did, I understood the problem. I understood what was going on within the Black community because I've worked it for so many years. So I said, damn, let me come out, let me make a channel, let me say something, let me try to encourage change, let me try to encourage better communication. Let me tell people, hey, let me be in between the two so I can translate on both sides. That was the motivating factor. You guys, I don't get any pushback from the police. I get all the pushback from Black people. And I'm here to help Black people. Make it make sense. The police say, I get messages from police officers all the time. Hey, Nate, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you for speaking up on these issues. I agree with this, don't agree with that. Cool. I got some Black folks who love what I'm doing and say, hey, I appreciate you. They're reaching out to me. Hey, thank you for this. Hey, I need your advice on that. Then I got some Black folks, or a lot, who are just like, hey, I can't stand you. I hate what you're doing. You're a sellout. You're working for the white man. You're a slave catcher. Jeez. God, dog. You know, so I get why people are upset. It is misplaced anger. I think I'm a little embarrassed though by how everything transpired because everybody's watching us, you guys. That's just that's just the truth of it all. Everybody's watching us. And people are saying, you know, y'all brought this white woman into this space, blah, 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 blah. She's making content about Black relationships. And it's just like, you know, Black people aren't the only ones that have relationships. You know, we don't own relationships. You know what I mean? And so people are mad because she had Black people who came on her platform. Black people wanted to be a part of what she was doing. You know, she had all ethnicities on there. And, you know, it's just, everything just gets so, it's stupid, man. Honestly, it's stupid. And it's really immature. The way it was handled was very immature. I'll say this. I don't have an issue with people being upset, not liking what she said. It doesn't have anything to do with that, you guys. I'm looking at how we handled the situation as a community. I think it was very immature. I think it lacked couth, it lacked class, it was tacky, it was unprofessional, and it didn't represent us well. It just didn't. We want to talk about how the Jewish handle this situations. Take a chapter out of their book on how they check people when they misquote their history or they say some disparaging things about them. How about we follow how they do it? So they do it so well. The way we did it, nah, I think we could have did a better job. And that's my take on it. Regardless of how you feel, I'm not saying you shouldn't be mad. I'm not saying I don't like the way it was handled. I think it was handled inappropriately. And that's my take on it. We handled it like we have no control. We handled it like we lack discipline. We handled it like we're some racist ass people. That's how it was handled. That's how it was handled. Like we don't know no better. Just get this brother one more time. Rob Blackstorm, shout out to you. He said, keep doing the work, keep doing the good work, bro. Black is manipulation. Follow your own purpose and those that support you no matter what the color. Absolutely agree 100%. And that's exactly what we will do. Me say, okay, you can stop defending her now, Nathan. We get it. Nope, I'm going to keep on defending her. I'm going to keep on defending her. Absolutely. And I'm going to defend her some more tomorrow on the next stream. And the day after that. Absolutely, I'm going to keep defending her. Because the Black folks on this side of the street were wrong. We're absolutely wrong on how they handled that. So wrong how they handled that. Shout out to let me get this super chat. Thank you again, Rob Blackstorm. Absolutely correct. You know, I am going to continue to move the way I move. You know, and you know, go that route. And I think that's how it's supposed to go. You know, that's how it's supposed to go. So I'm not even tripping about that at all. Shout out to I hear you said no shout out. We got a cash app. She said she don't want no shout out. But thank you. I appreciate that. I just want you to know I did get it. I did get the cash app. Thank you so much for that. You know, and this is Rob Blackstone brings up a very interesting thing, and well, opinion read. No, I'm not defending her, but I'm gonna keep saying what needs to be said. I'm gonna speak truth to power. You know, I didn't like the way it was handled. I think we just didn't handle it properly. I thought it was very unprofessional how we went about it, and it just really showed, how we handle things. And Michi said it. This is how we do it. We insult and we do this. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's the right way to do it, right? And I think that's the point I'm trying to make about this whole thing. I just don't like it. Doesn't look good on us. When we get these stigmas and these stereotypes put on us about us being, loud and verbally, we're always irate, boisterous. You got the loud black woman. We got, the men are violent. Yeah, and then you turn on YouTube and see how we handle something as simple as this person said this person did, and it just, you see where these stereotypes come from. And so see where these stereotypes come from. We do it to ourselves, you guys. We give people the ammunition and the material to paint us in these pictures. We play the roles in the movies. We act out like this. People are talking about boycotting Lapeef Network. They're like, look how the men talk to the women. Look how the women talk. We do this, you guys. We give people all the ammunition they need. We give people all the ammunition they need. And then we get mad when they call us names and call us, oh, this, that, and the other. No one will be okay with a white person saying those things that I've heard a lot of black women say to Pearl. It just wouldn't be received well. My thing is the disrespect needs to match the disrespect. You know what I mean? So she interviewed a guy who they're saying is a white supremacist. She said some things that were probably inappropriate. Okay. And then your response is to throw racial slurs at her, talk about how she can't get a man, that she's this, she's that, she's ugly, she's a pasty face, dog hair, she's trailer park trash. I'm like, what is this? What? Where are we? She's a colonizer. Some of y'all called her a colonizer. Do you know what a colonizer is? Like these things mean something. You guys just can't, So, I mean, again, call her white. Listen, people call me things too. They call me a slave catcher. My own people, right? People who look like me, they call me a slave. This is these are the people we're talking about, right? They call me an animal. You know what animal they call me? They call me a pig. You know what else? They call me a raccoon. This is what I'm talking about. This is what we're talking about. This is the psychosis that we're dealing with. Because she colonized the black manosphere. The black manosphere allowed themselves to be colonized. How are you the manosphere and you have women in your content space? Make it make sense. They did that to themselves. I think, if you're gonna be, it's like having a man cave and you got women in it. They're supposed to be guests. You insulting people is a sign of weakness. So they're mad, but you leaned on her because you liked what she was doing. You agree with her because her message mirrored yours. You wanted to be with her and bring your content with her because her channel was big. You wanted to be a part of that. Why? Because it's business. It was a business opportunity. And then now you try to hide and like, okay, or, she wasn't racist when everybody was working with her. All of a sudden now she's racist. You don't like her. I guess we need to start vetting people properly before we start co-signing people and working with them, right? I think that should be the moral of the story. So quickly people jump ship when they hear something that they don't like. You don't like what I have to say about certain things, you can challenge me on it. Challenge me on it. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Says A Peaceful Life says, keep up the great work. Just some support for free, independent thinking. Amen. Whew. I don't know what it is. How people get, what it is, what's so funny? I think you bring up a good point about free thinking. People get bullied. People get bullied into changing their views, trying to follow after what other people are doing. I don't feel that. I honestly took my honest time and watched it, tried to understand what was going on, listening to what was being said. I'm like, oh, okay, this is interesting. I thought the interview that she did with them was really good. I was like, this is a good interview. I like some good questions, good responses. I was like, oh, what did she say? I'm waiting for the moment. Oh, okay, I see what she said. And I'm like, oh, shit, that makes sense. Now, I don't agree with how she said it. Okay, I can see what people have an issue with. But what she said isn't racist. What she said was maybe inaccurate, or she didn't articulate her point properly. But because she didn't articulate her point properly makes her a racist? I'm just like, what the hell is going on, y'all? And I realize that a lot of people who are listening to this content are immature, or they're hypersensitive. They want to be mad at somebody, and the person is white. They want to be mad at them. But I know Black people who say the exact same thing that she said. Hell, I say it. Well, they do call me a sellout. They do call me things too. So I guess it's right. All right. So they do call me names. So they have names for me because they don't agree with me. Call me a coon. They call me a sellout. And it's like it's a form of bullying. It's like verbal, like I want to insult you into agreeing with me, So I'm gonna let that go. Again, shout out to you, Peaceful Lives. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'm gonna let that go because we gotta pick up a little bit on this actually tomorrow. But this is good. It's a good way to kind of segue into that, right? So you guys kind of already have a backstory as to what's going on with this whole Pearly situation. I mean, a lot of people, some people already know, but for the most part, we're gonna have to recap a little bit. But shout out again to Pearly. Pearl, I just want to say thank you so much for coming over and donating. I really appreciate you. Thank you for appreciating the work that I do. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful. Thank you so much. You're welcome on this channel anytime. If there's anything that you want to talk about that is my content specific, you are more than welcome to come over here and share your thoughts, share your story. I'll be more than honored to have you over here as a guest on the Real Nathan Daly's channel. I know that my channel will appreciate what you have to say. Even tell your side of the story about how this whole thing made you feel in reference to this fallout. I know you've been attacked from different YouTubers for different reasons. Some people like what you said, didn't like what you said, didn't appreciate what you. I listen. I get it. Everybody has their own opinion, but you are welcome here. And again, thank you so much for this generous super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Those who don't like it can kiss my whole ass. Yeah. So I like who I like. I don't like who I don't like. And there are some people I agree with, and there's some people that I don't like, and I agree with them. I don't agree with everything everybody says, you guys. I don't like 100% of what people say. It's not about that. You know, if we're talking about a specific topic, I'm mature enough to actually have the conversation. I don't have to agree with everything a person says to have a conversation with them, and vice versa. So I will probably reach out to her and ask her to come on the channel. And I'll think about something we can talk about that's going to be relevant. She talks about relationship stuff. That's not my channel content over there, but there might be something that we could probably talk about. Maybe I get her ideas on policing. Who knows? Who knows? Yes, Michi, you can kiss my ass. But I mean that in a loving, sweet way. Chocolate. I mean that in a good way, Michi. I mean in a good way. But I'm not mad at you, Michi. I understand your position. I understand your frustration. I understand your passion. I always do. So I don't want you to think that I don't. I get it. I just, I disagree with your take on why you feel like she came over here. I think you focus so much on the negative in that moment, and not once even thought that there was a possibility that she actually really did appreciate the content. I think it's one thing to question a person's motive and not acknowledge that it's possibility both sides. Like, Nathan, she came over and donated. Maybe she does. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't. But you completely 100% stood by the fact that it just has to be. She wants to buy your. She's not buying anything because I didn't agree with her in the first place. I think if anything, people respect the fact that I can look at something and be completely impartial. I can be fair. I can give a fair assessment. I think she saw that I gave a fair assessment. I didn't rush to judge her. I didn't rush to call her names. I didn't rush to throw racial slurs at her. And I didn't rush to call her a racist, white supremacist, and a colonizer. I think at the end of the day, as two human beings, I think she respects and appreciates that. And I think that's what's important, that we can have civil discourse without tearing people apart, especially when it's undeserved. And so, I just move different. I have a different level of class, a different level of maturity. I don't expect everybody else to see things or to examine things or to move in that same way, right? I just don't. And that's okay. We're all different. But at the end of the day, I look at it and I judge people based on what I see, and I go from there. All right. So again, I love everybody, you guys. I love good people and I hate bad people, and I've seen some of the stuff that's been going on behind the scenes in reference to her situation, Pearly's situation with other people. And, I don't agree with all of it. I just don't. So, whew. Anywho, I'd ask for any questions, but y'all don't know. Y'all took us down this rabbit hole. Anyways, you guys, I hope that you found this to be invaluable. I know it was a lot said. I know we jumped and dived all over the place. We started with, I don't even know what my closing statement with Tariq Nasheed. I think we said enough about Tariq Nasheed, bless his heart. People see what it is at the museum or the event space. However you feel, whatever you think you got. I'm curious to know people's reaction on the replay. Oh my God, this is gonna be a long night. All right, you all. Thank you so much for tonight. I appreciate everybody who donated. Thank you so much. Shout out to our shout out to the sponsor of the stream, Just Pearly Things, brought to you by Just Pearly Things. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Right, had a little chime at the end. Thank you so much, everybody who donated. I appreciate you. Thank you for the guests. Dre, I appreciate you coming up as always. And Michi, my little gangsta boo. Thank you so much. You guys don't mind Michi. She'll be a little upset for a minute, but we're gonna hug and make up. That's my girl. So other than that, you guys, let me know your thoughts in reference to the Tariq Nasheed situation. Don't worry, tomorrow we'll be talking about the follow-up between this stuff going on with Six the Godless and all the things going on in the manosphere in reference to me and her alleged beef, right? So until then, you guys, thank you again. Hope you enjoyed the show. Let me know your thoughts. Like, comment, share, and subscribe. With that, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night and God bless.